Hello everyone, and welcome to the Saiyan What Ifs. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Goku was the dragon god of Olympus, the true son of Zeus. And Tiamat Goku x Hestia x Bulma x Aphrodite, Percy Jackson x Dragon Ball. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Awakening of the Dragon God. The constellation of Draco burned like fire behind Goku's eyelids as he thrashed against sweat-soaked sheets. Ancient marble LLS stretched before him in the dreamscape, their columns rising impossibly high into skies churning with storm clouds and serpentine shapes. Lightning arced between massive clouds, each bolt striking with purpose rather than chaos. The air itself tasted different, charged with something beyond electricity. Something older and more primal than anything he'd experienced in his waking hours. "Return," whispered a feminine voice. "Warm as hearth embers. The barrier's thin, dragon of Olympus." Goku bolted upright, chest heaving, the unfamiliar name echoing in his mind. Moonlight filtered through his window, casting long shadows across the modest bedroom. For 3 weeks now, the same dream had haunted him with increasing intensity. Each night, more details emerged. The insignia of a dragon wrapped around a lightning bolt. The scent of ambrosia and ozone, the weight of a destiny he couldn't comprehend. He pressed his palms against his temples, trying to quiet the residual humming energy that lingered after each dream. Something was changing within him. He could feel it in his ki, turbulent and unpredictable where it had once been familiar as his own heartbeat. "Just a dream," he muttered. But the words rang hollow even to his own ears. Dawn found him outside, moving through training katas with mechanical precision, trying to recenter himself through the familiar rhythms of martial arts. Mount Paozu stretched around him, the forest alive with morning sounds that normally brought him peace. Today, each chirp and rustle seemed muted, as though a veil had been drawn between Goku and the world he'd known all his life. "You're distracted," observed Piccolo, landing silently at the edge of the clearing. The Namekian's cape billowed in the morning breeze, his arms crossed in their customary position. "That's the third form you've executed incorrectly." Goku wiped sweat from his brow, offering a sheepish smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Sorry, haven't been sleeping well." "The dreams again." Piccolo's antennae twitched slightly, a subtle tell of his concern. "Yeah, they're getting stronger, more real." Goku stretched, rolling his shoulders. "Feels like someone's calling me. But I don't recognize the voice." Piccolo uncrossed his arms, his expression grave. "Perhaps a sparring session will clear your mind. You've been avoiding transformation lately. Your energy feels different." "Different how?" Goku asked, dropping into a fighting stance. "Older," Piccolo replied simply. "Like it's remembering something." Without further preamble, Piccolo attacked. The Namekian's fist cut through the air where Goku's head had been a millisecond earlier. They fell into the familiar dance of combat, trading blows at speeds invisible to normal human perception. For several minutes, the rhythm of battle pushed the dreams from Goku's mind, replaced by the pure instinct of martial arts. "Stop holding back," Piccolo growled, increasing his speed. "Transform." Goku hesitated, remembering how his Super Saiyan transformation had felt increasingly unstable lately. "I don't think." A green fist connected with his jaw, sending him skidding backward. Piccolo pressed his advantage, firing a series of ki blasts that forced Goku on the defensive. "Transform," Piccolo demanded again. "Whatever's happening to your energy, we need to understand it." Gritting his teeth, Goku planted his feet and reached for the familiar well of power within him. The golden energy of his Super Saiyan form bubbled up responsively, but as it surged through his body, something LSE answered. Something ancient and vast that had been slumbering beneath his consciousness. Lightning crackled across his skin, but instead of the usual golden aura, threads of blue-white energy interwove with his Super Saiyan power. The ground beneath him cracked in a spiraling pattern. Above, storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed, churning in a vortex directly overhead. "Piccolo!" Goku shouted, his voice overlaid with a deeper resonance that wasn't his own. "Something's wrong." The Namekian backed away, eyes wide with alarm. "Your energy signature, it's changing." "Goku, power down." But the transformation had taken on a momentum of its own. Goku's hair, usually standing upright in its Super Saiyan form, grew longer and shifted between gold and a deep azure blue. Scales, Actu, Al scales, shimmered across his forearms before disappearing again. His irises shifted from teal to a startling violet, then back again, as though two separate powers were battling for dominance. I can't, Goku gasped, dropping to one knee. The sky directly above split with lightning that struck him squarely, but instead of harming him, the bolt seemed to be absorbed into his body. Each muscle, fiber burned as though being rewritten on a molecular level. Inside his mind, fragments of memories not his own flashed like strobe lights, a mountain peak high above the clouds, a woman with eyes of flame handing him a spear of pure energy, a bearded man with crackling fingertips looking upon him with pride and fear, vast wings unfurling from his own back as he soared through skies too blue to be Earth's. Son Goku is a shell, he heard himself say, though the words weren't conscious. Drakon awakens. The power surge peaked with a thunderclap that flattened trees in a half-mile radius. Piccolo, having generated a protective barrier, lowered his arms to find Goku standing motionless at the epicenter of destruction. The transformation had subsided, but subtle changes remained, a faint pattern of scales visible along his jawline that faded even as Piccolo watched, and eyes that held ancient knowledge before blinking back to their normal innocent curiosity. Goku, Piccolo approached cautiously. I'm okay, Goku replied, his voice once again his own. He looked down at his hands in wonder. But something's definitely happening to me, Piccolo. I saw memories that aren't mine. Except they felt like they were. Before Piccolo could respond, both warriors tensed as they sensed a new energy signature. No, 3 signatures, approaching rapidly from the east. We've got company, Piccolo warned, turning toward the disturbance. And they don't feel human. At Capsule Corporation, alarms blared throughout Bulma's private laboratory. The blue-haired scientist Frantica LLY typed commands into her central console, eyes widening at the readings flooding her screens. This can't be right, she muttered, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. The energy signature just spiked over 700% baseline. And these wavelength patterns don't match any known form of ki. The earthquake had struck precisely 7 minutes ago, localized entirely around Mount Paozu, with no tectonic explanation. Bulma had immediately suspected Goku or Vegeta's training had gotten out of hand again, but these readings suggested something far stranger. Cosmic radiation levels matching the anomaly protocols. Her computer announced in its clinical voice. Interdimensional variance detected. Bulma's fingers froze above her keyboard. The anomaly protocols were algorithms she'd designed after encountering too many instances of timeline disturbances and parallel dimensions. They were her early warning system for when reality itself began behaving badly. Display full spectrum analysis, she commanded, pulling up a secondary holographic display. The 3-dimensional model that appeared showed energy signatures she recognized, Goku's distinct Super Saiyan pattern, Piccolo's Na. Mechian energy, but interwoven with something entirely foreign. Golden threads of familiar ki were being surrounded and penetrated by currents of power that registered as both ancient and somehow divine in the classification system. Cross-reference with all known energy signatures, she ordered, already reaching for her emergency capsule case. Whatever was happening to Goku, she needed to see it firsthand. No match found, the computer replied. However, partial resonance patterns align with theoretical models of mythological energy structures from Project Pantheon. Bulma froze. Project Pantheon had been her father's theoretical work, a young scientist's attempt to quantify the energy patterns that might have given rise to humanity's myths about gods and supernatural beings. The project had been abandoned decades ago as unprovable. Call Vegeta, she said, strapping her specialized watch computer to her wrist. Tell him to meet me at Goku's location immediately. As she rushed to her private aircraft hangar, Bulma couldn't shake the feeling that the boundaries between worlds were becoming dangerously thin. Her instruments had been detecting subtle anomalies for weeks, flu situations in background cosmic radiation, unexpected weather patterns, and the occasional momentary reading of energy signatures that vanished before they could be analyzed. Now this, an explosion of power centered on Goku that somehow connected to her father's abandoned research into the energy signatures of mythological beings. Just once, she muttered as her aircraft rose into the morning sky. I'd like the universe to make sense for a full month. High above the mortal realm, on the peak of Mount Olympus hidden from human perception, Hestia tended her eternal flame with trembling hands. The hearth goddess had maintained her quiet vigilance for millennia, observing both her fellow Olympians and the mortal world below with calm detachment. Today, however, her customary serenity had abandoned her. He was awakening. After all this time, the flames in her hearth had turned a startling azure blue at dawn, dancing with unusual vigor despite no change in the eternal wood that fed them. Only once before had she seen the sacred fire behave this way, the day Zeus had brought the infant to her, scales still wet from birth, eyes already crackling with both innocence and power. Keep him safe, her brother had begged, not commanded as was his wont. The prophecy cannot be fulfilled yet. He must be hidden, even from himself. She had agreed, helping to craft the complex enchantment that would scatter the child's divine essence across realms and time. The dragon-born would live many lives, each one building strength and wisdom, until the day came when the cosmic balance required his return. That day, it seemed, had arrived. Hestia waved her hand over the hearth, and the flames formed an image of a man with wild black hair, fighting alongside a green-skinned warrior. She watched as power exploded from him, power that was both familiar and strange, Olympian and something older still. The son of thunder and scales returns, she whispered, her simple brown robes shifting to a more formal chiton of deep crimson. For the first time in centuries, Hestia prepared to leave her hearth. This would require delicate handling before Zeus realized what was happening. Our brother's temper had not improved with age, and the prophecy concerning his hidden son had always been his greatest fear. Hestia touched the flame once more, focusing on the image of the awakening god. Through the sacred fire, she could sense his confusion, the fragments of memory beginning to surface like islands emerging from a receding tide. Patience, Drakon, she murmured. I'm coming. The king of Olympus stood on his private balcony, watching storm clouds gather unnaturally over a distant mountain on the mortal realm. The marble beneath his feet had cracked spontaneously at dawn, a spiderweb of fractures forming the unmistakable pattern of scales. His master lightning bolt, kept always at his side, had been humming with resonant energy all morning, recognizing the awakening of its rightful secondary wielder. Zeus gripped the balcony railing, marble crumbling beneath his fingers as he struggled to contain his mixture of emotions. Fear, pride, regret, and something dangerously close to hope battled within his immortal heart. It cannot be time already, he muttered, blue eyes fixed on the distant disturbance. But it is, brother, came a voice from behind him. Poseidon stood in the doorway, trident in hand, his weathered face grave. The seas boil with ancient power. The dragons in the deep trenches have awakened from slumber and swim in patterns unseen since the first age. Zeus turned, his ageless face betraying a moment of vulnerability before the customary mask of kingly confidence reasserted itself. The prophecy spoke of the end of an age, or the beginning of a new one. Poseidon countered, moving to stand beside his brother. Not all prophecies end in destruction. This one spoke of a choice, Zeus reminded him bitterly. And how can we trust he will choose correctly? He knows nothing of Olympus, nothing of his heritage or power. Tiamat's blood runs strong in him, perhaps stronger than my own. Poseidon's laugh was like the crashing of distant waves. I've watched him in the mortal realm, brother. Your son has your stubbornness, certainly, but his heart is truer than yours ever was. Perhaps that is Tiamat's influence. Zeus scowled, but did not dispute the assessment. His union with the dragon goddess had been brief but profound, one of the few times the king of Olympus had felt genuine awe in the presence of another being. Their child had been prophesied long before his conception, the convergence of sky and primordial dragon destined to either bridge the realms or break them beyond repair. Hestia has left her hearth, Poseidon observed mildly. First time in what? 400 years. Zeus's head snapped up. She wouldn't dare interfere. She helped you hide him. Perhaps she feels responsible for his safe return. Poseidon's sea-green eyes held a warning. Don't make an enemy of Hestia, brother. She may prefer peace, but she is older than either of us, and her power runs deeper than you remember. A rumble of thunder expressed Zeus's displeasure more eloquently than words. The king of Olympus turned back to gaze at the distant disturbance, where his hidden son was taking his first steps to war. Reclaiming a birthright he didn't yet understand. Summon the council, Zeus finally commanded. If Drakon is returning, all Olympus must prepare. Goku barely had time to steady himself aft. The strange transformation when the first attack came, a javelin of bronze that shimmered with unnatural light, hurled with superhuman strength from the forest's edge. He dodged instinctively, the weapon embedding itself in the ground where he'd stood. Piccolo, behind you, he shouted as a second assailant emerged. The creature that burst from the underbrush resembled a lion, but its proportions were wrong, too large. With a scorpion's tail arching over its back and a distinctly human face contorted in rage. It moved with impossible speed, targeting Piccolo with single-minded determination. What in Kami's name? Piccolo growled, barely evading the stinger that crashed into the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Manticore, Goku said automatically, then blinked in confusion. How did he know that? A third attacker emerged, humanoid but standing 8 feet tall, with a single eye centered in its brutish face. The Cyclops hefted a club studded with what appeared to be celestial bronze spikes. Its single eye fixed on Goku with undisguised hatred. Dragon spawn, it bellowed in a voice like grinding stones. Your return was foretold. We come to end you before you reach your throne. The words made no sense to Goku, but something deep within him responded to them, a flash of anger that felt older than his own consciousness. His ki flared in response, strange blue-gold energy returning to crackle along his skin. The Cyclops charged, swinging its massive club in an arc that would have shattered ordinary bones. Goku caught the weapon mid-swing, impact sending shockwaves through the clearing. To his surprise, the contact burned his palm, not with heat, but with a strange energy that seemed specifically antagonistic to the power awakening within him. These weapons aren't normal, he called to Piccolo, who was dodging the Manticore's lightning-quick attacks. They're designed to hurt, whatever I'm becoming. Piccolo extended his arm in his signature stretching attack, attempting to ensnare the lion creature. Less talking, more fighting. The first attacker, now visible as a woman with bronze skin and hair that moved like Livy. Flame, retrieved her javelin and rejoined the battle. I am an Empisa, Godeling, she hissed, her mismatched legs, one bronze, one like a donkey, moving with surprising grace. We have hunted your kind before. Goku's fighting instincts took over. He released the Cyclops' club, simultaneously delivering a kick to the giant's midsection that sent it crashing through several trees. Without pausing, he spun to face the Empisa, channeling ki into a focused blast that forced her to dodge rather than attack. Something felt different about his energy, more fluid, more connected to the world around him. As he fought, Goku sensed he could draw power not just from within himself, but from the air, the earth, the distant storm still brewing overhead. It was similar to gathering energy for a spirit bomb, but faster and more intuitive. The Manticore, seeing an opening, pounced toward Goku with its stinger poised to strike. Time seemed to slow as Goku raised his hand, an unfamiliar instinct guiding him. Rather than a ki blast, lightning answered his call, striking downward from the storm clouds to intercept the creature mid-leap. The Manticore howled, its body momentarily outlined an electric blue before it crashed to the ground, first smoking but still alive. It staggered back to its feet, hatred burning in its 2 human eyes. You have no idea what you are, it spat. What you threaten by existing. Then enlighten me, Goku replied, settling into a defensive stance. Why are you attacking me? The Cyclops, having recovered from its momentary defeat, laughed harshly. The spawn doesn't know. The mighty Drakon, reduced to ignorance. That name again, Drakon. The same one from his dreams, spoken now with equal parts fear and derision. I don't want to hurt you, Goku said, genuine despite the circumstances. But I will defend myself and my friend. The 3 mythological creatures exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them. The Empisa stepped forward, javelin lowered slightly. Your mercy is misplaced, son of Zeus, she said, her voice carrying strange harmonics. We are but harbingers. The Titans stir in their prisons. The Old Ones sense the weakening between realms. Your awakening has set events in motion that cannot be stopped. Before Goku could process these cryptic words, the ground beneath them trembled. A fissure opened in the earth, releasing a sulfurous vapor that momentarily distracted him. When his vision cleared, the three attackers had vanished, leaving only scorched earth and questions behind. Piccolo approached cautiously, his cape torn from the Manticore's attacks. "I've fought many beings across the universe," he said quietly, "but never anything like those creatures. They weren't aliens or demons, they felt mythological." Goku finished, the word feeling strange on his tongue. He looked down at his hands, where lingering traces of blue energy still sparked between his fingers. "They called me son of Zeus and dragon spawn. Piccolo, I think these dreams aren't just dreams. They might be memories." The Namekian's response was cut short by the arrival of Bulma's aircraft, touching down in the newly created clearing with a precision that spoke of her expert piloting. The blue-haired scientist emerged, her specialized equipment already scanning the area before her feet touched the ground. "Whatever happened here broke every scientific law I've catalogued," she announced by way of greeting, eyes fixed on her readings. "Goku, your energy signature has fundamentally changed at a quantum level. Care to explain why you're suddenly radiating what my equipment classifies as divine energy?" From her vantage point, concealed by divine power that rendered her invisible to mortal eyes, Hestia observed the exchange with growing concern. She had arrived too late to prevent the attack but early enough to witness the instinctive way Drakon had called upon powers he shouldn't yet remember how to use. The creatures had been sent as a test, or perhaps a warning. The question was, by whom? Few knew of Drakon's existence, fewer still of his current mortal incarnation. Someone with considerable power and ancient knowledge had orchestrated this encounter. The blue-haired woman intrigued Hestia. Her technology, primitive by divine standards, nonetheless showed remarkable adaptability to the supernatural energies at play. More impressive was the woman herself. Unafraid despite witnessing combat between mythological creatures, her mind clearly processing information at remarkable speed. This must be Bulma Brief, Hestia realized. The mortal scientist featured prominently in the life of Son Goku, according to Hestia's observations over the years. Their bond ran deep, not romantic as yet, but built on foundations of trust and shared experiences that rivaled many immortal connections. Such a mortal could prove either tremendously helpful or dangerously destabilizing to Drakon's awakening. Hestia would need to proceed carefully. The goddess adjusted her position as Goku described the attack to Bulma, his hands moving animatedly while the green warrior, Piccolo, recalled, added more measured observations. It was time to make her presence known, before Zeus sent less gentle representatives or more attackers found their way through the weakening barriers between worlds. Hestia stepped forward, allowing her divine concealment to fall away like a discarded veil. She manifested not in her full divine form, which would incinerate mortals who gazed upon it, but in a more approachable aspect, a woman of indeterminate age with eyes that contained the warm glow of eternal flame, dressed in simple robes of deep crimson. "Son Goku," she said, her voice ying the comfort of hearth fires on cold nights. "Though that is not your true name, we have much to discuss, Dragon of Olympus." The appearance of the woman from empty air should have startled Bulma, but after the day's events, spontaneously materializing strangers barely registered on her weirdness scale. What did capture her attention was the quality of energy her instruments detected emanating from the newcomer, similar to the strange divine patterns now interwoven with Goku's signature, but older, more stable, and incredibly powerful despite the woman's unassuming appearance. Goku turned toward the voice, his expression shifting from confusion to unexpected recognition. "I know you," he said slowly, as though retrieving a memory from great distance. "You used to sing to me when I was very small." The woman's warm smile deepened, crinkling the corners of eyes that seemed to contain actual flames. "Yes, child, I was your first caretaker, before we had to hide you away." Piccolo moved protectively closer to Goku. "Who exactly are you, and what do you mean by Dragon of Olympus?" "I am Hestia, goddess of the hearth, first and last Olympian." She spoke without pride, stating her identity as simply as one might give their profession. "And he is Drakon, god of transformation and limitless potential, true son of Zeus and Tiamat, whose birth was both miracle and threat." Bulma stepped forward, scanner still active in her hand. Excuse me, but are you claiming that Goku is actually the child of Greek gods? That's mythological. Yet you stand in a clearing battling creatures from those same myths. Hestia replied gently, your instruments detect energies your science cannot fully explain. Is it so difficult to accept that the stories humans have told for millennia might contain elements of truth? But Goku is a Saiyan, Bulma protested. An alien from planet Vegeta. We know his history. You know the history of his most recent incarnation, Hestia corrected. The shell of Son Goku was perfect for containing Dracon's essence, a warrior species with transformative abilities and nearly limitless potential for growth. The perfect camouflage for a dragon god whose power had to be hidden even from himself. Goku had remained uncharacteristically quiet during this exchange, his expression thoughtful. Now he spoke, his voice containing an unusual gravity. These dreams I've been having, they're memories of Olympus, aren't they? Hestia nodded. Fragments beginning to surface as the spell of forgetting weakens. The barriers between realms are thinning, Dracon. Your true self calls to you across time and space. So all this time, I've been. Goku struggled to find the words. You have been exactly who you appeared to be, Hestia assured him. Son Goku is not a lie. He is a facet of Dracon, just as Dracon is the greater truth of Goku. Your experiences, your friendships, your battles, all have shaped who you are becoming as the two identities merge. Bulma's scientific mind raced with implications. These readings make more sense now, she murmured, studying her scanner. It's not that Goku's energy is changing into Samat. Hing knew, it's reverting to its original state. Precisely, Hestia confirmed, though, reverting, suggests a backward motion. It is more accurate to say his energy is evolving into its complete form. Piccolo, ever practical, cut to the heart of the matter. Why now? If this spell of forgetting was intentional, why is it breaking down? Hestia's expression grew grave. Because it must. The prophecy that necessitated hiding Dracon among mortals spoke of a time when the cosmic balance would face its greatest threat, when the boundaries between divine realms, mortal worlds, and primordial voids would weaken to the breaking point. That time has come. Those creatures mentioned titans, Goku recalled. They said they were stirring. The first tremors of a greater awakening, Hestia confirmed. Ancient forces sense opportunity in the weakening barriers. Without intervention, all realms face collapse into primordial chaos. She turned to face Goku directly. You were hidden away because the prophecy claimed only the dragon-born son of Sky and Scale could prevent this collapse, or ensure it happens, depending on the choice you make. Choice? Goku repeated. What choice? That remains unclear, even to the fates themselves, Hestia replied. But the time has come for you to reclaim your heritage and prepare to make it. Olympus awaits its forgotten god. Bulma stepped between them, protective instincts flaring. Wait just a minute. You're asking Goku to abandon his life here based on some cryptic prophecy and a case of divine amnesia. How do we know any of this is true? Rather than taking offense, Hestia's expression softened with approval. Loyalty is a virtue the gods often overlook, yet mortals master with ease. Your concern honors you, Bulma brief. The goddess extended her hand, palm up, where a small flame appeared, dancing with colors no earthly fire contained. Perhaps a demonstration would ease your doubts. She turned to Goku. Place your hand above mine, child. Let your awakening power interact with my sacred flame. If I speak falsely, nothing will happen. If I speak truth. Goku hesitated only briefly before extending his hand. As his palm hovered above Hestia's flame, the fire leapt upward, expanding and changing color to a brilliant azure blue shot through with gold. The flame took shape, forming a miniature dragon coiled around a lightning bolt. Simultaneously, the birthmark-like pattern of scales reappeared on Goku's skin, more pronounced than before. The sacred flame recognizes its prince, Hestia said softly. Dragon fire and lightning, united in one being. The display triggered something in Goku, a cascade of memories breaking through the weakening barriers of enchantment. He gasped, dropping to one knee as images flooded his consciousness. Flying through storm clouds on wings of his own, training with weapons forged of celestial bronze and divine fire, sitting at a council table surrounded by beings of impossible beauty and terrible power. A woman with scales instead of skin cradling him in arms that shifted between human and draconic forms. Mother, he whispered, the word feeling both foreign and deeply right on his tongue. Bulma knelt beside him, her scientific skepticism warring with concern for her oldest friend. Goku, are you okay? He looked up, his eyes briefly flashing violet before returning to their normal black. I remember, Bulma, not everything, but pieces. Enough to know she's telling the truth. He turned to Hestia. You hid me among the mortals to protect me from the prophecy. To protect you from those who would destroy you to prevent the prophecy, Hestia corrected gently. Zeus, your father, feared what your existence might mean. The union of Olympian and primordial dragon had never occurred before. Your power, even as an infant, surpassed many full-grown gods. So you scattered my essence and memories across realms, Goku continued, piecing together fragments as they surfaced. Let me live multiple lives, growing stronger in different ways. The Saiyan incarnation was merely the latest and most successful, Hestia confirmed. Your divine essence found articular resonance with Saiyan biology, their natural transformations echoing your true nature as a transformation deity. Piccolo, who had been silently assessing Hestia throughout this exchange, finally spoke. If what you say is true, what happens now? These creatures that attacked, they won't be the last, will they? No, Hestia acknowledged. As Dracon's awakening accelerates, those who fear his power or covet it for themselves will converge on this realm. This world is now at the center of a cosmic convergence that threatens all existence. She turned back to Goku. You must return to Olympus. Reclaim your divine heritage, and prepare for what comes next. Olympus, Goku repeated, the word sparking further flashes of memory. The home I barely remember. Bulma's scanner suddenly emitted a high-pitched alarm. Energy distortion detected, she read from the display. Spatial anomaly forming. Around them, the air began to shimmer with an opalescent light. Reality itself seemed to bend and fold, creating a phenomenon similar to a portal but more organic in appearance, as though the fabric between worlds was naturally thinning rather than being forcibly torn. The convergence accelerates, Hestia said, urgency entering her voice for the first time. The attack has weakened the already fragile barriers between realms. As that, Olympus? Bulma asked, staring at He shimmering distortion where indistinct shapes of impossible architecture could be glimpsed. A pathway there, Hestia confirmed. The mortal realm and divine realm drawing closer together as the ancient boundaries weaken. Goku stood, his expression resolute despite the confusion still evident in his eyes. I need to go there, don't I? To understand what's happening to me. To stop whatever's coming. Yes, Hestia said simply. Though not alone, she turned to Bulma. The prophecy speaks not only of the Dragonborn's choice but of those who guide it. Mortal wisdom has always tempered in power. Perhaps that is why Dracon formed such strong bonds in this incarnation. Bulma looked from her instruments to the portal, then to Goku. Scientific curiosity warred with self-preservation instinct. You're suggesting I come along to Mount Olympus, the mythological home of Greek gods. I'm suggesting your presence may be crucial to the cosmic balance, Hestia replied. Though the choice, as always with mortals, remains yours. Before Bulma could respond, her scanner began emitting new warnings. Multiple energy signatures approaching, she read. Similar to the creatures that attacked earlier, but more powerful. We've lingered too long, Hestia warned. The trail to Dracon strengthens with each passing moment. We must depart now. Piccolo stepped forward. I'll hold them off. Buy you time to reach Olympus. He turned to Goku. Find your answers, my friend. I'll gather the others, explain what's happened. Earth won't be defenseless in your absence. Goku clasped the Namekian's shoulder. Gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Piccolo. Just don't forget who you are, Piccolo replied gruffly. God or not. Bulma took a deep breath, scientific curiosity and loyalty. Why did Goku finally overcoming her reservations? My equipment might be useful in understanding these weakening barriers, she rationalized. And someone needs to keep you out of trouble, like always. Goku's familiar grin broke through the gravity of the moment. Just like old times. Except this time we're heading to meet your divine relatives instead of hunting Dragon Balls, Bulma retorted, quickly packing her essential equipment. Your family reunions just keep getting more complicated. The shimmering in the air intensified as Hestia approached the threshold between worlds. The pathway stabilizes for now, but we must hurry. Olympus senses the return of its forgotten god. As distant roars announced the approach of more mythological creatures, Goku stood at the edge of the portal. Fragments of divine memory surfacing with increasing rapidity. Images of Olympus, not as a distant mountain but as a living realm of power and beauty, called to him with the familiarity of a forgotten home. "Ready?" he asked Bulma, extending his hand to his oldest friend. She took it without hesitation, her other hand clutching her scanner. "Lead the way, Dragon of Olympus." Together with Hestia, they stepped through the thinning veil between worlds. Behind them, Piccolo faced the oncoming threat, determined to protect the pathway until it closed naturally. As Goku crossed the threshold, the last fragments of the enchantment that had bound his divine essence began to unravel. Memories cascaded through his consciousness, millennia of history, faces of gods and goddesses who were his family. The truth of his birth between the king of Olympus and the primordial dragon goddess. He was Son Goku, Saiyan warrior of Earth. He was Drakon, forgotten god of Olympus. And as the veil between worlds closed behind him, he took his first steps toward becoming whole once more. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, The Olympian Court. The transition between realms felt nothing like instant transmission. Where that technique involved a momentary nothingness, a split-second void between departure and arrival, this journey stretched and compressed simultaneously. Goku felt his very essence being recalibrated. Atomic structure harmonizing with a frequency long forgotten yet intimately familiar. Beside him, Bulma's hand gripped his with surprising strength, her scientist's mind no doubt cataloging sensations beyond mortal comprehension. Hestia moved ahead with the practiced ease of an immortal navigating her natural domain, her robes occasionally shimmering with ember-like motes of light. "Breathe through it," Hestia advised. Noticing Goku's discomfort, "Your body remembers divinity, even if your mind does not yet fully recall." The passage between worlds ended not with the abruptness of stepping through a doorway but with a gradual clarification, like emerging from deep water into air that grew increasingly rarefied. Colors intensified beyond Earth's spectrum, revealing hues that human language lacked names to describe. The air itself carried subtle harmonics, not quite music, but a resonance that vibrated with sentient purpose. By all the, Bulma's scientific detachment faltered as Olympus materialized around them. "This defies every law of physics I've established." They stood upon a path of what appeared to be marble but felt responsive beneath their feet, almost organically aware. The path wound upward toward structures that challenged mortal perception, architecture that simultaneously evoked ancient Greek design yet incorporated impossible geometries. Columns spiral, ed into heights where clouds with faint humanoid shapes drifted between towers of crystal and divine metals unknown to Earth's periodic table. For Goku, each vista triggered cascading memories. "The Hall of Heroes," he murmured, gesturing toward a circular colonnade where statues shifted poses when viewed from different angles. "And the Gardens of Transformation." His eyes found a sprawling expanse. Say where plants bloomed in patterns that told living stories, their growth accelerated or slowed according to some cosmic choreography. "Your memory returns more quickly than expected," Hestia observed, her normally placid expression showing a flicker of concern. "The spell of forgetting should not unravel so rapidly." "It's like my body is remembering before my mind can catch up," Goku admitted, flexing fingers that occasionally shimmered with scale-like patterns. Fighting those creatures triggered something. Using lightning that wasn't key, it felt natural, Hestia supplied. "As it should. You are the son of the Storm Lord and the Dragon Mother. Electricity and transformation are your birthright." Bulma had recovered enough to activate her specialized scanner, though the device emitted a series of protesting beeps before recalibrating to its new environment. "These energy readings are, I don't even have terminology for this. The baseline ambient energy here would qualify as a catastrophic event on Earth. Divine ichor permeates Olympus," Hestia explained, leading them higher along the responsive path. "The essence of immortality itself, concentrated over millennia of worship and belief. So the Olympians literally feed on human belief." Bulma's scientific mind immediately sought structural understanding. "A quantum consciousness feedback loop." Hestia's smile held gentle amusement. "The relationship is more symbiotic than parasitic, though many gods forget that distinction. Belief shapes us, yes, but we also inspire humanity toward its higher aspirations. She glanced at Goku. Drakon was born understanding this balance, perhaps why his father found him so threatening. The path widened as they approached a plaza where fountains sprayed liquids too radiant to be mere water. Minor godlings and nature spirits paused in their activities, attention drawn to the newcomers with expressions ranging from curiosity to alarm. Whispers followed their progress. Impossible. The dragon returns. Quote. Does Zeus know? The prophecy awakens. A young satyr dropped the musical pipes he'd been playing, eyes widening in recognition as they passed. Lord Drakon. He bleated before an older companion hastily silenced him. Goku absorbed these reactions with uncharacteristic quietude. Each whisper, each shocked glance, confirmed Hestia's claims beyond any lingering doubt. This place knew him, or rather, knew the god he had once been and was becoming again. They fear you, Bulma observed quietly. They fear what my return means, Goku corrected, Cer. Tainty in his voice despite not fully understanding the implications himself. The prophecy Hestia mentioned, a magnificent structure dominated the horizon ahead, a palace of such impossible grandeur that it seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, its alabaster walls occasionally transparent enough to reveal the cosmos beyond. Lightning perpetually encircled its highest towers, and eagles soared in formation overhead. The Hall of the Gods, Hestia announced, her pace slowing for the first time. Where the Olympian Council gathers. She turned to face them both, her ageless face solemn. Before we proceed further, you should understand the reception that awaits. Zeus has undoubtedly sensed your awakening, Drakon, but the other Olympians may not all welcome your return. Political factions, Bulma guessed, revealing her quick grasp of social dynamics. Precisely. Hestia nodded approvingly. Some will see Drakon as a threat to established power structures. Others will seek to use him for their own purposes. A few may genuinely celebrate his return. And Zeus? Goku asked, the name feeling strange in his mouth. Not quite, father, yet, but no longer just a mythological figure. Hestia's expression softened with something like compassion. Your father's feelings are complex. He both feared and loved you from your first breath. The prophecy concerning you has haunted him for millennia. She straightened, resuming her dignified bearing. I can guide you through the initial formalities, but much depends on how you present yourself. Just be Goku, Bulma advised, squeezing his arm. God or not, that's who you are. He nodded, grateful for her presence as they continued toward the imposing structure. As they approached, two figures materialized before the massive entrance, impossibly beautiful twins, a man and woman, both bearing silver bows and quivers of arrows that gleamed with dangerous purpose. Apollo and Artemis, Hestia greeted them with a slight inclination of her head. I see news travels quickly, even for those who patrol the outer realms. Apollo, golden-haired and radiant as the sun he represented, offered a smile that didn't reach his vigilant eyes. And Hestia, breaking your centuries of hearth-bound isolation. The fates themselves must be reweaving destiny's tapestry. His gaze shifted to assess Goku with unconcealed curiosity. So this is the prodigal dragon, wearing mortal flesh like an ill-fitting chitin. His twin sister made no pretense of diplomatic welcome. Artemis stood with arrow nocked, silver eyes cold as winter moonlight. Her auburn hair was gathered in a practical braid, and her hunting attire suggested she'd abandoned some pursuit to intercept them. The council has not authorized his return, she stated flatly. I smell mortal stench and male presumption. Her gaze flicked dismissively over Goku before settling with slightly more interest on Bulma. You bring a mortal woman to Olympus, Hestia. That exceeds even your considerable privileges. I bring those the prophecy requires, Hestia replied, unintimidated. Stand aside, huntress. This matter transcends your woodland domain. The barriers between realms fracture. Artemis countered, bow still raised. Monsters stir in the depths. Ancient bindings weaken, and coincidentally, the forgotten Godeling returns. Her silver eyes narrowed, suspiciously convenient timing. Goku stepped forward, something of his divine presence asserting itself instinctively. The air around him shimmered with subtle distortion, and when he spoke, his verses OICE carried harmonics beyond mortal range. I understand your caution, he said with uncharacteristic diplomacy. But I didn't choose this awakening. If I'm responsible for these problems, I want to help fix them. Spoken like a male god, Artemis scoffed. Assuming you can fix what you don't understand. Apollo placed a restraining hand on his sister's bow arm. Peace, Artemis. The prophecy. Why speaks clearly, denying it serves no purpose. To Goku, he offered a more genuine smile. Forgive my sister's welcome. The hunter trusts slowly, especially those of dragon blood. With good reason, came a new voice. Deep and resonant enough to vibrate the very foundations of Olympus. The air split with lightning that formed a pathway rather than a destructive bolt. Through this electric road, strode a figure of such overwhelming presence that Bulma instinctively stepped backward despite her normally fearless nature. Zeus, king of Olympus, manifested in a form approachable enough for mortal comprehension while retaining unmistakable divinity. Towering and broad-shouldered, he wore a chiton of royal purple beneath gleaming armor that shifted between solid metal and storm clouds. His road contained actual lightning that crackled softly with his breathing, and his eyes, Goku's eyes, though electric blue rather than onyx, held eons of power and secrets. My son returns uninvited, Zeus declared, his voice causing minor tremors in the marble beneath their feet. Wearing Saiyan flesh and mortal ignorance as his shield, the king of gods studied Goku with penetrating intensity, searching for something beyond physical appearance. Whatever he found caused a momentary softening in his expression, quickly masked behind kingly authority. Father, Goku acknowledged, the word emerging. Naturally despite having no conscious memory of using it before. Something primordial within him recognized the connection between them, a resonance of shared essence that transcended his Saiyan identity. Zeus's thunderous expression flickered with surprise at the direct address. Behind him, Apollo and Artemis exchanged significant glances, while Hestia maintained her dignified calm. You remember me, then? Zeus demanded, a mixture of wariness and something more vulnerable in his tone. Not everything, Goku admitted. Fragments, feelings, enough to know Hestia speaks truth about my origin. He straightened, meeting the God King's gaze directly. Enough to know you feared me once. Lightning intensified around Zeus, responding to his emotions. I feared the prophecy, not the child. There is a difference. Then explain the prophecy, Goku challenged, his Saiyan directness asserting itself. If I'm meant to make some choice that affects everything, shouldn't I understand what's at stake? Bulma stepped forward, scientific curiosity overcoming even divine intimidation. If I might interject, these cosmic disturbances are quantifiable phenomena. My readings indicate systematic degradation of dimensional boundaries. Not random failures. Whatever prophecy you're referencing appears to correlate with measurable reality. Zeus's attention shifted to her, thunderous eyebrows lifting in surprise. A mortal scientist. You bring interesting companions, Drakon. He addressed Bulma directly. Your instruments, impressive as they may be for human craftsmanship, barely scratch the surface of what unfolds, woman. Her name is Bulma, Goku corrected with surprising sharpness. And her understanding of cosmic energy rivals many I've encountered across galaxies. Before Zeus could respond, a resonant boom echoed across Olympus, like a gong struck by a giant's hand. Apollo straightened, his expression becoming formal. The council gathers, he announced. It seems news of your return has reached all quarters of Olympus. Zeus's expression darkened. Who summoned the council without my authority? I did, came a measured voice from behind them. A tall, regal woman approached, peacocks strutting proudly in her wake. Her beauty was severe and imperial, dark hair crowned with a diadem that shifted between gold and pure light. When the sun returns and the barriers weaken, all Olympus must address the consequences, not just its king. Hera, Hestia greeted, respect in her tone despite obvious tension. Goku felt immediate recognition, and wariness. Fragments of childhood memory surfaced. This goddess watching him with cold calculation, measuring his power against some internal standard, always finding him wanting or excessive, never acceptable. Queen Hera, he acknowledged with formal caution. Her assessing gaze swept over him, missing nothing. The dragon wears mortal flesh well enough, though that ridiculous hair remains unchanged across incarnations. He turned to Zeus with regal displeasure. The Moirai themselves stir in their cave, husband. Prophecy unravels whether you acknowledge it or not. Zeus's mountainous shoulders tensed, but before he could respond, the summons boomed again with greater urgency. The full council awaits, Apollo reminded them, diplomatic as ever. Including those who rarely attend. Even Poseidon rises from the depths, Artemis added, finally lowering her bow, and Hades sends his representative. Zeus exhaled a breath that manifested as miniature storm clouds. So be it. The dragon of Olympus shall face his divine family. He fixed Goku with a meaningful stare. Remember who you are in that chamber, son. Politics among immortals makes mortal schemes seem childish by comparison. I'll remember, Goku promised. Though which identity he would present remained unclear even to himself. As they proceeded toward the council chamber, Hestia moved closer to Goku and Bulma, speaking quietly. The formal introduction to Olympus is typically ceremonial, but your case is unprecedented. Stay close to me, answer only what is directly asked, and, she hesitated, try to contain your power. Full manifestation of your divine nature before proper recognition could be interpreted as aggression. Contain it how? Goku asked, increasingly aware of the energy fluctuations within him. It doesn't feel entirely under my control. Focus on your mortal experiences, Hestia advised. Your identity as Son Goku anchors your power until you learn to channel it properly. And what about me? Bulma asked pragmatically. I'm assuming, mortal in the divine court, isn't a common occurrence. Uncommon but not unprecedented, Hestia replied. Stay beside Drakon. Your presence grounds him in ways even he may not recognize. That alone grants you protection few mortals receive. They passed through a series of increasingly grand antechambers, each defended by minor deities and mythological beings who bowed deeply to Zeus while eyeing Goku with mixtures of awe, fear, and speculation. The rumors had clearly spread faster than their physical progress through Olympus. The council chamber itself defied mortal architectural understanding. Its circular design incorporated elements that suggested both ancient Greek aesthetics and cosmic representation. The domed ceiling displayed actual constellations that moved in accelerated patterns, while the floor beneath their feet occasionally became transparent, revealing the earth far below. 12 magnificent thrones arranged in a perfect circle dominated the space, each uniquely designed to reflect its owner's domain. Several were already occupied. Poseidon, massive and sea-weathered, trident gleaming with abyssal power. Athena, gray-eyed and watchful, owl perched on her armored shoulder. Ares, blood-red armor pulsing with violent anticipation. Demeter, crowned with harvest gold, expression cautiously neutral. Others materialized as they entered, Hermes arriving in a blur of speed. Dionysus sauntering in with affected casualness that failed to hide his keen interest, Hephaestus limping to his throne of living mechanical parts. One throne stood, empty save for a small brazier of black flame representing Hades. Another remained conspicuously vacant. Aphrodite delays, as usual, Hera observed with thin-lipped disapproval as she took her place beside Zeus's central throne. Beauty operates on its own schedule, Hermes quipped, earning a warning glare from the queen. Zeus took his throne, lightning arcing between his crown and the chamber's ceiling. Olympians, he proclaimed, voice resonating with authority, we gather to address matters of cosmic significance. The barriers between realms weaken. Ancient prophecies stir. His gaze fixed on Goku. And the forgotten god returns. Murmurs rippled through the assembly as all eyes turned to assess Goku, who stood with Bulma and Hestia at the center of the circle. He felt their divine attention like physical pressure, each immortal gaze carrying centuries of power and judgment. Drakon, Poseidon rumbled, sea-green eyes evaluating his nephew with surprising warmth. You've grown since I last dandled you on my knee. The mortal realm has treated you well. He looks soft, Ares dismissed, crimson armor shifting restlessly. A warrior, perhaps, but no god of Olympus. Appearances deceive, war god, Athena countered. Her measured tone carrying effortlessly. I sense considerable power, carefully contained. She addressed Goku directly. You've fought many battles in your mortal incarnation. With honor. I fight to protect, Goku answered simply. And to test my limits. A worthy approach, Athena acknowledged with the barest nod of approval. The question, Hera interjected coldly, is not his fighting prowess but his role in current events. The dragon returns as cosmic barriers fail. Coincidence strains credibility. The timing is precisely as foretold, Cam. A melodious voice from the chamber entrance. Though prophecy rarely accommodates convenient scheduling, all heads turned as the final Olympian made her entrance. Where the others projected power through obvious divine attributes, this goddess employed subtlety to devastating effect. She appeared differently to each observer, manifesting their personal ideal of beauty while maintaining a consistent underlying identity. To Goku, she appeared with flowing hair that shifted between azure and rose gold, eyes containing galaxies of possibility, her form simultaneously powerful and graceful. Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and passion, moved with purposeful unhurriedness to her throne, acknowledging the assembly with regal composure that belied her reputation for frivolity. Her gaze lingered on Goku with unmistakable recognition. The lost Godeling returns, she observed, her voice carrying complex harmonics. Wearing his warrior incarnation like a second skin, her attention shifted briefly to Bulma. Assessment in her timeless eyes. With interesting companionship. You're late, Aphrodite, Zeus reprimanded, though with less heat than he'd shown others. I was consulting the Moirai, she replied, settling onto her throne of rose quartz and pearl. They send disturbing tidings that concern us all, particularly our returned dragon. This announcement created immediate tension. The fates rarely communicated directly with Olympians, preferring to work through prophecies and omens. What say the sisters? Demeter demanded, agricultural pragmatism overriding protocol. Aphrodite's gaze returned to Goku, her expression revealing unexpected depth beneath her beautiful exterior. They say the tapestry unravels from its center. Ancient threads thought secure now pull loose. The weaving of realms itself is threatened. She paused deliberately. And they say only the one born of storm and scale can restore the pattern, or create a new weaving entirely. Destruction or salvation, Hera interpreted sharply. The original prophecy repeats itself. With greater urgency, Aphrodite corrected. The choice approaches more rapidly than anticipated. Zeus leaned forward on his throne, lightning intensifying around him. Speak plainly, daughter of sea foam. What exactly did the Moirai reveal? Something like compassion flickered across Aphrodite's perfect features. Had Dracon's awakening is not the cause of cosmic instability but the response to it. The barriers would be failing regardless, his return is the universe's attempt at self-preservation. Goku absorbed this information with growing discomfort. The weight of expectation pressed upon him from all sides, while his own understanding remained frustratingly incomplete. Fragments of divine memory continue. Surfacing, recognizing these immortals, recalling complex histories and relationships, but the prophecy itself remained tantalizingly unclear. If I'm supposed to fix something, he finally spoke, addressing the entire council. I need to understand what's breaking and why. So far, I'm hearing a lot about prophecy but not much about what's actually happening. His directness seemed to surprise several Olympians. Though Poseidon chuckled appreciatively and Athena's eyes showed reluctant approval. The mortal incarnation speaks with refreshing clarity, Hephaestus observed, mechanical compound. Ents in his throne whirring thoughtfully. Perhaps explanations are indeed warranted. Zeus's expression darkened momentarily before resignation replaced annoyance. With a gesture, he conjured an image in the center of the chamber, a complex, multi-dimensional representation of interconnected realms. The cosmos exists as layers of reality, he explained, the model rotating slowly. Mortal realms, divine domains, primordial voids, and the spaces between. For eons, these layers maintain separation through natural barriers reinforced by divine pacts and cosmic law. The model shifted, showing hairline fractures appearing between sections. Recently, these barriers have begun failing, Zeus continued. Not merely thinning, as sometimes occurs naturally, but systematically weakening as how the fundamental forces maintaining separation are being consumed, are deliberately sabotaged, Ares interjected darkly. Zeus acknowledged this with a grave nod. Either possibility presents existential threat. If realms collapse into one another, the results would be catastrophic. Divine energies incinerating mortal worlds, primordial chaos corrupting ordered domains. Like mixing matter and antimatter, Bulma murmured. Scientific mind immediately grasping the implications. Zeus's piercing gaze shifted to her. An apt analogy, mortal scientist. The energetic discharge alone would Destroy countless lives, but the structural collapse would be worse. Reality itself might unravel completely. What does this have to do with me specifically? Goku asked, focusing on practical understanding rather than cosmic abstractions. Hestia stepped forward, addressing both Goku and the council. The prophecy states that one born of storm and primordial dragon would stand at the nexus of cosmic convergence, possessing power to repair the damaged tapestry, or to complete its unraveling and weave something entirely new from the threads. Which is why we separated you from your divine essence, Zeus added. Unexpected emotion roughening his voice. The responsibility was too great for a child, the temptation of such power too dangerous. You feared I would choose destruction, Goku realized. Another memory fragment clicking into place. We feared you wouldn't understand the choice at all, Aphrodite corrected gently. Power without wisdom is merely force, Drakon. Your mortal experiences have taught you both. Artemis, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, suddenly rose from her silver throne. Pretty explanations avoid the central question. She fixed Goku with her cold moonlight gaze. Can we trust him? Does he possess not just power but judgment? The Dragonborn's nature runs both hot and cold, passionate destruction or calculated preservation. Which dominates his character? A fair question, Athena acknowledged, gray eyes evaluating Goku with renewed intensity. Divine recognition requires demonstration of worthiness. I propose a trial, Artemis declared. Not mere combat, but a test of both ability and character. Let the Dragonborn prove himself worthy of Olympian standing. Seconded, Ares agreed eagerly, blood-red armor pulsing with anticipation. Poseidon's massive hand gripped his trident. The boy has lived countless mortal lives, fighting battles across galaxies if Hestia's reports are accurate. What further proof do you require? Proof that he understands what's at stake, Artemis replied unflinchingly. That he comprehends divine responsibility, not merely mortal heroism. Zeus raised his hand, silencing the brewing argument. The huntress raises valid concerns. He turned to Goku. Do you accept challenge, my son? To prove your worthiness to reclaim divine heritage. Goku considered this briefly before nodding. They never back down from a fair challenge. What's the trial? Artemis descended from her throne, silver bow materializing in her hand. The hunt of truth. 3 days in the divine hunting grounds. Facing creatures that reflect your own nature. I shall pursue you not to kill but to reveal what lies beneath mortal flesh and Saiyan identity. And if I pass this test? Goku asked. Then I will Urson ally sponsor your return to divine status, Artemis replied, surprising several council members with this commitment. The hunter recognizes worthiness without sentiment clouding judgment. Hestia moved closer to Goku. Concern evident in her warm eyes. The hunt of truth is no mere physical challenge. It reaches into soul and essence, manifesting inner conflicts as external battles. Sounds like the room of spirit and time. Goku replied with unexpected equanimity. I've faced my inner demons before. Not like this, Artemis promised, a predator's smile briefly crossing her severe features. The hunt begins at moonrise. Come prepared, dragon of Olympus, or whatever you truly are beneath that mortal shell. Wait, Bulma interjected, stepping forward despite the intimidating divine assembly. As fascinating as these divine tests are, we're ignoring the immediate problem. These barriers are failing now. Creatures attacked us on Earth. Shouldn't addressing the cosmic collapse take priority over proving Goku's worthiness? Her boldness created a momentary silence before Athena spoke approvingly. The mortal scientist demonstrates practical wisdom. Perhaps we should investigate current breaches while Artemis conducts her trial. I've already dispatched Hermes to survey known weak points, Zeus confirmed. And Hephaestus works to create instruments that might temporarily reinforce failing barriers. The divine blacksmith nodded, mechanical components in his beard clicking thoughtfully. The mortal woman's technology may prove useful. Her scanning devices detected energy signatures our methods overlooked. Quote, Bulma blinked in surprise at this acknowledgement. I'd be happy to collaborate, she offered, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding intimidation. Then we proceed on parallel paths. Zeus declared with finality. Drakon undergoes the hunt of truth while we gather intelligence on barrier degradation. His electric blue gaze settled on his son. You have until moonrise to prepare. I suggest you use the time to reconnect with your divine heritage. What memories you can access may prove crucial. As the council session formally concluded, Olympians departed with varying degrees of ceremony, some vanishing instantly while others lingered to observe the returned Godeling with undisguised curiosity. Artemis departed with purposeful strides, silver eyes promising rigorous challenge ahead. Hera swept out with imperial disdain, peacocks trailing regally behind her. Poseidon approached before leaving, massive hand clapping Goku's shoulder with enough force to stagger a lesser being. Good to have you back, nephew. The seas have missed their dragon. With a scent of ocean depths, he vanished into sea mist. Zeus remained seated on his throne, watching the proceedings with unreadable expression. When only a few Olympians remained, he finally descended, approaching Goku with measured steps. Walk with me, he commanded, though the invitation carried unexpected gentleness beneath its authority. There are matters we should discuss privately before your trial. Goku glanced at Bulma, who nodded encouragingly, then at Hestia, who inclined her head in approval. I'll show your companion suitable accommodations, Hestia offered. Few mortals have visited Olympus, but those who do require certain adaptations to survive divine energies long-term. Will she be safe? Goku asked directly. Zeus raised an eyebrow at the implicit challenge but answered without offense. Hestia's protection extends to your companions. No harm will come to the mortal woman while under my sister's care. With this assurance, Goku followed his divine father from the council chamber, acutely aware of the thunderous power emanating from the God King. Ey walked in silence through corridors that seemed to expand and contract according to some divine architecture, eventually emerging onto a private balcony overlooking all of Olympus and the mortal world beyond. I held you here once, Zeus said abruptly, breaking the silence. When you were newly born. Your scales still wet from Tiamat's birthing pool, eyes already crackling with power beyond an infant's comprehension. His weathered face showed rare vulnerability. You reached for my beard, not fearful of the lightning as most children would be, but delighted by it. Your first transformation happened moments later. Goku closed his eyes, reaching for this specific memory. A fragment surfaced, sensation of tiny fingers extending into claws, joy at the electricity dancing between his father's hands and his own miniature palms. I remember. Pieces, he admitted. It feels like someone else's life, but also mine. Because it is both, Zeus confirmed, leaning against the balcony's edge. Clouds swirled protectively around them, offering privacy from divine eavesdroppers. When we scattered your essence, we did not merely hide you, we allowed you to live multiple lives, to grow in ways Olympus alone could never foster. Why? Goku asked directly. What prophecy was worth erasing my identity? Zeus's expression darkened, storm clouds gathering overhead in response to his emotions. The prophecy of convergence, ancient even by our standards, spoken when Olympus itself was young. He recited words clearly burned into his immortal memory. When realms grow rigid in their separation, when gods forget their mortal inspiration, the child of storm and scale shall rise. Between all worlds, beyond all skies, power to mend or break the veil. In dragon's heart the choice shall dwell. Destruction's path or creation's road. Upon this choice, all realms erode, or flourish in connection new. As dragon fire burns false walls through. Lightning crackled in Zeus's beard as he finished the recitation. You understand now. The prophecy places cosmic restructuring in your hands, all creation balanced on your decision. But what's the choice exactly? Goku pressed, frustrated by the prophecy's vagueness. What am I supposed to decide? That remains unclear, Zeus admitted reluctantly. The more I speak in riddles by necessity, destiny revealed too explicitly becomes destiny avoided, creating worse outcomes. He turned to face his son directly. What we know is that the barriers weaken regardless of intervention. Your awakening is both response and catalyst, the universe preparing its own solution. Goku absorbed this, his pragmatic nature seeking practical understanding. So these barriers were going to fail anyway, and I'm, what? The cosmic immune response. Zeus looked momentarily startled before a reluctant smile creased his thunderous features. An unexpectedly apt metaphor. Yes, you could be considered reality's defensive mechanism, or its adaptation strategy. Then why did you fear me? Why separate me from my divine self? The God King's expression sobered. Because the prophecy offers two paths, Drakon. You might repair the damaged barriers, preserving the separation of realms that has maintained cosmic balance for eons. Or I might destroy them completely, Goku finished, understanding dawning. Create something new from the ruins. Precisely. And a child with such power, such potential for destruction. Zeus sighed, an unexpectedly mortal gesture from the King of Gods. The risk seemed too great. We chose to let you grow through mortal experiences, develop wisdom and compassion that pure divinity sometimes lacks. Goku absorbed this, fragments of memory continuing to surface as he stood in his father's presence. There's something you're not telling me. About my mother. Zeus tensed visibly, lightning crackling more intensely around him. Tiamat. Yes. The creatures that attacked us mentioned Titans stirring. Is she one of them? No. Zeus replied firmly. Tiamat predates Titans, predates Olympians, predates most cosmic order. She is primordial dragon, a creator and destroyer from the universe's first age. And you fell in love with her? Goku asked, finding this difficult to reconcile with either his fragmentary divine memories or his understanding of mythology. Something like Wistfulness crossed Zeus's ageless features. Love is perhaps too simple a word. We recognized in each other complementary powers, storm and dragon, lightning and transformation. Our union was foretold, though neither of us knew the consequences would be so significant. Where is she now? Goku asked, another memory fragment surfacing, scales that shifted between midnight blue and iridescent violet, eyes containing entire galaxies. A lullaby in a language no mortal throat could produce. Zeus turned away, gazing toward the cosmic horizon visible only from Olympus's heights. After your birth, when the prophecy became clear, Tiamat understood the danger your uncontrolled power might represent. She agreed to a temporary binding, a deep slumber sealed by both Olympian and primordial magics. She sleeps in the space between realms, neither fully existing nor entirely absent. You imprisoned my mother. Goku's voice hardened, his energy fluctuating visibly as anger flared. No. Zeus thundered, whether responding instantly to his emotion. It was her choice, her sacrifice. Tiamat understood cosmic balance better than any of us. She entered the binding willingly, promising to awaken when you were ready to face your destiny. His voice softened unexpectedly. She loved you more than existence itself, Drakon. Enough to remove herself from it temporarily, ensuring you would have time to grow into your power. The sincerity in Zeus's voice dimmed Goku's anger, replacing it with a complex mixture of emotions he struggled to process. The concept of a mother who had sacrificed her freedom for his development resonated with his Saiyan heritage in unexpected ways. Can I see her? He asked finally. Speak with her. The binding weakens as cosmic barriers deteriorate, Zeus replied carefully. It may soon become possible, though not without risk. Tiamat's awakening, if uncontrolled, could accelerate the very collapse she sought to prevent. A comfortable silence fell between them, perhaps the first truly peaceful moment father and son had shared in millennia. Goku absorbed the magnificent view, recognizing landmarks of Olympus that triggered further memory fragments, the training fields of Ares where he had first manifested lightning as a godling, the libraries of Athena where he had struggled with scholarly pursuits, the ocean portals where Poseidon had taught him to communicate with sea dragons. I had friends here, he realized aloud. Before, some friends, some rivals, some who feared your potential, Zeus confirmed. Much like your mortal life, it seems. He studied his son with renewed interest. This Saiyan incarnation suits you well. The warrior race's capacity for transformation echoes your divine nature. It feels right, Goku agreed. Though incomplete now, with these memories returning, Zeus straightened, his brief vulnerability receding behind kingly authority. Artemis's trial approaches with moonrise. You should prepare. The hunt of Ruth reveals what lies beneath conscious thought. Your mortal experiences will be tested alongside divine heritage. Any advice? Goku asked, a hint of his usual grin emerging. Something like affect. Cheon flickered across Zeus's thunderous features. Be neither fully Drakon nor entirely Goku. The truth Artemis seeks lies in integration, not separation. He placed a massive hand on his son's shoulder, electricity arcing harmlessly between them. You were born of storm and dragon, order and chaos in equal measure. Remember that balance when facing your own nature in the hunting grounds. With that cryptic counsel, Zeus departed in a crackle of lightning, leaving Goku alone on the balcony to contemplate both his approaching trial and his increasingly complex identity. Bulma brief had encountered countless impossible things throughout her adventures, alien warriors, magical artifacts, wish-granting dragons, but Olympus strained even her expansive capacity for adaptation. The divine realm operated according to principles that simultaneously invited scientific investigation and defied empirical methodology. Physical laws applied selectively, time flowed nonlinearly in certain areas, and the very architecture responded to emotional and psychic input. Your instruments struggled to calibrate, Hestia observed as they walked through corridors that occasionally shifted configuration. Divine energy overwhelms mortal measurement. They're adjusting, Bulma replied, tapping commands into her specialized tablet. Each reading provides parameters for refinement. Given enough data points, even divinity becomes quantifiable. Hestia's warm eyes crinkled with amusement. Your confidence is refreshing. Most mortals visiting divine realms abandon scientific understanding for religious awe. Science is just systematic observation, Bulma countered, pausing to scan a particularly intense energy fluctuation near what appeared to be a garden of crystalline flowers. Gods are not. You operate according to principles that can be understood, even if my current instruments aren't designed for your energy spectrum. Zeus was right. You are a remarkable mortal, Hestia commented, leading Bulma through an archway that opened into a spacious suite. These will be your accommodations while on Olympus. They've been adjusted to filter excessive divine energy that might harm mortal physiology. Bulma entered the space, immediately noting the perfect balance between Olympian grandeur and practical comfort. The chamber contained a sleeping area with a bed that actually looked usable, a bathing pool that steamed invitingly, and a work area equipped with surfaces appropriate for her equipment. "Thank you," she said, genuinely appreciative. "This is considerably better than some alien planets I've visited. I observed your preferences from afar," Hestia explained, causing Bulma to raise a questioning eyebrow. "As goddess of hearth and home, I naturally attune to individuals' comfort requirements. Your laboratory organizational patterns were particularly instructive." "You've been watching us. For how long?" Bulma asked, scientific curiosity overcoming potential privacy concerns. "Intermittently. Throughout Dracon's mortal incarnation as Goku," Hestia admitted without apology. "My hearth fire allows glimpses of important connections. Your friendship with him has been consistent across decades, a stabilizing influence during his greatest challenges." Bulma absorbed this information, finding it simultaneously flattering and unsettling. "So you've seen all our adventures. Dragon Ball hunts, battles with various world-threatening villains." "Not continuously," Hestia clarified, settling gracefully onto a divan that adjusted to support her posture. "Divine attention is selective by necessity. I observed critical junctures, moments when his latent divine nature might have surfaced prematurely. Your presence often helped stabilize such moments, whether you realized it or not." This revelation caused Bulma to pause in her equipment setup. "Are you saying I've been unconsciously preventing Goku from remembering his godhood?" "Not preventing. Tempering," Hestia corrected gently. "Your very humanity, your scientific approach to supernatural phenomena, provided grounding that kept his divine essence dormant until the proper time. A service to cosmic stability, though unintentional." Bulma sat on a nearby chair, processing this information. "And now, am I still supposed to be his, divine suppression system?" Hestia's expression softened with unexpected compassion. "Quite the opposite. The prophecy speaks of mortal wisdom guiding divine choice. Your perspective, rational, scientific, yet deeply loyal, may prove essential to whatever decision Dracon must ultimately make." Before Bulma could respond to this unsettling responsibility, a gentle chime resonated through the chamber. Hestia rose, her expression shifting to formal politeness. "We have a visitor," she announced as the chamber entrance shimmered, revealing a figure whose beauty registered as an almost physical force. Aphrodite entered with understated grace that belied her reputation for dramatic appearances. Close up, her divine nature became more apparent, subtle shifts in her appearance corresponding to unconscious ideals, a scent that evoked individual pleasant memories rather than any specific perfume. movement that suggested both power and vulnerability in precisely calibrated measure. Hestia, she greeted with genuine warmth. And Bulma brief. I hope to speak with you both before moonrise. Bulma straightened, scientific objectivity battling instinctive response to the goddess's presence. About Goku, or Drakon, I suppose I should say. About both aspects of his identity. Aphrodite confirmed, accepting Hestia's gesture toward a seat. And about matters the council addressed too obliquely. Hestia's expression revealed subtle concern. You visited the Moirai. What did they reveal that you withheld from the General Assembly? Details Zeus would rather not confront publicly, Aphrodite replied, her perfect features arranged in diplomatic neutrality. The barriers weaken from both external pressure and internal decay. Something consumes the cosmic binding energy from outside reality, while simultaneously, the separations have grown, unnecessary. Unnecessary? Bulma questioned, scientific mind immediately engaged. You mean evolutionarily redundant? Systems tend toward efficiency over time. Aphrodite's expression brightened with approval. Precisely. The rigid barriers between realms served cosmic development during certain phases but now hinder natural evolution toward a more integrated reality. Which explains the prophecy's dual nature, Hestia realized. Repair or replace, both valid evolutionary strategies. With Drakon embodying the adaptation mechanism, Bulma concluded, pieces clicking into place. His hybrid nature, part order, part chaos, part divine, part mortal, makes him uniquely positioned to either reinforce boundaries or create sustainable integration. Your scientific perspective clarifies metaphysical concepts admirably, Aphrodite observed, studying Bulma with growing interest. Few mortals grasp cosmic evolution so readily. Bulma shrugged, though she couldn't entirely suppress satisfaction at the goddess's approval. Evolutionary systems follow recognizable patterns regardless of scale. The universe obeys mathematical principles even when the math gets weird. Your connection to Drakon is significant. Aphrodite continued, shifting topics with divine directness. One of the oldest and most consistent in his mortal life. We've been friends since childhood, Bulma acknowledged, suddenly wary of the conversation's direction. I was the first human he met after his adoptive grandfather died. More than friends, Aphrodite corrected gently. Not lovers, not yet, but connected beyond ordinary friendship. Your timelines intertwine fundamentally. Bulma felt heat rising to her cheeks despite her usual composure. That's rather presumptuous, isn't it? Goku and I have always been just. I speak not of what was, but what could be, Aphrodite interrupted, her voice taking on subtle harmonics that resonated with emotional truth rather than physical sound. As barriers between realms thin, so too do barriers between potential futures. Your scientific understanding combined with his cosmic power creates possibilities. Aphrodite, Hestia warned quietly. The mortal woman deserves time to adjust to divine reality before confronting personal destiny. The love goddess inclined her head in acknowledgement. Of course. Forgive divine impatience. When one observes potential across millennia, immediate realization becomes tempting. She refocused on Bulma with more restrained intensity. My immediate concern is Artemis's trial. The hunt of truth is dangerous even for full gods, for Drakon. Still integrating divided aspects of himself, the risks multiply. What kind of risks? Bulma asked, practical concern overriding embarrassment from the previous topic. Identity fragmentation. Hestia explained gravely. The hunting grounds manifest inner conflicts as external challenges. If Drakon cannot reconcile his divine and mortal aspects, he could emerge, diminished. Or strengthened beyond prediction, Aphrodite countered. That's what frightens Artemis, though she'd never admit it. Drakon's potential exceeds traditional Olympian limitations precisely because of his mortal experiences. Can we help him? Bulma asked directly. Provide information. Equipment, anything. Direct intervention is forbidden during the hunt, Hestia replied. However, preparation beforehand is permitted. Drakon should enter the trial with as much self-knowledge as possible. Which is why I'm here, Aphrodite revealed, producing a small crystalline vial containing iridescent liquid. This draft doesn't break divine law because it reveals only what already exists within memory. It might help integrate his fragmentary recollections before moonrise. Hestia regarded the vial with obvious suspicion. Memory nectar is notoriously unpredictable, sister. Its effects vary widely depending on the drinker. For most, yes, Aphrodite acknowledged. But for one born of transformation, the risk seems calculated rather than reckless. Bulma's scientific skepticism activated immediately. You want Goku to drink some mysterious divine substance right before an already dangerous trial. Based on a theory about his transformative nature. Rather than taking offense, Aphrodite's expression showed approval of the challenge. Skepticism becomes you, Bulma brief. Questions should precede consumption where divine substances are concerned. She offered the vial for closer inspection. This is distilled from Mnemosyne's pool, refined through Hephaestus's forges, and stabilized with my own essence. It accelerates memory integration rather than simply revealing past events. Bulma accepted the vial cautiously, her scanner immediately analyzing its contents. Why equipment can't identify the molecular structure, but the energy signature has similarities to certain neural stimulants. She looked up sharply. You're certain this won't overwhelm him? Goku's ALR-ED dealing with significant identity disruption. The nectar responds to inner readiness, Aphrodite explained. It remains dormant if the psyche resists, activates only where integration is already possible. A safety mechanism Zeus insisted upon after certain unfortunate incidents with divine substances in the mortal realm, Hestia added dryly. Bulma weighed the vial thoughtfully, making calculations beyond mere science. She had known Goku longer than anyone currently alive on Earth, witnessed his growth from naive child to Earth's greatest defender. His adaptability had always been his greatest strength. His capacity to transform challenges into opportunities for growth. If anyone could handle accelerated memory integration, it would be him. I'll discuss it with him, she decided finally. Present the option with full disclosure of potential risks. The choice should be his. Wisdom worthy of Athena herself, Aphrodite commented, rising gracefully. I must attend to certain preparations before moonrise. Divine politics requires careful navigation when prophecy stirs. She moved toward the entrance before pausing, turning back with unexpected solemnity. One final observation, if I may. The love goddess sees what others often miss. Bulma tensed slightly, anticipating another reference to potential romantic developments. Drakon's heart remains fundamentally Goku's, Aphrodite said instead. The divine awakening expands rather than replaces. Remember this when he returns from the hunt, whichever aspects emerge dominant. With that cryptic observation, she departed in a subtle shimmer of light, leaving behind a scent like summer orchards and ocean breezes. Hestia remained seated, her normally placid expression troubled. Aphrodite rarely involves herself so directly in prophetic matters. Her interest suggests dimensions to the cosmic situation beyond what was revealed in council. You don't trust her? Bulma asked, securing the memory nectar in her equipment case. I trust her intentions while remaining cautious about her methods, Hestia replied diplomatically. Aphrodite's domain encompasses more than superficial attraction, she governs fundamental connections. The binding forces between hearts and souls. If she perceives special significance in Drakon's awakening, then the relationship aspects of this cosmic crisis might be as important as the power dynamics. Bulma concluded thoughtfully. Interesting. In quantum physics, relationship between particles can be more significant than the particles themselves. Hestia's warm eyes showed appreciation for the analogy. Divine metaphysics and mortal science perhaps differ less than either side acknowledges. She rose, moving toward the entrance. Drakon will return from his meeting with Zeus soon. I suggest you discuss the memory nectar promptly. Moonrise approaches, and with it, Artemis's challenge. After Hestia departed, Bulma arranged her equipment methodically, establishing a workstation that would allow continued analysis of the divine realm's unique properties. Scientific focus helped stabilize her thoughts amid increasingly destabilizing revelations. Gods and prophecies, cosmic barriers and primordial dragons, memory nectar and hunting trials. Just another day in the life of Bulma brief, she thought wryly, calibrating her primary scanner to better detect Olympian energy frequencies. The casual reference to potential romantic developments with Goku, no, Drakon, she firmly compartmentalized for later examination. Current priorities required scientific clarity unmuddled by emotional complications. Though she couldn't entirely dismiss the observation that her longest and most consistent relationship had indeed been with the newly revealed dragon god currently meeting his divine father. Focus. Bulma, she muttered to herself, immersing herself in technological adaptation challenges until Goku's return. The divine hunting grounds existed in a POC. Ket dimension adjacent to Olympus proper, a wilderness designed by Artemis herself to manifest challenges specific to each participant. Unlike mortal forests bound by physical laws, these woods responded to psychological truths, reshaping themselves according to inner conflicts and unresolved tensions within those who entered their domain. Artemis moved through her sacred territory with predator's precision, silver bow slung across her back as she prepared for the coming trial. Moonlight filtered through ancient trees, illuminating a clearing where ritual preparations neared completion. Divine hunting hounds, larger than wolves, with eyes containing constellations, patrolled the perimeter while nymphs arranged ceremonial markers designating trial boundaries. The dragon approaches moonrise ill-prepared, observed a tall woman emerging from the treeline. Unlike Artemis's huntresses with their silver attire, this figure wore a hooded cloak of deepest black, face partially concealed. Your challenge may destroy rather than reveal. Your concern is noted, Hecate, Artemis replied without pausing her preparations. Yet necessary nonetheless. The goddess of witchcraft, crossroads, and nocturnal mysteries moved closer. Moonlight seeming to pass through her form rather than illuminate it. You fear him. Interesting. The huntress rarely acknowledges fear. I fear what he represents, Artemis corrected sharply. Cosmic restructuring benefits some divine domains while threatening others. The wilderness thrives on boundaries, on spaces between, if all barriers fall. Your domain changes rather than vanishes. Hecate completed thoughtfully. Though change itself frightens many immortals accustomed to eternal consistency. Artemis straightened, silver eyes flashing with momentary anger. I fear neither change nor challenge. I seek truth. If the Dragonborn truly serves cosmic balance rather than chaotic destruction, my hunt will reveal it. And if your hunt shatters his fragile integration instead? Hecate questioned. Divine essence and mortal experience remain precariously balanced within him. Then he was unworthy of the prophecy's mantle, Artemis replied with finality. Though subtle tension in her posture suggested less certainty than her words proclaimed. Hecate studied the huntress silently before changing topics with divine abruptness. You designed the trial already. The specific manifestations. The hunt designs itself based on the participant, Artemis explained, checking the silver arrows in her quiver. I merely establish parameters and serve as catalyst. What emerges reflects his inner landscape, not my construction. Yet influenced by your domain, your perspective, Hecate noted. The huntress seeks particular truths aligned with her values, courage, self-sufficiency, connection to natural order. Artemis acknowledged this with slight inclination of her head. All divine testing carries such bias. Would you prefer Ares designed his trial? Or Dionysus? A smile ghosted across Hecate's partially shadowed features. Each would reveal different aspects equally valid. The Dragonborn contains multitudes. Transformation implies variety rather than singularity. Before Artemis could respond, her hunting hounds raised their heads simultaneously, sensing approaching presence. The huntress turned toward Olympus, where the first edge of the full moon appeared above distant peaks. He comes, she stated, shoulders squaring with renewed purpose. Observe if you wish, Hecate, but do not interfere. The hunt proceeds according to ancient protocols. I shall witness rather than participate, the mystery goddess agreed, melting back toward the treeline until only her eyes remained visible, twin points of green light watching from darkness. May your arrows find truth, huntress. Artemis raised her silver bow toward the emerging moon in ceremonial salute. The hunt of truth stood ready to test whether the returned dragon Od deserved his divine heritage, or posed threat to the cosmic order Olympus had maintained for millennia. Goku returned to Bulma's chambers with tension evident in his normally relaxed posture. Their reunion occurred with familiar ease despite the extraordinary circumstances, her raised eyebrow communicating in spoken questions, his sheepish head scratch acknowledging the absurdity of their situation. So, Bulma began, carefully calibrating equipment while speaking. Found out anything useful from your divine dad? Goku settled cross-legged on the floor rather than using available furni. Chure, a habit from his earliest days that apparently transcended godhood itself. The prophecies about cosmic barriers breaking down and me having to choose whether to fix them or replace them with something new. Bulma paused her work, impressed by the succinct summary. That's actually quite clear. Zeus went for the direct explanation. Eventually, Goku replied with a hint of his usual grin. After some God-style dramatic thunder and cryptic warnings. Like father, like son, she teased reflexively before catching herself. Sorry. Too soon for divine family jokes. His laugh emerged naturally, momentarily banishing the weight of cosmic responsibility. Probably not the last weird adjustment we'll make. Apparently I'm part primordial dragon goddess too. Tiamat, Bulma nodded. Quote, Aphrodite mentioned something about that when she visited. Goku's expression shifted to surprise. Aphrodite came here. Why? Bulma explained the love goddess's visit, including the offered memory, nectar and cryptic observations about his dual nature. As she spoke, she noted subtle changes in his physical appearance, occasional shimmer of scales along his forearms, momentary violet flicker in his eyes when certain topics arose. The integration between Goku and Drakon appeared to be accelerating even without divine intervention. Memory nectar, he repeated thoughtfully after she finished explaining. And you think it might help before this hunt thing? I think it's worth considering, Bulma replied carefully. But Hestia warned it can be unpredictable. The decision should be yours, you. The one facing whatever trials Artemis has prepared. Goku closed his eyes briefly, internal assessment evident in his concentrated expression. When he reopened them, determination had replaced uncertainty. I need to remember who I am. All of who I am, if I'm going to make any cosmic choice that matters, he decided. The fragments coming back naturally are confusing, like trying to fight with only half my techniques available. Bulma retrieved the crystalline vial, its contents shimmering with opalescent potential. Aphrodite claimed it only accelerates integration that's already possible, not forces memories you're not ready for. I trust your judgment, Goku said simply, accepting the vial. You've never steered me wrong on the important stuff. The casual confidence in her assessment warmed Bulma unexpectedly. Despite decades of friendship, Goku's genuine trust remained one of the constants she valued most, the pure, unquestioning faith that she would always do her best for those she cared about. Bottoms up, then, she encouraged with forced lightness. Let's see what divine memory cocktails do for dragon gods. Goku uncorked the vial, briefly examining the shimmering G liquid before consuming it in one decisive swallow. For several seconds, nothing visible happened, then his eyes widened as though seeing something beyond physical space. His body tensed, hands gripping his knees as memory nectar catalyzed integration between fragmented aspects of his identity. Goku, Bulma questioned worriedly after nearly a minute of silent stillness. I'm here, he replied, voice overlaid with deeper resonance than his usual tones. Just remembering anything useful for the hunt. A smile spread across his features, still recognizably Goku's expression but with new confidence beneath it. Everything. I remember training with Artemis herself when I was young. She taught me to track divine prey before Zeus decided I needed to be hidden away. That seems like valuable information, Bulma observed, relief evident in her voice. It's more than information, he explained, standing with fluid grace that incorporated both warrior's discipline and divine presence. I remember how to access abilities I didn't know I had. Communication with animals, weather attunement, even limited shapeshifting. Shapeshifting, Bulma repeated with scientific interest. Beyond your Super Saiyan transformations. Goku nodded, extending his arm where scales now appeared and disappeared rhythmically, no longer random manifestations but controlled expression of his draconic heritage. My mother's gift. Tiamat could take any form. Dragon, human, elements themselves. I inherited limited versions of her abilities. That explains why the Saiyan physiology resonated so well with your divine essence. Bulma realized. Their natural transformations complemented your inherent shapeshifting. Exactly, he confirmed, eyes briefly flashing violet before returning to their normal onyx. The memory nectar helped connect those dots. Saiyan and dragon god, warrior and deity. They're not separate identities fighting for control. They're aspects of the same being. Bulma studied him carefully, noting how he stood straighter, moved with slightly altered fluidity, spoke with more precise diction than Goku typically employed. Yet underlying these changes remained the essential warmth, the fundamental decency and straightforward approach to challenges that defined Son Goku regardless of power level or cosmic status. You're still you, she observed with quiet satisfaction. His grin, pure Goku despite the divine enhancements, confirmed her assessment. Just more complete. Though I still don't remember everything about the prophecy or what choice I'm supposed to make. One cosmic crisis at a time, Bulma advised pragmatically. First survive Artemis's hunt, then worry about restructuring reality. A chime resonated through the chamber, different from the visitor announcement, more ceremonial in quality. Goku cocked his head, recognition filling his expression. Moonrise, he stated, gathering himself with warrior's focus. The hunt begins. Bulma approached him, scientific detachment momentarily abandoned for simple human connection. Without self-consciousness, she straightened his GI top, a gesture she'd performed countless times over decades of friendship, now weighted with new significance. Be careful out there, she instructed, concern evident beneath practical tone. Divine test or not, come back in one piece. Earth still needs its defender, regardless of your Olympian heritage. I'll come back, he promised, placing his hand briefly over hers in rare moment of physical affirmation. Improved integration or not, I'm still the guy who never loses a fighting challenge. Technically it's a hunting challenge, she corrected with familiar exasperation. Try thinking beyond combat for once. His laugh, still Goku's despite the deeper harm, onyx now underlying it, reassured her more than any promise could have. As another ceremonial chime sounded, he stepped back, form briefly shimmering with both golden Saiyan energy and new azure divine power. See you after moonset, he said confidently, then departed with newfound knowledge guiding his steps toward Artemis's sacred grounds and whatever truths awaited discovery there. Bulma returned to her equipment, burying concern beneath scientific focus. 3 days of a divine hunting trial stretched ahead, 3 days during which the dragon god would either fully integrate his fragmented self or return diminished from failure. Just another Tuesday with Goku, she muttered to herself, redirecting her instruments to monitor barrier fluctuations during his absence. The universe might be reorganizing itself at fundamental levels, but scientific methodology remained her constant amid cosmic uncertainty. Besides, she reasoned while calibrating dimensional sensors, someone needed to understand the mechanics of reality if Goku, Drakon ended up having to rewrite them. Who better than Bulma Brief, the woman who'd built spaceships from scratch and reverse-engineered alien technology on multiple occasions? If gods could adapt to new cosmic circumstances, surely Earth's greatest scientific genius could adapt to gods. Even when one of them happened to be her oldest friend. Chapter 2 End Chapter 3, Titanomachi Echoes. 3 days later, as the full moon descended beneath Olympus's celestial horizon, Artemis emerged from the divine hunting grounds. The goddess moved with predator's grace despite obvious exhaustion, her silver hunting attire torn in places and stained with substances that shimmered between ichor and ordinary dirt. Behind her walked Goku, or rather, the being who was simultaneously Goku and Drakon. For the hunt of truth had done its work with brutal efficiency. He wore his transformation openly now, not as abrupt changes between mortal and divine forms, but as fluid integration. Scales shimmered along his forearms and jawline when emotions ran high, eyes shifting between onyx and violet depending on which aspects of his power he accessed. His posture calm, Bin Saiyan warrior's readiness with Olympian confidence, neither identity dominating the other. Most tellingly, a mark had appeared on his left shoulder, a dragon coiled around a lightning bolt, the emblem of his dual heritage now permanently manifested on his skin. The waiting Olympians assessed these changes with varying reactions. Zeus's thunderous expression revealed complex pride beneath regal restraint. Hestia's warm eyes held approval tinged with concern for the obvious trials he had endured. Athena nodded slightly, analytical mind cataloging the visible evidence of successful integration. Bulma, standing somewhat apart from the divine assembly, simply smiled with unguarded relief. For all the changes visible in his appearance, she recognized her oldest friend in his exhausted Rin and the way he instinctively sought her gaze amid the gathered immortals. Artemis addressed the assembly without preamble, her huntress nature disdaining unnecessary ceremony. The Dragonborn has completed the hunt of truth, she announced, voice carrying easily despite her weariness. 3 days pursuing inner manifestations, facing aspects of self that most gods would flee rather than confront. And your judgment, Zeus prompted when she paused. Artemis straightened, silver eyes meeting her father's electric blue with unflinching directness. He is worthy of recognition as Drakon, God of transformation and limitless potential, true son of Zeus and Tiamat. Her formal declaration carried binding weight in Olympian law. I sponsor his return to divine status with full privileges and responsibilities thereof. Murmurs rippled through the gathered immortals, some approving, others concerned, none openly challenging the huntress's assessment. Artemis rarely bestowed approval, particularly on male deities. Her endorsement carried significance beyond mere protocol. The hunt revealed more than worthiness, she continued, surprising those who expected her to withdraw after the formal declaration. It confirmed aspects of the prophecy previously unclear. The Dragonborn's mortal experiences provide perspective absent from pure divinity, a bridge between realms that might prove crucial in the coming crisis. Zeus nodded gravely, absorbing this assessment. Then the council recognizes Drakon, god of Olympus, restored to his rightful place among us. Lightning crackled around his massive form, responding to the formal acknowledgement of his son's status. Goku, or Drakon, as he must now partially accept himself to be, stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice carried new harmonics while maintaining his fundamental nature. Thank you for the recognition, he said, directness unchanged by divine status. But titles matter less than actions. These barriers between realms continue weakening. We need practical solutions, not ceremonies. Athena's lips quirked in rare amusement. Functionality over formality. Perhaps mortal influence benefits divine perspective after all. She addressed Drakon directly. You require training to fully control your awakened abilities. I offer assistance with strategic applications. As do I, Hestia added warmly. The divine hearth can help stabilize fluctuating energies during transition periods. Other Olympians made similar offers, Hephaestus proposing weapon forging to channel divine power, Apollo suggesting techniques for prophetic insight. Even Hermes volunteering speed training with barely concealed eagerness to test the hybrid god's capabilities. Zeus raised his hand, silencing the cascade of offers. My son will acquire diverse instruction to reclaim his full heritage. A training rotation among willing Olympians seems appropriate. His gaze sharpened as it landed on Drakon. Beginning with fundamental energy control under Hestia's guidance. Your power grows rapidly, containment precedes expansion. Drakon nodded agreement, recognizing wisdom in this approach. His Saiyan training had followed similar principles, mastering basic forms before advancing to complex techniques. Divine power operated differently than Ki, but the disciplined progression remained valid. We begin immediately, Zeus continued with kingly authority. The cosmic situation deteriorates while we stand here talking. Hermes, continue surveying boundary weaknesses. Athena, coordinate defensive strategies with Ares. Hephaestus, accelerate production of barrier reinforcement devices. As the Olympians dispersed to their assignments, Drakon sought Bulma among the departing crowd. He found her already deep in conversation with Hephaestus, their discussion involving rapid technical terminology and enthusiastic gestures toward her monitoring equipment. Could incorporate modified quantum stabilizers if your divine metals respond to precision tuning, she was saying. Completely unintimidated by the massive god's forge-scarred appearance. Fascinating approach, Hephaestus rumbled, mechanical components in his beard clicking with interest. Mortal science offers perspectives we've overlooked. Visit my forge when convenient, your insights might improve current prototypes. Drakon approached as the divine smith departed, grateful for a moment of relative privacy amid Olympian chaos. You've made friends quickly, he observed with a hint of his familiar grin. Engineers speak the same language regardless of divinity, Bulma replied, eyes bright with scientific excitement despite the cosmic crisis. His forge manipulates fundamental forces directly, applications beyond anything we've developed on Earth. And you're not remotely intimidated by any of this, Drakon noted with affectionate admiration. Gods, prophecies, cosmic collapse, just another scientific puzzle for Bulma brief. Intimidation wastes mental energy better spent on solutions. She countered practically, though her expression softened. How are you really doing? That hunt looked intense from what little Artemis shared. Drakon's expression grew momentarily distant. It was enlightening. Facing yourself. Literally, forces clarity you can't escape. He shook his head, returning to the present. I'll tell you everything later. For now, I need to start training with Hestia before these power fluctuations cause problems. And I apparently have a divine forge to visit, Bulma replied, gathering her equipment. Hephaestus believes M.Y. scanners might help calibrate his barrier reinforcement devices. Careful there, Drakon warned with mock seriousness. I've seen what happens when you get unlimited access to advanced technology. The universe might not survive enhanced Bulma tech. Her laugh, familiar and grounding amid cosmic uncertainty, warmed something essential within him. For all the divine complexities now integrating into his identity, certain constants remained precious. Meet for dinner, she suggested, professional focus returning. Compare notes on divine training versus divine engineering. Definitely, he agreed, already sensing Hestia's patient presence awaiting him across the courtyard. Try not to revolutionize Olympian technology before sunset. No promises, Bulma called over her shoulder, Ulrea. Dai striding purposefully toward Hephaestus's domain, scanner active in her hands. Drakon watched her departure with mixed emotions, admiration for her adaptability, gratitude for her unwavering support. And something deeper that the hunt of truth had forced him to acknowledge existed beneath decades of friendship. Artemis's trials had revealed many things about himself he'd previously avoided confronting. With effort, he refocused on immediate priorities. Divine power control first, cosmic crisis second, personal revelations, well, those would have to wait their turn. Hestia's Trainin. G Sanctuary occupied a unique space within Olympus, neither fully indoors nor entirely open, its boundaries defined by eternal flame rather than walls. At its center burned the sacred hearth fire, here, T of Olympian power and Hestia's primary manifestation. Unlike the intimidating grandeur favored by most divine domains, her sanctuary radiated welcoming comfort alongside undeniable power. The Chao, Lenjays of divine identity differ from mortal training, Hestia explained as Drakon settled cross-legged before her hearth. Physical conditioning means little when form itself becomes fluid. We begin with essence control, the foundation upon which all divine abilities rest. Like key control, Drakon observed, drawing parallels to familiar concepts. Finding your center before projecting power outward. Similar yet fundamentally different, Hestia corrected gently. Key exists within living beings, a finite resource, however vast in your case. Divine essence connects directly to cosmic forces, potentially limitless but requiring precise containment to prevent unintended consequences. She gestured toward her sacred flame, which responded by forming shapes, first simple geometric patterns, then more complex manifestations including miniature landscapes and living creatures, all composed of eternal fire yet distinct within it. Divine power naturally expresses our fundamental nature, she continued. My hearth flame represents home, safety, nurturing warmth, concepts I embody as goddess. Your power combines storm and dragon, transformation and unbounded potential. Without proper channeling, such volatile forces could manifest, unpredictably. Like the lightning I called without meaning to, Drakon recalled, remembering how weather had responded to his emotions during initial awakening. Precisely. Zeus spent centuries learning to separate his emotions from atmospheric conditions. Early tantrums caused devastating floods. Her warm eyes crinkled with ancient amusement. Our challenge is more complex given your dual heritage. Dragon aspects respond differently than Olympian traits. Drakon nodded understanding. So how do we start? With breath and flame, Hestia replied, extending her hand toward the hearth. A small portion of sacred fire detached itself, floating to hover between them. Divine fire reveals truth without destruction when properly controlled. Connect with it, not through physical contact but essence recognition. Drakon extended his awareness toward the dancing flame, initially attempting key-based techniques before realizing they couldn't properly interface with divine energy. Instead, he quieted his mind, allowing instinctive connection to emerge naturally as fragments of divine memory guided the process. The flame responded, first wavering uncertainly, then stabilizing as his awareness touched it correctly. Colors shifted from Hestia's warm orange gold to cooler blues and purples reflecting his own divine signature. Good, Hestia approved. Now shape without touching. Intent guides divine manifestation more than physical gesture. Hours passed in these fundamental exercises, connecting, shaping, releasing divine energy without triggering uncontrolled manifestations. Unlike Saiyan training with its emphasis on maximum power output, divine instruction prioritized precise control and intentional limitation. The discipline required different mental muscles than Drakon had developed in his martial arts progression. Frustrating, he admitted after a particularly challenging control exercise left him sweating despite minimal physical exertion. It feels like I'm fighting my own instincts. Both Saiyan and dragon natures favor power expansion, Hestia acknowledged. Olympian divinity requires balance between expression and restraint. Finding harmony between these aspects is precisely why this training matters. Zeus mentioned you helped hide me away after my birth, Drakon said during a brief rest period, fragment. TS of memory continuing to surface during training. You were my first caretaker. Hestia's ageless features softened with genuine affection. For several years before your dispersal across realms, you were a challenging infant. First transformation occurred at 3 days old, quite startled Apollo, who was conducting your divine health assessment. What was I like? He asked, curious about T. His earliest period his memory still struggled to fully recover. Joyful despite the prophecy's shadow, she replied without hesitation. Fascinated by everything, particularly transformation. Old shift between forms seemingly for the pleasure of experiencing different perspectives, human infant to dragonling and back, sometimes partially transformed with amusing results. Sounds chaotic, he observed with a grin. Wonderfully so, Hestia agreed, unexpected wistfulness in her normally composed expression. Olympus grew too ordered over millennia, perhaps why barriers now fail from inherent rigidity. Your childhood presence reminded us of creative chaos's value before fear of prophecy overshadowed appreciation. Fear of what I might become, Drakon stated rather than asked, another memory fragment clicking into place. Hestia nodded solemnly. The prophecy's dual nature troubled many. Zeus himself wavered between pride in your potential and terror at possible consequences. Her warm eyes held ancient sadness. When the decision came to separate you from divine consciousness, I argued against it. Scattered essence seemed crueler than guided development. But you helped anyway, he noted without accusation. To ensure it happened correctly, she confirmed. If dispersal proved necessary, better performed with care than haste. My involvement guaranteed you would experience love in each incarnation, a hearth connection in every life, however briefly. This revelation triggered another memory cascade, glimpses of multiple lifetimes across realms and eras, different physical forms but consistent experiences of belonging despite orphan status. Grandpa Gohan was merely the latest in a series of parental figures who had provided that essential hearth connection. Thank you, Drakon said simply. Genuine gratitude transcending complicated emotions surrounding his hidden past. Hestia acknowledged this with gentle nod before returning to practical instruction. Resume control exercises. Divine essence responds to emotional states. Maintaining consistency despite feeling fluctuations marks mastery's beginning. Training continued through the day, gradually advancing from basic energy recognition to more complex applications, weather attunement, environmental awareness, preliminary transformation techniques. By sunset, Drakon had achieved sufficient control to prevent accidental manifestations while accessing moderate divine power. Impressive progress for initial training, Hestia assessed as they concluded the session. Your mortal discipline provides foundation for divine development. Continue practicing containment exercises before sleep. Dream states often trigger unintentional power expression during integration periods. Drakon rose, bowing respectfully to his instructor. I appreciate your guidance. This feels different from any training I've done before. Because it addresses essence rather than technique, Hestia explained, sacred flame returning fully to its hearth. Tomorrow we build upon these foundations with practical applications. Her expression grew momentarily serious. Be cautious in dreams, Drakon. As barriers between realms weaken, sleep may bring contact with entities seeking to influence your awakening. Maintain awareness even in unconsciousness. With this warning, she dismissed him to prepare for his dinner meeting with Bulma. Divine flames brightening briefly in acknowledgement of his departure. Drakon left her sanctuary with mixed emotions, satisfaction at training progress tempered by growing awareness of responsibilities accompanying divine awakening. The hunt of truth had clarified his identity, but questions about his cosmic purpose remained frustratingly opaque despite memory integration. The prophecy, the weakening barriers, his mother's imprisonment, the impending choice between repair and replacement of cosmic order, all interconnected, yet the critical linking pieces remained just beyond conscious recollection. Perhaps Bulma's scientific perspective might help organize these mystical fragments into coherent pattern. Her analytical mind had untangled cosmic puzzles before, albeit one quite so fundamentally threatening as collapsing reality itself. Bulma's visit to Hephaestus's forge had proven more productive than even her optimistic projections anticipated. The Divine Myth's domain, a massive complex extending partially into the volcanic heart of Mount Olympus itself, contained technological marvels that simultaneously validated and challenged her scientific understanding. Hephaestus crafted reality itself, not merely manipulating existing materials. His forge operated at the quantum level, rearranging fundamental particles according to divine intent guided by incomprehensible machinery. Observing his work process had provided immediate insights into how divine and mortal realms might be systematically integrated rather than catastrophically collided. Your barrier reinforcement devices operate on sound principles, she explained, spreading technical diagrams across the table in her Olympian quarters. But they address symptoms rather than causes. It's like patching holes in a dam while ignoring the structural failure underneath. Drakon examined the schematics with surprising comprehension, his divine awakening apparently enhancing cognitive processing alongside physical capabilities. So the barriers aren't just breaking, they're becoming obsolete. Exactly, Bulma confirmed, energized by collaborative problem solving despite cosmic stakes. My readings suggest these separations between realms served evolutionary purpose during universal development phases, but current conditions favor integration rather than continued segregation. Evolution at cosmic scale, Drakon mused. Pieces connecting from his training session. Hestia mentioned something similar, that Olympus grew too rigid over time, losing adaptive flexibility. Which explains why simply reinforcing existing barriers represents temporary solution at best, Bulma concluded, pulling up comparative energy readings on her tablet. See these harmonic patterns. Realms Nadu, rally resonate with each other despite separation. Forcing continued isolation creates increasing strain as cosmic evolution progresses. Drakon absorbed this information thoughtfully, connecting scientific explanation with mystical understanding from his divine training. So the prophecy's dual nature, repair or replace, might actually represent evolutionary choices rather than moral ones. Maintai, Ning current segregation versus allowing natural integration. With appropriate safeguards, Bulma stressed, practical concerns evident. Uncontrolled collapse would be catastrophic, but managed integration could create more stable cosmic architecture. Like controlled transformation versus berserk rage, Drakon observed, drawing parallels to his martial experience. Direction matters more than raw power. Bulma nodded enthusiastically, appreciating his grasp of complex concepts. Exactly. Hephaestus grasped this immediately. We've already redesigned his reinforcement devices to include transition functionality. They'll stabilize critical boundaries while allowing controlled permeability in non-essential areas. Buying time while permanent solutions develop, Drakon concluded with approval. Smart approach. It's what I do, Bulma replied with justified confidence before her expression grew more serious. But these are engineering responses to metaphysical problems. According to both divine prophecy and my scientific readings, you represent the fundamental catalyst for whatever transition occurs. Drakon sighed, setting aside his empty plate. Olympian food, ambrosia and nec. Tar served alongside more recognizable fare, had proved surprisingly satisfying despite its otherworldly properties. That's where confusion remains despite memory integration. I understand my heritage now, but not what specific choice I'm supposed to make or how to make it. Perhaps because conditions aren't right yet, Bulma suggested pragmatically. Prophecies typically manifest when necessary components align. Your awakening represents one element, but others may still be developing. Patient waiting isn't exactly my specialty, Drakon admitted with a flash of his familiar grin. Really? I hadn't noticed after decades of friendship, Bulma retorted with affectionate sarcasm, their established dynamic providing welcome normalcy amid divine complications. Their conversation continued, trading observations about Olympian culture and barrier physics until a gentle chime announced an unexpected visitor. The chamber entrance shimmered, revealing Aphrodite's perfect form framed in doorway light. "Forgive the intrusion," the goddess began with diplomatic courtesy. "Matters have arisen requiring immediate attention. May I enter?" "Of course," Drakon replied, rising respectfully while noting unusual tension beneath Aphrodite's customary composure. The goddess glided into the chamber, beauty manifesting differently than during council proceedings. Where her formal appearance had projected diplomatic neutrality, her current aspect emphasized intelligence and strategic capability alongside physical perfection. This Aphrodite clearly came on serious business rather than social courtesy. "Barrier degradation accelerates beyond projected timelines," she announced without preamble, manifesting a three-dimensional map of reality's structure in the chamber's center. These ints, glowing indicators appeared across the model, represent new ruptures formed within the past 6 hours. Particularly concerning are these clusters near ancient binding sites. Bulma immediately engaged with the technical aspects. Scanner already analyzing the projection. The pattern suggests systematic targeting rather than random failure. Something, or someone, actively weakens specific junctures. My conclusion as well, Aphrodite confirmed with approval, which necessitates this unscheduled visit. There are matters the full council remains unaware of, secrets I've maintained for millennia regarding certain binding sites and their contents. Drakon straightened, divine aspects responding to the serious implications. What kinds of secrets? Those concerning your mother, primarily, Aphrodite replied. Compassion tempering formal delivery. Tiamat's binding involved complexities Zeus himself doesn't fully comprehend. As keeper of ancient bonds, certain responsibilities fell to me rather than the king. Keeper of ancient bonds? Bulma questioned, detecting terminology incongruent with standard mythology. My public domain encompasses love, beauty, passion, aspects morta. Ls comfortably associate with femininity, Aphrodite explained with hint of irony. My deeper responsibilities involve fundamental connections, bonds between hearts, souls, realms, even primordial forces. These duties rarely enter public awareness. And these responsibilities include monitoring my mother's imprisonment, Drakon stated, connecting implications. Her protective binding, Aphrodite corrected gently. An important distinction. Tiamat entered stasis voluntarily to prevent cosmic forces from using her power against existing order. Her draconic essence, particularly transformation aspects, proved too tempting for entities seeking universal restructuring. The same entities potentially targeting barrier weak points now, Bulma deduced, scientific mind immediately grasping strategic implications. Precisely. Aphrodite's perfect features arranged themselves in grave confirmation. Recent breaches concentrate around Tiamat's binding matrix. Someone systematically undermines he protective seals, not to free her as ally, but to potentially harness her power without consent. Drakon processed this information, another memory fragment surfacing, his mother's scaled hands cradling his infant form. Her multifaceted eyes containing galaxies of possibility as she sang in language beyond mortal comprehension. Not imprisonment but sacrifice motivated her absence from his life. Who? He asked simply, protective instincts flaring across both mortal and divine aspects of his identity. Unclear definitively, Aphrodite admitted. But energy signatures suggest Titan involvement, specifically those aligned with Cronus during the original Titanomachy. The term triggered another cascade of divine memory, fragments of historic knowledge rather than personal experience. The great war between Olympians and Titans, preceding Zeus's ascension as king. Ancient powers battling across primordial landscapes while reality itself took shape around their conflict. But the Titans were imprisoned after their defeat. Drakon recalled, divine education surfacing through memory integration. Bound in Tartarus under multiple divine seals. Most were, Aphrodite confirmed. Some escaped initial containment, hiding in cosmic interstices where even divine perception struggles to penetrate. Recent barrier degradation provides opportunity for their return, and potential access to powers previously beyond reach. Including my mother's transformation abilities, Drakon concluded grimly. If they could control or harness that power, reality restructuring becomes possible without prophecy's balanced choice. Aphrodite completed. Chaos rather than evolution. Destruction rather than transformation. Bulma had continued analyzing the projection throughout this exchange, SC. Scientific mind identifying patterns within apparent randomness. These rupture clusters follow mathematical progression, not random attacks but systematic weakening. They're creating harmonic resonance to amplify localized failures into systemic collapse. Again demonstrating why mortal perspective proves valuable amid cosmic crisis, Aphrodite noted with approval. Divine perception sometimes misses patterns visible through scientific analysis. We need to investigate these sites directly, Drakon decided, warrior's directness asserting itself through divine complications. If someone actively targets my mother's binding, defensive response takes priority over theoretical training. My thoughts exactly, Aphrodite agreed with surprising readiness. Which is why I've prepared transportation to the nearest Nexus Temple, a junction point where multiple realms naturally overlap, containing one anchor of Tiamat's binding matrix. I'm coming too, Bulma stated rather than requested, already gathering essential equipment. These energy signatures require on-site analysis for accurate threat assessment. Neither immortal disputed her inclusion, recognizing practical value alongside emotional support. Drakon felt momentary concern for her safety before acknowledging that Bulma Brief had survived countless dangerous situations through intelligence and adaptability rather than divine protection. The Nexus Temple exists partially outside normal space-time, Aphrodite explained as they prepared for immediate departure. Conventional transportation proves insufficient, even divine teleportation struggles with interstice navigation. She produced a small object resembling a compass fashioned from materials that shifted between solid metal and liquid light. This cosmic wayfind attunes to your specific divine signature, Drakon. Your connection to Tiamat allows direct navigation to binding anchors otherwise concealed from external perception. How exactly does it work? Bulma asked, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding practical urgency. It follows essence threads connecting family members across dimensional barriers, Aphrodite explained with unexpected technical precision. Dragon bonds particularly resist cosmic separation. Tiamat ensured connection to her offspring would transcend physical imprisonment. Mother's love is interdimensional constant, Drakon observed softly. Another memory fragment surfacing. Dragon lullabies sung across reality's boundaries, reaching him even through divine amnesia during childhood nightmares. The most fundamental bond in existence, Aphrodite confirmed, genuine emotion briefly visible beneath her perfect features. Ready yourselves. Nexus transition disorients even immortals initially. Drakon centered himself using Hestia's training techniques, establishing internal stability before facing external chaos. Beside him, Bulma completed final equipment checks with practiced efficiency, her scientific methodology providing its own form of cosmic preparation. Aphrodite activated the Wayfinder, which responded by projecting concentric rings of light that expanded to surround all three travelers. Reality shifted around them, not the instantaneous transfer of divine teleportation but gradual phase transition between states of existence. Colors beyond normal perception spectrum washed over them. Sounds manifested as visible patterns rather than audible vibrations. Gravity itself became negotiable rather than absolute, allowing simultaneous experience of multiple orientational perspectives. Throughout this cosmic disorientation, one constant remained, the essence thread connecting Drakon to his imprisoned mother, glowing with dragon fire luminescence amid reality's fluctuation. The Wayfinder followed this connection unerringly, drawing them through dimensional boundaries toward their destination. The transition concluded with sudden clarity as reality reconstituted around them, though real it why inadequately described their arrival point. The Nexus Temple occupied simultaneous positions within multiple realms, its architecture incorporating elements from diverse cosmic traditions while transcending all of them. Massive columns supported a dome ceiling that periodically became transparent, revealing different celestial configurations depending on which realm currently dominated perception. Floors shifted between solid marble, living crystal, and energy patterns too complex for simple categorization. At the temple's center stood an altar fashioned from material that absorbed light. rather than reflecting it, the dimensional anchor point connecting to Tiamat's binding matrix. Remarkable, Bulma breathed, scanner already cataloging impossible readings. This space exists in quant. Superposition across at least 7 distinct reality frameworks. Ancient beings understood cosmic architecture differently than modern minds, Aphrodite explained, moving toward the central altar with practiced familiarity. They build not within reality but between its manifestations, creating junction points where dimensional transfer occurs naturally. Drakon approached the central altar cautiously, divine senses detecting powerful energies contained within its seemingly simple structure. As he drew nearer, the dark material responded to his presence, surface rippling like disturbed liquid before stabilizing into recognizable patterns. Dragon scales. The altar's surface had reconfigured to display interlocking scales identical to those occasionally manifesting on his own skin during transformation. Blood recognition, Aphrodite observed. The binding acknowledges your connection to Tiamat. Is she aware, conscious within this binding? Drakon asked, unexpected emotion tightening his throat as he touched the altar's surface. Limited awareness, Aphrodite replied gently. More than sleep yet less than wakefulness. Her consciousness dispersed alongside her power, AP. Protective measure preventing forced awakening. Bulma had circled the altar, scanner detecting anomalies invisible to direct perception. Something's wrong, she announced, professional focus cutting through metaphysical atmosphere. These energy signatures show recent disruption. Someone was here before us. Aphrodite moved swiftly to examine the area Bulma indicated, divine perception confirming scientific assessment. Breach attempt, she confirmed grimly. Recent and sophisticated, targeting binding parameters directly rather than physical structure. Successful, Drakon asked, protective instincts flaring. Partially, Aphrodite acknowledged, concern evident beneath composed features. The primary matrix remains intact, but protective layering suffered significant degradation. If similar damage affects other anchor points, she didn't need to complete the implication. If all binding sites underwent similar attack, Tiamat's protective stasis could fail catastrophically. Relia. Sing primordial dragon power into a cosmos unprepared for its manifestation. Before further assessment could proceed, reality shuddered around them, a tremor originating beyond physical perception but affecting all dimensional layers simultaneously. The temple's structure remained stable while space itself fluctuated, indicating disturbance in fundamental cosmic architecture rather than localized phenomenon. Another barrier breach, Aphrodite identified immediately. Major rupture, judging by resonance patterns. Close, Bulma added, checking her scanner. Within this dimensional cluster, I stance difficult to calculate given spatial irregularities, but relatively proximate. Drakon closed his eyes, extending newly awakened divine senses beyond ordinary perception. The hunt of truth had enhanced his awareness capabilities, allowing limited cosmic scanning similar to energy detection techniques he'd mastered as martial artist. What he perceived caused immediate concern. Something comes through, he reported, opening eyes that had shifted fully to divine violet. Multiple entities, powerful and ancient. Not random barrier failure but deliberate incursion. Aphrodite's expressio, hardened with uncharacteristic martial focus. The Nexus Temple represents primary target for any seeking access to Tiamat's power. We face imminent confrontation. She turned to Bulma. Your safety is my responsibility. The scientist interrupted firmly. I didn't come unprepared. From her equipment case, she extracted a compact device that expanded into recognizable defensive technology, advanced even by Capsule Corporation standards. Dimensional stabilizer prototype, she explained, activating the device which projected subtle energy field around her position. Designed after preliminary Olympus readings, should provide limited protection against cosmic disruption, though combat capabilities remain untested. Aphrodite's perfect eyebrow arched with surprised approval. Impressive adaptation speed, even for a genius. Quote, necessity and opportunity make excellent motivators, Bulma replied practically. Besides, hanging around Saiyans for decades teaches preparedness as survival trait. Further discussion halted as the temple's atmosphere changed perceptibly, air growing heavier with potential while color spectrums shifted toward deeper, more primordial ranges. The barrier, Breach had established sufficient connection for whatever entities approached to extend influence into the Nexus Temple's dimensional pocket. They come, Drakon stated unnecessarily, divine power Ma. Ni festing as subtle azure glow overlaying his usual key energy. Bulma, stay near the altar, its connection to my mother provides additional protection. She complied without argument, recognizing Leggy. Tiamat tactical assessment rather than overprotective instinct. Positioning her equipment to maintain scanning coverage while minimizing exposure, she prepared to provide information support during the impending confrontation. Aphrodite underwent subtle transformation as battle approached, her appearance shifting from diplomatic beauty toward warrior aspect rarely witnessed in modern eras. Golden armor materialized over her flowing garments, and a weapon formed in her right hand, not the expected bow of love's arrows but a spear fashioned from material that simultaneously existed and didn't exist within normal perception. The bonding lance, she explained, noting Drakon's surprised expression. Forged from connection itself rather than physical material. Few remember I participated in the original Titanomachi, beauty's defender rather than passive prize. Reality fractured before further preparation could occur. The breach manifested as actual physical tearing in the temple's dimensio. Null fabric, a ragged opening between established cosmic architecture and something older, deeper, and fundamentally hostile to ordered existence. Through this rupture emerged three figures of imposing presence, each radiating power that predated Olympian divinity while incorporating corrupted versions of familiar godly aspects. They wore forms approximating humanoid structure but clearly represent temporary manifestations rather than natural embodiments. Titan Vanguard, Aphrodite identified grimly. Advanced scouts rather than primary forces. The central figure, massive and metallic skin. With chronometer gears visible beneath partially transparent flesh, spoke in voice that manipulated time itself, words simultaneously echoing from past and future alongside present utterance. The Ragon's spawn returns to its mother's prison, it observed with mechanical precision. Prophecy's instrument delivered conveniently to those who would rewrite its implementation. Hyperion, Aphrodite, named the leftmost entity, a being composed of radiant light so intense it damaged reality around its form. Koyos, she continued, identifying the rightmost figure whose body continuously shifted between solid matter and cosmic void. And Kronos in center, aspect rather than full manifestation. Astute as always, connection keeper, the time-manipulating titan acknowledged with mocking courtesy. Though your domain diminishes as barriers dissolve, what connects when separation itself disappears? Everything, Aphrodite replied simply, bonding lance oriented defensively. True connection transcends artificial boundaries. Kronos dismissed this philosophical counter with contemptuous gesture, focusing instead on Drakon. The hybrid experiment, Zeus's attempt to control transformation itself through procreation. How disappointing you appear despite prophecy's weight. Drakon maintained combat readiness without responding to obvious provocation. His divine training under Hestia, though brief, had emphasized emotional control against manipulation attempts. The hunt of truth had further strengthened his identity integration, preventing easy exploitation of internal divisions. Your mother stirs in her bindings. Kronos continued, time distortion increasing around his form. Primordial dragon essence responds to cosmic evolution despite imposed stasis. Her power seeks express ion through available conduits, including her conveniently awakened offspring. This statement contained sufficient truth to require acknowledgement. Drakon had indeed sensed increasing connection to his mother's essence since arriving at the Nexus Temple, subtle draconic power seeking recognition across binding limitations. Release is inevitable, Hyperion added, light form fluctuating with eager anticipation. Cosmic architecture evolves toward reunification. We merely accelerate natural progression. While positioning yourselves to control resulting chaos, Aphrodite countered sharply. Tiamat's voluntary binding prevented precisely such manipulation. Her power serves universal balance, not factional advantage. Balance becomes stagnation without periodic renewal, Koyos interjected. Voice reverberating from both substance and void simultaneously. The Titanomachi merely postponed necessary cosmic restructuring. Current barrier degradation confirms fundamental design flaws in Olympian reality framework. Throughout this exchange, Bulma had maintained continuous scanning, her equipment recording energy signatures and dimensional fluctuations for later analysis. Now she spoke, scientific precision cutting through metaphysical posturing. These entities generate chronometric disruption exponentially exceeding barrier degradation patterns, she reported, addressing her all-eyes while seemingly ignoring the Titans themselves. They're not responding to cosmic evolution, they're weaponizing it, forcing accelerated breakdown to harness resulting energy discharge. All three Titans shifted attention toward her with dangerous focus, apparently reassessing the mortal's significance given her unexpected insight. The dragon spawn brings interesting pets, Kronos observed with cold calculation. Clever enough to perceive truth, insufficient to comprehend implications. I comprehend you're causing deliberate damage to interdimensional architecture for power acquisition, Bulma replied without intimidation. Basic opportunistic exploitation rather than cosmic necessity, universal vandalism masquerading as evolutionary inevitability. Hyperion's light form flared with aggressive brightness. Mortal insolence exceeds tolerable parameters. Elimination recommended before further interference with established narrative. Touch her and discover why prophecy names me transformation's catalyst. Drakon interjected, divine power manifestation intensifying visibly. The protective scales along his forearms expanded, covering greater surface area while lightning crack led between his fingers without conscious summoning. Kronos studied this display with analytical detachment. Interesting. Maternal protective instinct triggers accelerated divine integration. The Doctor. Agon aspects respond to perceived threat against valued connection. An observation you'll regret testing further, Aphrodite warned, bonding lance oriented toward the time-manipulating Titan. This Nexus Temple maintains neutrality under ancient pacts. Your presence violates multiple cosmic agreements. Agreements established under obsolete framework, Koyos dismissed. Current barrier degradation nullifies previous territorial limitations. Enough discussion, Hyperion declared with radiant impatience. The binding anchor requires examination regardless of occupants. Remove them. Wah. T followed defied comprehensive description in mortal terms. The Titans attacked simultaneously across multiple dimensions, their assault incorporating temporal distortion, radiant destruction, and void manifestation in coordinated pattern designed to overwhelm conventional defenses. Aphrodite responded with surprising martial prowess, bonding lance creating connection-based countermeasures that temporarily neutralized dimensional aspects of the attack. Her defensive technique revealed combat experience belying her peaceful modern reputation, movements incorporating battle strategies developed during original Titanomachy. Drakon faced his first true divine combat with combined resources from both aspects of his identity. Saiyan battle instincts provided tactical foundation while awakening. Divine abilities offered necessary power scaling against primordial opponents. His transformative nature proved particularly effective against beings accustomed to fixed opposition patterns. When Hyperion attacked with overwhelming radiance, Drakon's draconic aspects adapted to absorb rather than deflect the energy, incorporating it into his own power reserves before redirecting it as transformed offensive capability. When Koyos manifested void-based distortions, Drakon's Olympian lightning bridged dimensional gaps, establishing continuity where the Titan attempted to create nothingness. Most crucially, when Kronos implemented time manipulation to create advantages through temporal dislocation, Drakon's fundamental nature as transformation deity provided unexpected immunity. As master of change itself, his existence incorporated temporal fluidity rather than resisting it, allowing him to operate effectively even within distorted time frameworks. Throughout this divine confrontation, Bulma maintained scientific observation alongside defensive positioning. Her dimensional stabilizer proved remarkably effective against peripheral effects of cosmic combat, while her continuous scanning provided tactical information relayed through concise updates during momentary engagement pauses. Hyperion's light manifestation follows predictable energy cycles, she called during one such interval. 15-second recharge pattern between maximum output phases. Drakon immediately incorporated this observation into his combat approach, timing transformative counterattacks to coincide with the Titan's vulnerable recovery periods. This tactical adaptation visibly unsettled Hyperion, whose strategic framework assumed divine opponents would rely on brute power matching rather than analytical exploitation of pattern weaknesses. The confrontation escalated as initial assessment phases concluded, both sides abandoning restraint as engagement parameters clarified. The Titans clearly GNIZED greater resistance than anticipated, while Drakon and Aphrodite acknowledged their opponents' willingness to risk Nexus Temple stability for strategic advantage. Koyos initiated the conflict's second phase, manifesting void tendrils that attacked the temple's fundamental structure rather than its defenders directly. If the anchor cannot be examined, perhaps it should be severed entirely. The Void Titan suggested with cosmic malice. Uncontrolled binding release might prove equally advantageous for our purposes. This strategic shift created immediate crisis. Defending themselves while simultaneously protecting the Nexus Temple's integrity required division of already stretched resources. Aphrodite prioritized anchor protection, bonding lance establishing reinforcement connection. Across dimensional layers to counter void-based structural attacks. Maintain temple stability, she instructed Drakon without breaking concentration. I'll handle void disruption while you engage the others. Drakon acknowledged with warrior's efficiency, immediately implementing complementary tactics. Drawing upon Hestia's recent training, he established divine energy containment around the temple's core architecture while simultaneously engaging both Hyperion and Kronos in direct combat. The resulting confrontation pushed his developing abilities to their limits. Fighting multiple Theta-N aspects while maintaining protective energy distribution required precise control alongside raw power application, exactly the balance Hestia had emphasized during training. His Saiyan Combat Experry, NCE provided tactical framework while Divine Awakening supplied necessary capability scaling. Kronos, recognizing emerging threat patterns in Drakon's combat approach, implemented temporal distortion. Directly targeting the Dragon God's transformative advantages. Your adaptation remains incomplete, the Time Titan observed clinically while creating localized reality pockets where transformation itself became temporarily impossible. Divine integration without full memory recovery leaves exploitable vulnerabilities. This assessment contained uncomfortable truth. Despite successful hunt of UTH completion and accelerating Divine Awakening, Drakon's memory integration remained partial, particularly regarding his mother's power and his own deepest capabilities. These gaps created tactical weaknesses a being of Kronos' ancient cunning could potentially exploit. The confrontation reached critical juncture when Hyperion launched concentrated radiance attack not toward the defenders but directly at Bulma's position near the binding altar. Despite her dimensional stabilizer's effectiveness against ambient chaos, direct Titan aggression exceeded its protective parameters by orders of magnitude. Drakon reacted instinctively, divine aspects and mortal protective instincts achieving perfect synchronization. Distance became irrelevant as transformation itself provided instantaneous intervention. His form briefly dissolved into draconic energy pattern before rematerializing between Bulma and incoming destruction, divine power manifesting as protective barrier incorporating both Olympus lightning and dragon scale resilience. The resulting energy collision triggered unexpected resonance with the binding altar itself. Drakon's defensive transformation, performed adjacent to Tiamat's anchor point while protecting someone he valued deeply, created harmonics that penetrated binding limitations. For a brief moment, direct connection established between imprisoned mother and Awakenin. Son, not physical communication but essence recognition transcending normal restrictions. Memory cascaded through this momentary bridge, not fragments but complete recollection of pre-imprisonment interaction with his mother. Her voluntary sacrifice, her careful preparation of contingencies, her confidence in his eventual role in cosmic evolution. Most importantly, specific knowledge she had encoded into his divine essence. Designed to activate upon genuine need rather than arbitrary timeline. Tiamat had anticipated potential Titan interference with cosmic restructuring. Her binding included safeguards against unauthorized access, safeguards partially keyed to her offspring's divine signature. The altar's blood recognition had begun activation sequence, but Drakon's protective transformate ion while defending valued connection completed necessary authentication. As memory integration completed, Drakon's expression shifted from battle concentration to unexpected certainty. Without disengaging from combat, he placed his free hand directly on the binding altar's surface while maintaining protective barrier around Bulma with his other arm. Mother, he acknowledged simply, draconic as PECTS of his divine nature achieving full expression alongside Olympian components. Scales manifested completely across exposed skin while his eyes shifted to multifaceted violet containing depth beyond physical dimension. I understand now. The altar responded immediately, surface rippling with increasing intensity before producing small crystalline object that emerged directly into Dracon's waiting palm. This dragon tear gemstone contained concentrated essence of Tiamat's binding knowledge, information necessary for comprehending both current crisis and potential solutions. Kronos recognize the significance of this development instantly. Contingency activation, the Time Titan identified with obvious concern. Unanticipated authentication parameter through protective response. The Dragon Mother planned better than expected, Koyos acknowledged, void attacks momentarily pausing as strategic reassessment occurred. Hyperion, less analytical than his counterparts, responded with root escalation. Radiance intensifying toward reality-damaging levels regardless of potential consequences for the Nexus Temple's stability. Neutralize the hybrid before complete activation. The Light Titan commanded, coherent destruction lancing toward Dracon's position. What happened next transcended conventional combat parameters. Dracon absorbed Tiamat's essence crystal completely, the object dissolving into his palm as its information integrated directly with his awakening divine consciousness. The resulting power surge manifested not as raw energy release but transformative reconfiguration of local reality. Hyperion's destructive radiance found itself redirected through dimensional pathways that transformed its fundamental nature, from chaotic destruction to ordered creation. Koyos' void manifestations encountered boundary conditions that incorporated nothingness into balanced existence rather than allowing it to consume established reality. Even Kronos' temporal manipulations faced countermeasures that acknowledged time's fluidity while preventing its weaponization. Impossible, the Time Titan declared, genuine astonishment replacing clinical detachment. The binding in formation transfer cannot complete without full maturation sequence. You calculated based on divine standard development, Aphrodite observed with grim satisfaction, bonding lance reinforcing Dracon's reality adjustments. His mortal experiences accelerated maturation through practical application rather than theoretical understanding. Transformation mastery through literal combat necessity. Dracon maintained focused concentration throughout this exchange, allowing newly integrated knowledge to guide instinctive response rather than forcing conscious control. The crystal's essence revealed more than tactical information. It provided fundamental understanding of cosmic architecture's evolutionary requirements alongside specific countermeasures against those who would exploit transition periods for factional advantage. The Nexus Temple rejects unauthorized intrusion, he stated with authority transcending his limited divine experience. His voice carried harmonics incorporating both Olympian command and draconic primordial power. Depart willingly or face binding consequences. The three titans exchanged significant glances, silent communication incorporating assessment beyond verbal expression. Their coordinated withdrawal began immediately thereafter, tactical retreat rather than fundamental defeat. Temporary advantage through unexpected contingency activation, Kronos acknowledged without apparent distress. Strategic adjustment rather than objective abandonment. The dragon spawn's awakening proceeds along alternate timeline, Koyos added, void form already wrecked. Toward the dimensional breach through which they'd entered. Recalculation necessary before further engagement. This changes nothing fundamental, Hyperion declared with radiant certainty despite ongoing withdrawal. Cosmic evolution proceeds regardless of localized resistance. Barriers continue degrading across all dimensional layers. But not according to your preferred timeline, Aphrodite countered. Maintaining defensive posture until complete Titan departure seemed assured. Tiamat's contingencies were designed specifically to prevent opportunistic exploitation during transitional phases. The Titans completed their withdrawal without further engagement, dimensional breach sealing behind them as local reality reasserted standard parameters. The Nexus Temple gradually stabilized. Cosmic architecture repairing itself through self-healing properties incorporated into its original design. Dracon remained momentarily motionless after the confrontation concluded, processing massive information transfer from his mother's essence crystal. His expression reflected wonder alongside strategic comprehension. personal connection re-established alongside practical knowledge necessary for addressing cosmic crisis. "Are you okay?" Bulma asked with characteristic directness, approaching cautiously after confirming immediate danger had passed. Her scanner continued monitoring his fluctuating energy signature, recording unprecedented integration patterns for later analysis. "Better than okay," he replied, voice normalizing as extreme divine manifestation receded to manageable levels. His appearance gradually returned toward balanced integration, scales remaining visible but no longer dominant, eyes shifting between violet and onyx as different aspects of his identity achieved working harmony. "I remember her now. Not just fragments but complete connection." Tiamat's essence crystal contained more than information, Aphrodite observed, bonding lance dissolving as immediate combat necessity concluded. It carried emotional imprint alongside tactical knowledge, mother's love preserved despite binding limitations. Drakon nodded confirmation, genuine emotion evident beneath strategic focus. She knew this might happen, Titan interference with cosmic evolution. Prepared contingencies specifically addressing unauthorized exploitation of barrier degradation. The crystal's activation wasn't coincidental. Bulma deduced, scientific mind identifying pattern beneath apparently spontaneous occurrence. Your protective response toward me created necessary authentication parameters. Genuine concern for connection beyond self-interest, Aphrodite confirmed with professional appreciation. Tiamat encoded essence release to require demonstrated capacity for protect. I've transformation rather than destructive application. A test of character alongside divine capability. Smart design, Bulma acknowledged. Emotional authenticity as security parameter, difficult to fake compared to power demonstrations. Quote, Drakon carefully examined the binding altar, newfound knowledge guiding his assessment. This anchor point remains secure despite attack. The crystal's activation actually strengthened binding matrix rather than weakening it, adaptive response to interference attempt. But other anchor points remain vulnerable, Aphrodite cautioned, resuming her role as keeper of ancient bonds. This Nexus Temple represents one of 7 binding locations distributed across dimensional framework. If the Titans launched coordinated attacks against multiple sites simultaneously, then we need to locate and secure the remaining temples immediately, Drakon concluded with decisive clarity. The Essence Crystal provided locational awareness alongside other informat. I can navigate to each anchor point using the Wayfinder. We'll need reinforcements, Bulma pointed out practically. Those 3 Titans were just advanced scouts according to their own statements. Full manifestation would exceed our current defensive capabilities. Agreed, Aphrodite confirmed. Return to Olympus for strategic coordination becomes immediate priority. Zeus must be informed of confirmed Titan involvement alongside Tiamat's contingency activation. Drakon nodded agreement while maintaining connection with the binding altar, establishing personal recognition pattern that would facilitate future authentication if necessary. The Essence Crystal had provided crucial information while strengthening his connection to his imprisoned mother, but complete liberation remained impossible until cosmic evolution reached appropriate phase without catastrophic acceleration. She waits for the right moment, he explained softly, fingers tracing scale patterns on the altar's responsive surface. Not just physical release but proper evolutionary timing. The barriers weaken naturally for necessary cosmic development. The Titans simply exploit transition phase for power acquisition. Cosmic opportunists rather than evolutionary catalysts, Bulma summarized succinctly, completing equipment preparations for dimensional transit. Weaponizing natural processes for factional advantage. Tale as old as existence itself, Aphrodite noted with ancient weariness. The original Titanomachy began similarly, resistance to necessary transition becoming justification for seizing control of change itself. History repeats with higher stakes, Drakon observed, reluctantly breaking contact with the binding altar as departure preparations concluded. But this time includes additional variables they didn't anticipate. Such as, Bulma prompted while securing her scanner's recorded data. Drakon's expression combined Saiyan determination with divine strategic awareness, Integra. Qian progressing toward balanced functionality rather than dominated identity. Mortal experience providing practical adaptation alongside theoretical understanding. Scientific perspective balancing mystical tradition. New approaches to ancient conflicts. Transformation itself rather than mere power application, Aphrodite added approvingly. Perhaps why prophecy specified dragon-born catalyst rather than conventional divine agent. The Wayfinder reactivated under Aphrodite's guidance, reality once again shifting around them as dimensional transfer initiated. Their return journey to Olympus would prove considerably more direct than exploratory arrival, established recognition patterns facilitating efficient transit between identified destinations. As the Nexus Temple faded from immediate perception, Drakon maintained awareness of newly established connection to his mother's binding matrix. The Essence Crystal had provided more than tactical information or emotional reunion, it confi. RMED his hybrid nature represented intended evolutionary adaptation rather than prophecy's random selection. Cosmic architecture required transformation. Barriers between realms had served necessary developmental purpose but now hindered natural integration. His unique combination of divine heritage and mortal experience provided precisely the perspective necessary for guiding transition without catastrophic collapse. The prophecy's choice between repair and replacement represented false dichotomy rather than fundamental decision point. True cosmic evolution incorporated aspects of both approach. Ochas, maintaining essential boundaries while allowing natural integration where appropriate. Transformation rather than destruction or rigid preservation. This understanding brought both clarity and responsibility as they returned toward Olympus, an inevitable confrontation with established divine order. Zeus himself might resist implications of barrier evolution despite prophecy's guidance. Convincing the king of gods that controlled change outweighed comfortable stagnation would require diplomatic finesse alongside demonstrated necessity. Fortunately, Drakon now had concrete evidence beyond theoretical prediction. The Titan incursion confirmed external threats actively exploited cosmic transition for destructive advantage. Defensive response required immediate coordination beyond factional divine politics. As Olympus materialized around them, its magnificent architecture simultaneously inspiring and limiting in its perfect stasis, Drakon prepared for challenging conversations ahead. The Essence Crystal had provided knowledge. Applying that information amid divine power structures would test both his awakening abilities and diplomatic capabilities. Ready for divine politics? Bulma asked perceptively as reality stabilized around them, Olympus materializing in all its immortal glory. About as ready as I ever am for complicated conversations, he replied with flash of his familiar grin. Goku's straightforward nature providing grounding influence amid increasingly complex divine responsibilities. Then lead with practical facts rather than philosophical implications, she advised pragmatically. Titan attacks on binding anchors represent immediate threat requiring coordinated response regardless of long-term cosmic architecture debates. Tactical wisdom transcending divine perspective. Aphrodite noted with approval as they proceeded toward Zeus's council chamber. Perhaps this confirms why mortal involvement features prominently in prophecy's implementation. The coming confrontation would determine whether Olympus could adapt to cosmic evolution or remain trapped in rigid preservation patterns, exactly the transition Tiamat had anticipated when established. Contingency measures through her son's unique hybrid nature. Transformation rather than destruction. Evolution rather than collapse. The path forward required balance between established order and necessary change. Precisely the integration Drakon himself continued developing between his mortal and divine aspects. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Celestial Tournament. Zeus's reaction to the Nexus Temple incursion proved more measured than anticipated. The king of Olympus received their report in his private sanctuary, a space that simultaneously existed within the palace and among the storm clouds themselves. Lightning arced between massive columns as Drakon recounted the Titan confrontation, with Bulma providing scientific analysis of barrier degradation patterns and Aphrodite confirming ancient binding protocols. Kronos sent aspects rather than manifesting directly, Zeus observed, massive fingers stroking his thunderous beard. Testing defenses before committing significant resources. Typical strategic caution from the old manipulator. But confirmation of Titan involvement changes our response parameters, Aphrodite pointed out. Barrier degradation represents coordinated attack rather than natural phenomenon, at least partially. Both, Bulma interjected, displaying complex data patterns on her specialized tablet. My readings suggest underlying evolutionary process. Accelerated by deliberate interference. The barriers would be thinning naturally over cosmic timeframes, the Titans simply exploit and amplify existing instabilities. Zeus studied the scientific data with surprising comprehension. Clever analysis, mortal woman. Your perspective provides clarity divine perception sometimes lacks. He turned to his son with renewed focus. And Tiamat's essence crystal activated during confrontation. What specifically did it reveal? Drakon chose his words carefully, aware that full disclosure might trigger defensive reaction from the notoriously change-resistant King of Gods. Confirmation that she entered binding voluntarily as protective measure. Locational data for remaining anchor points. Technical information about binding mechanics that could help secure them against further incursions. And, Zeus prompted, clearly sensing partial disclosure. And perspective on cosmic evolution that suggests controlled integration represents better long-term solution than rigid barrier maintenance, Drakon added directly, deciding honesty outweighed political caution. The choice prophecy mentions isn't between destruction and preservation, it's bedway. Controlled transformation and chaotic collapse. Rather than thunderous objection, Zeus's response revealed unexpected nuance. Your mother always understood cosmic patterns better than most Olympians. He acknowledged with surprising openness. Her draconic perspective incorporated change as fundamental rather than threatening. His electric blue eyes held ancient memory. Perhaps why I found her so compelling despite representing opposite cosmic principle. This glimpse of personal vulnerability from the normally imperious god-king surprised all present. Zeus seldom referenced emotional aspects of his countless relationships, particularly not with genuine reflection. The immediate question remains practical rather than philosophical, he continued, kingship reasserting itself. Curing remaining binding anchors against Titan interference takes priority over long-term cosmic architecture debates. 7 anchors total, Drakon confirmed. This first Nexus temple now carries M.Y authentication signature alongside Mother's original binding, should resist further intrusion attempts more effectively. Which leaves 6 vulnerable points, Zeus calculated. Too many for individual security given our limited divine resources and ongoing barrier degradation elsewhere. Aphrodite stepped forward, her normally diplomatic demeanor sharpened with strategic focus. There exists another approach. An ancient protocol designed specifically for multi-realm crisis management, the Celestial Tournament. Zeus straightened visibly, lightning intensifying around his massive form. That tradition has remained dormant for millennia. Invoking it carries significant diplomatic implications across pantheons. Precisely why it serves current necessity, Aphrodite countered smoothly. He tournament summons representatives from all affected realms, divine, mortal, and intermediate. It establishes neutral ground for coordinated response while simultaneously gathering defenders from diverse domains. A cosmic summit disguised as competition, Bulma summarized perceptively. With binding agreements enforced by powers transcending individual pantheons, Aphrodite confirmed. Tournament participation requires sacred oaths preventing direct aggression against fellow competitors outside sanctioned events. Preventing Titan attacks during crucial planning phases, Zeus acknowledged, considering implications. But also limiting our own interventional capabilities until competition concludes. Drakon grasped the strategic potential immediately. If representatives from various realms gathered under tournament protection, we could coordinate comprehensive response to barrier threats while simultaneously securing Mother's binding anchors. Multiple objectives addressed through single framework. Additionally, Aphrodite continued, tournament victory carries recognition across all participating realms. Given recent challenges to your divine authority, formal acknowledgement through sacred competition would stabilize your position significantly. This practical benefit clearly resonated with Zeus's political instincts. Divine authority partially depended on recognite ion, particularly for recently awakened gods still establishing position within cosmic hierarchy. Tournament victory would reinforce Drakon's legitimacy beyond Olympian endorsement alone. The administrative complexity gives me pause, Zeus said, though his expression suggested growing acceptance of the proposal. Summoning the arbiters, establishing neutral ground, determining participation parameters, significant diplomatic undertaking with delicate balancing requirements. Fortunately, Aphrodite noted with subtle confidence, coordinating complex connections across disparate entities reaper. Sense my fundamental domain rather than merely romantic entanglements. As keeper of ancient bonds, I maintain necessary contacts to initiate tournament protocols efficiently. Zeus studied her carefully, clearly recognizing deeper currents beneath surface proposal. Your enthusiasm suggests additional motivations beyond stated strategic benefits, daughter of sea foam. Cosmic evolution affects all domains. She replied diplomatically. Some divine aspects benefit from adaptive response rather than rigid preservation. The tournament provides framework for controlled transition rather than chaotic collapse. This artful non-answer seemed to satisfy Zeus despite its obvious deflection. After brief contemplation, the king of gods nodded decisive agreement. Proceed with tournament preparations. The council will require notification, but implementation authority falls under emergency protocols given confirmed Titan incursion. I'll begin immediately, Aphrodite confirmed, perfect fee. Churish revealing momentary satisfaction before resuming diplomatic neutrality. Summons should reach potential participants within 12 mortal hours, with preliminary gatherings commencing shortly thereafter. And participation parameters? Zeus questioned. Traditional framework allows primary representatives plus limited support personnel from each major realm, she replied. Given his unique position spanning multiple domains, Drakon naturally qualifies as Olympian champion while simultaneously representing Earth through his mortal incarnation. Dual representation will cause controversy, Zeus noted without apparent concern. Advantageous controversy, Aphrodite countered smoothly, focusing external attention on procedural objections rather than underlying cosmic restructuring. Political misdirection serving practical purpose. Zeus's thunderous expression revealed grudging appreciation for this manipulative approach. Earth's mortal scientist, he asked, nodding toward Bulma. Her presence carries both benefits and complications. Technical advisor classification under tournament protocols, Aphrodite suggested. Her scientific insights already proved valuable again. Saint Titan intrusion, continued analytical support represents legitimate competition advantage. Bulma, listening to these calculations regarding her involvement, interjected with characteristic directness. I appreciate the strategic planning around my participation, but perhaps confirming my willingness might be appropriate before finalizing arrangements. Zeus appeared momentarily startled by a straightforward challenge from a mortal, while Aphrodite's perfect lips curved in subtle amusement. My apologies, the love goddess offered with surprising sincerity. Divine planning occasional. Why overlooks individual agency despite its fundamental importance? Would you be willing to serve as technical advisor during the celestial tournament? Bulma brief. Your participation would provide IAL scientific perspective alongside significant personal risk. Well, when you put it that way. Bulma replied with sardonic undertone before continuing more seriously. Of course I'm staying. So, one needs to document these cosmic phenomena properly. Divine record keeping lacks scientific rigor based on what I've observed so far. This assessment, delivered with complete conviction despite de-dressing immortal beings who had observed universal creation, startled a genuine laugh from Zeus himself. Mortal confidence never ceases to amaze, he rumbled with unexpected appreciation. Perhaps, why my son found friendship among them so readily. Drakon, who had observed this exchange with quiet attentiveness, finally spoke. If the tournament includes representatives from all affected realms, my friends from Earth might be drawn into participation. Vegeta, Piccolo, others with significant power would naturally qualify as candidates. Almost certainly, Aphrodite confirmed. The summoning resonates with individuals possessing requisite capabilities, a cosmic invitation rather than forced conscription. Those connected to barrier instabilities through either power signature or persona. Association would receive stronger calling. They'll need explanation before being dropped into divine politics, Drakon noted with practical concern. Some have direct approaches to unexpected challenges. An understatement regarding certain Saiyan personalities, Bulma muttered with knowing exasperation. Tournament protocols include preliminary orientation phase before formal competition begins, Aphrodite assured them. Sufficient time for necessary explanations and strategic coordination. Then we proceed, Zeus declared with divine finality. Aphrodite initiates tournament Mons while Olympus prepares for multi-realm gathering. Drakon continues training to incorporate recent awakening developments. The mortal scientist, he nodded respectfully toward Bulma, maintains Rear analysis alongside Hephaestus's reinforcement efforts. With assignments distributed, the impromptu council concluded. Zeus departed in characteristic thunderclap, returning to broader Olympian responsibilities while delegating tournament preparations to appropriate authorities. Aphrodite withdrew more conventionally, though her exit carried subtle indications of satisfaction suggesting initial steps in longer strategic sequence. Left momentarily alone in Zeus's vacated sanctuary, Drakon and Bulma exchanged glances that communicated volumes without words, shared recognition of increasing complex circumstances alongside determination to navigate them effectively. A tournament, Drakon observed with hint of his familiar grin. Some things remain consistent across mortal and divine domains. Competitive posturing as conflict resolution mechanism, Bulma agreed with scientific detachment belied by affectionate understanding. Though the stakes seem considerably higher than World Martial Arts Championships, the fundamental approach still applies, he replied thoughtfully. Focus on immediate challenges while maintaining awareness of broader context. Adapt techniques to specific opponents while developing overall strategy. And somehow manage divine politics alongside cosmic physics, Bulma added practically. Just another Tuesday for us, apparently. Their shared laughter echoed through Zeus's sacred space, brief moment of genuine connection amid escalating complications. Whatever the celestial tournament might bring, their fundamental partnership remained stab. La foundation among shifting cosmic architecture. The tournament summons manifested differently across realms, tailored to recipients, nature and understanding. On Earth, it arrived as profound resonance that affected specific individuals, those with exceptional power or connection to multidimensional energies. The sensation defied simple description, experienced simultaneously as compelling invitation and urgent necessity. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta halted mid-training sequence, gravity chamber powering down as his concentration shattered completely. The Saiyan Prince stood motionless, processing unfamiliar energy signature that somehow bypassed conventional detection methods to register directly within his consciousness. Kakarot, he muttered reflexively, assuming his rival H. had developed yet another inexplicable technique. But further analysis revealed different pattern. Not Saiyan energy or familiar key manipulation but something older, deeper, and fundamentally connected to reality's underlying structure. Across the compound, young Trunks experienced similar sensation though with different interpretation, excitement rather than suspicion dominating his response. The Alpha Saiyan's hybrid nature provided intuitive understanding absent from his father's more rigid perspective. Mom's involved somehow, he realized immediately, recognizing subtle resonance pattern NNECTING the summons to Bulma's unique energy signature. Whatever cosmic invitation had arrived, it linked directly to his mother's current activities alongside the mysteriously absent Goku. At the lookout, Piccolo received the summons with typical stoicism, though Den's simultaneous reaction confirmed its divine significance. The young guardian of Earth possessed sufficient cosmic awareness to interpret fundamental meaning beneath symbolic manifestation. A gathering of realms, he explained to his mentor. Ancient protocol activated in response to dimensional instability. The barriers between worlds thinned dangerously. Connected to Goku's disappearance and those strange creatures that attacked, Piccolo deduced, pieces connecting in his strategic mind. His energy signature changed. Before he vanished, became something beyond Saiyan transformation. The summons reveals truth through participation, Den continued, ancestral Namekian knowledge supplementing his guardian insights. Those who answer will understand cosmic implications more directly than any explanation could provide. Similar scenes unfolded across Earth as exceptional individuals received increasingly urgent invitation. Krillin and 18, Gohan and Vidal, even Master Roshi with his centuries of martial wisdom, each experienced personalized version of the same fundamental calling. Something momentous occurred beyond normal perception. Something requiring representatives from multiple realms to address properly. Within 24 hours, these scattered individuals converged on Capsule Corporation T. Her implicit understanding that answers would emerge there. None fully comprehended the tournament's nature or purpose, but all recognized significance transcending ordinary challenges. Vegeta, predictably, demanded immediate action rather than extended discussion. Bulma and Kakarot clearly involved in whatever cosmic disturbance approaches, he stated flatly when Earth's defenders had assembled. Standing here theorizing wastes valuable preparation time. But preparation for what exactly? Krillin questioned reasonably. This doesn't feel like typical enemy approach, more like invitation. To battle, obviously, Vegeta replied with characteristic focus. The energy signature carries competitive resonance alongside urgency. Not just competition, Gohan interjected, scholarly. Analysis complementing warrior instincts. There's structure beneath the summons, rules, boundaries, purpose beyond simple combat. Tournament parameters, Piccolo identified with sudden clarity. Organized competition rather than chaotic conflict. Another martial arts tournament, Krillin questioned skeptically. Seems elaborate for something so straightforward. Not martial arts specifically, Piccolo corrected. Ancestral knowledge surfacing through meditation. Something older, broader in scope. Competition spanning multiple reality frameworks rather than single discipline testing. Before further speculation could develop, reality itself shimmered at the center of Capsule Corporation's main courtyard. The distortion expanded geometrically, forming transitional boundary between Earth's dimensional parameters and something distinctly different yet not wholly alien. Through this carefully structured portal emerged three figures of striking appearance. Leading the procession Me being of indeterminate gender whose form incorporated aspects of all humanoid appearances simultaneously, not through crude averaging but fundamental representation of shared essence beneath superficial differences. Greetings, potential participants, this being announced in voice that translated itself automatically into each listener's preferred communication mode. I am Eon, first arbiter of the Celestial Tournament. My presence signifies official invitation to competition transcending individual realm limitations. The Arbiter's companions, one composed of crystalline light arranged in vaguely anthropomorphic configuration. The other seemingly normal human until subtle details revealed carefully maintained illusion, remained slightly behind, apparently serving supportive rather than primary diplomatic functions. Vegeta stepped forward immediately, predictably establishing himself as primary Earth representative. Explain this tournament and its connection to recent dimensional disturbances. He demanded without preamble. Rather than taking offense at this direct approach, Eon appeared appreciative of efficiency. The Celestial Tournament represents ancient protocol active, aided during periods of cosmic transition. As barriers between realms deteriorate, representatives gather under sacred competition framework to address underlying instabilities while demonstrating worthiness for increased dimensional access. Quote, and Goku's involvement? Gohan asked, immediately identifying likely connection. The entity you know as Son Goku currently undergoes significant identity integration. Eon explained with careful precision. His awakening as Drakon, god of transformation, represents catalyst element within broader cosmic restructuring. His participation in the tourname NT occurs through divine representation category rather than mortal framework. This confirmation of divine connection created immediate reaction among Earth's defenders, ranging from Vegeta's competitiveness calculation to Piccolo's thoughtful reassessment to Krillin's stunned disbelief. Goku is a god, the short warrior questioned incredulously. An actual deity rather than just incredibly powerful. His mortal incarnation represented temporary identity phase rather than fundamental nature, Eon clarified. Recent barrier degradation triggered awakening of original divine essence previously scattered across multiple existence frameworks. Of course Kakarot would turn out to be divine, Vegeta muttered with complex emotions beneath surface irritation. Explains his insufferable luck alongside ridiculous power scaling. The tournament summons you as Earth's potential representatives, Eon continued, returning to official purpose. Your realm requires qualified champions to partake. I paid in competition affecting its cosmic positioning during restructuring process. Traditional framework allows primary participant with secondary supporting members forming realm delegation. And what exactly does this tournament involve? Piccolo questioned with typical strategic focus. 3 phases of increasing complexity, Eon explained. Preliminary qualifying events establishing baseline capability. Primary competitions demonstrating mastery across multiple challenge categories. Final trials determining ultimate ranking and corresponding influence during cosmic restructuring. Combat-based, Vegeta asked immediately. Partially, Eon acknowledged. Physical confrontation represents one evaluation category alongside magical aptitude, strategic intelligence, adaptive capability, and dimensional resonance. Comprehensive assessment rather than single skill measurement. This broader framework clearly disappointed the Saiyan Prince while intriguing more analytical participants like Gohan and Piccolo. Balanced competition provided opportunity for diverse talents rather than exclusively rewarding raw power, though Vegeta's combat capabilities certainly offered significant advantage within appropriate categories. The invitation extends formally to all present, Eon concluded. Those choosing participation will receive transportation to neutral tournament grounds established between dimensional boundaries. Preparation period precedes actual competition, allowing strategic planning and preliminary realm alliance formation. Where is Bulma? Trunks asked directly, concern for his mother overriding protocol considerations. Dr. Brief currently assists tournament preparations through technical advisory position, the crystalline being answered, speaking for Th. First time in harmonics that translated into conventional language. Her scientific expertise provides valuable perspective on dimensional barrier mechanics affecting competition parameters. She's safe, then, Trunks confirmed. Relaxing slightly. Define. Safe. Within cosmic restructuring context, Vegeta countered dryly, though underlying concern remained evident beneath sarcastic delivery. Eon raised a hand that somehow incorporated aspects of all possible appendage configurations simultaneously. Formal decision required before further explanation becomes appropriate. Does Earth ACC EPT tournament participation through qualified representatives? The assembled defenders exchanged meaningful glances, in spoken assessment passing between longtime companions. Despite limited information, certain conclusions seemed obvious. Goku and Bulma already involved in whatever cosmic situation had developed, dimensional barriers facing potentially catastrophic failure, and structured competition offering framework for addressing these issues with minimal collateral damage. Earth accepts, Piccolo stated formally, assuming spokesman position when no objections materialized. With Rec. Saint for complete briefing during preparation phase regarding current cosmic circumstances and our world's specific vulnerability factors. Acceptable terms, Eon acknowledged with formal gesture. T somehow conveyed approval across cultural interpretation frameworks. Designate primary representative and support delegation composition before transition initiation. Another silent exchange occurred between Earth's defenders. Though minimal actual debate proved necessary. Despite Vegeta's obvious desire for primary position, practical considerations regarding Goku's existing involvement clear. RLY suggested coordination benefits through appropriate delegation structure. Vegeta as primary representative, Piccolo proposed strategically. Myself, Gohan, and Trunks as support delegation. Oath. Maintain Earth defense during our absence. The Saiyan Prince's expression revealed momentary surprise at this endorsement before settling into determined acceptance of responsibility. For all his prideful posturing, Vegeta had evolved significantly from selfish warrior to committed protector, particularly where family safety concerned. Acceptable delegation structure, Eon confirmed. Transition preparation commences immediately. Gather essential equipment within 1 local hour before dimensional transfer activation. As Earth's defenders dispersed to prepare for unexpected cosmic competition, Vegeta remained briefly with the arbiters, additional questions clearly formulating beneath his controlled exterior. This tournament's actual purpose extends beyond competition itself, he observed with perceptive directness. Cosmic politics disguised as structured conflict. An astute assessment, Eon acknowledged without apparent deception. The competitive framework provides necessary protocols during potentially destabilizing transition periods. Sacred oaths binding participants prevent unrestricted dimensional warfare while allowing controlled demonstration of capability and worthiness. And Kakarot's divine status affects Earth's positioning. How exactly? Vegeta pressed, strategic mind identifying critical connection points. Realms connected to awakening catalysts generally receive proportional consideration during restructuring processes, Eon explained carefully. Direct representation through qualified champions further strengthens positional advantage during transitional architecture establishment. In simple terms, Earth's importance in whatever cosmic reorganization occurred depended partially on its defenders, tournament performance alongside Goku, Drakon's catalyst role. Victory or strong showing would ensure consideration during reality restructuring rather than potential marginalization as cosmic boundaries shifted. Vegeta absorbed this implication with characteristic determination rather than intimidation. Then adequate preparation becomes essential, he concluded before departing to gather appropriate equipment and mental focus for unexpected dimensional competition. The arbiters exchanged meaningful glances after Earth's representatives departed, silent communication incorporating assessment beyond verbal expression. Interesting potential. The crystalline being observed in harmonics that adjusted to ensure privacy. This realm produces exceptional adaptational capabilities despite limited dimensional exposure. Evolutio. Nary pressure through repeated existential challenges, Eon noted analytically. Creates accelerated development patterns alongside unusual stability characteristics. Tournament outcomes remain appropriately unpredictable. The third arbiter finally spoke, form briefly flickering to reveal considerably less humanoid appearance beneath maintained illusion. Essential for legitimate restructuring influence determination. Balance must be preserved, Eon agreed, even as architecture evolves to accommodate necessary transitions. With cosmic impartiality firmly established, the arbiters see Antinude tournament preparation protocols, their fundamental purpose transcending individual realm preferences or outcome preferences despite careful observation of developing patterns. The torn, amont grounds defied conventional dimensional description. Neither fully material nor entirely conceptual, this carefully constructed neutral territory existed within interstices between established realms, a pocket reality specifically designed to accommodate diverse participants without favoring particular existence frameworks. Physical laws operated with conscious flexibility rather than rigid consistency. Gravity, time flow, energy propagation and similar foundational principles adjusted automatically to participants' native parameters while maintaining sufficient consistency for structured competition. Architecture incorporated elements from multiple cosmic traditions, soaring crystalline spires alongside ancient stone formations, techno-organic constructs complementing primordial natural features. At the complex's center stood the arena of convergence, massive multi-level competition space designed for simultaneous observation from all participant realms. Its central platform could reconfigure into diverse challenge environments, while surrounding spectator arrangements accommodated everything from conventional humanoid observers to energy-based consciousness clusters requiring no physical seating. Surrounding the central arena, numerous auxiliary facilities provided preparation spaces, diplomatic meeting chambers, technical support infrastructure, and living accommodation. Customized to diverse participant requirements. The entire complex functioned as temporary microcosm of cosmic diversity, neutral ground where representatives from habitually separated reality frameworks could interact under carefully structured protocols. Drakon observed the arriving delegations from elevated observation platform alongside tournament officials. Each realm transition manifested differently, some materializing through conventional teleportation methods, others emerging from elemental manifestations, several appearing through reality rifts that briefly revealed glimpses of their native dimensions. Fascinating adaptation strategies, Bulma commented, scanner documenting diverse arrival methodologies. Each realm develops transportation technologies reflecting fundamental existence parameters. Some prioritize efficiency, others ceremonial significance, several emphasizing security through complexity. The arbiters ensure arrival equality regardless of native capability differences. Hestia explained from nearby position. The Hearth goddess had volunteered as Olympian liaison during preliminary proceedings, her nurturing domain providing appropriate diplomatic framework for welcoming multirealm visitors. Tournament protocols require participation accessibility transcending technological development disparities. Drakon's attention remained focused on Particle AR arrival portal, the one designated for Earth's delegation. His awakening divine consciousness easily maintained awareness of multiple simultaneous activities while concentrating on specific arrival point with personal significance. Nervous about reunion? Bulma asked perceptively, momentarily shifting attention from technical documentation to emotional context. Not nervous exactly, he replied thoughtfully. But explaining divine awakening to friends who've known me exclusively as Goku presents unique communication challenges. Particularly certain prideful Saiyan princes, Bulma noted with knowing expression. Vegeta's reaction to your divine heritage should prove memorable. Especially since my divine aspects originated from Zeus rather than Saiyan genetics, Drakon acknowledged with hint of his familiar grin. Though the dragon connection might soften potential competitive resentment. Their conversation paused as Earth's designated portal activated, dimensional boundar. Why temporarily thinning to allow controlled transition between realms. The manifestation occurred with minimal ceremonial features compared to more established dimensional travelers, reflecting Earth's limited experience with formal cosmic protocols. Vegeta emerged first, royal bearing evident despite unfamiliar surroundings. His assessing gaze immediately catalogued potential threats, defensive positions, and strategic considerations before identifying Drakon's observation position with unerring accuracy. Their eyes met across dimensional space, silent communication expressing complex relations. Hip history alongside immediate situation assessment. Following the Saiyan Prince came Piccolo, Gohan and Trunks, each processing their arrival with different analytical approaches reflecting individual personalities. The Namekian's strategic mind clearly catalogued diplomatic and tactical implications, while Gohan's scholarly perspective absorbed architectural impossibilities with fascinated appreciation. Trunks immediately located his mother, visible relief crossing his features despite maintained warrior composure. Interesting delegation composition, Hestia observed. Diverse capabilities rather than unified power framework. Strategic selection. Piccolo's influence, Drakon confirmed. He understands balance between combat power and adaptive intelligence better than most warriors. The Earth delegation was directed toward appropriate reception area by tournament attendants, beings whose neutrality manifested through carefully designed appearance incorporating aspects from all major participating realms. These consensus guides represented the tournament's fundamental principle, diversity functioning through structured cooperation rather than homogenized uniformity. You should greet them personally, Hestia suggested gently. Formal introduction through tournament channels would unnecessarily complicate emotional reconnection. Drakon nodded agreement, recognizing wisdom in this approach. Divine protocols tended toward ceremonial complexity. Direct personal interaction would provide better foundation for explaining his transformed identity to longtime companions. Coming, he asked Bulma, who momentarily hesitated before nodding decisively. Absolutely. Someone needs to prevent immediate combat challenges when your divine heritage gets explained, she replied. With pragmatic understanding of certain Saiyan personality traits. Together they descended from observation platform toward reception area, Drakon consciously moderating his divine energy manifestation. Among Olympians, allowing natural power expression demonstrated appropriate confidence. Among mortal friends, excessive display might create unnecessary distance during critical reunion period. Earth delegation noticed their approach immediately, Vegeta's posture shifting to combat readiness despite supposedly peaceful surroundings, Piccolo's expression revealing analytical assessment of Drakon's altered energy signature. Gohan's scientific curiosity evident alongside familial recognition. Father, the half-Saiyan questioned, immediately identifying core identity despite obvious transformations. Your energy feels different. It's complicated, Drakon replied with characteristic directness, allowing his familiar Goku smile to emerge naturally. But yes, still me, just with additional aspects I didn't know about before. Divine aspects, Piccolo stated rather than asked, confirming previously formed hypothesis. Your energy resonates differently since that strange transformation during the attack. Vegeta maintained uncharacteristic silence, dark eyes studying Drakon with intense focus, cataloging changes while calculating implications with strategic precision. His eventual comment proved surprisingly measured rather than immediately confrontational. The arbiters mentioned identity integration, he noted clinically. Your original nature reasserting itself through temporary mortal incarnation. Explains certain anomalies in your development patterns compared to standard Saiyan progression. This unexpectedly analytical response clearly surprised Bulma, who had predicted more explosive reaction to Goku's divine revelation. That's a remarkably measured assessment, Vegeta, she observed cautiously. The Saiyan Prince's expression revealed momentary amusement beneath maintained composure. Did you expect childish outrage, woman? Obviously Kakarot's ridiculous power scaling required explanation beyond conventional parameters. His focus returned to Drakon with renewed intensity. though complete details regarding this divine heritage would be appropriate given current circumstances. Agreed, Piccolo added with typical efficiency. The Torname NT structure apparently connects to cosmic barrier degradation and your awakening. Strategic response requires comprehensive understanding rather than partial information. Drakon nodded, appreciating their practical approach despite the situation's inherent strangeness. Let's find somewhere more private for complete explanation. The tournament's preliminary phase doesn't begin for several hours. Sufficient time for covering essential background. As they proceeded toward designated Earth delegation quarters, Trunks finally broke his observational silence to address his mother directly. "Are you okay? When you disappeared with Goku, then this weird summoning happened." "I'm fine," Bulma assured him with genuine warmth. "Just caught up in unexpected cosmic developments. Though I've collected fascinating scientific data on interdimensional mechanics that could revolutionize several theoretical frameworks once properly analyzed." "Of course you have," Trunks replied with affectionate exasperation that mirrored his father's typical response to Bulma's scientific enthusiasm regardless of surrounding circumstances. The delegation quarters provided appropriate privacy for sensitive discussions, a spacious chamber somehow incorporating familiar Earth architectural elements alongside impossible features that subtly reminded occupants of their multidimensional location. Comfortable seating arranged around central gathering space facilitated conversation while maintaining appropriate formality for significant revelations. Once settled, Drakon provided concise explanation of recent events, his divine awakening, Olympian heritage, the prophecy regarding cosmic barriers, Titan incursion attempts, and the tournament's role in addressing multirealm crisis. Throughout this exposition, he maintained balance between his familiar communication style and newly integrated divine perspective, ensuring information remained accessible despite conceptual complexity. "So you're actually the son of Zeus and a primordial dragon goddess," Gohan summarized with scholarly precision. "Hidden among mortals because of prophecy predicting your role in cosmic restructuring, recently awakened due to natural barrier degradation accelerated by Titan interference. And this tournament functions as structured framework for determining influence distribution during inevitable realm reorganization," Piccolo added. Strategic mind immediately grasping political implications. Competition results affect positioning within whatever cosmic architecture emerges from current instability. Vegeta, who had listened with uncharacteristic patience throughout explanation, finally asked the question most relevant to his particular concerns. "Your divine heritage, does it replace or complement Saiyan capabilities?" The transformation we witnessed incorporated both energy types simultaneously. "Integration rather than replacement," Drakon confirmed, understanding the underlying question regarding their fundamental relationship dynamic. "My experiences as Son Goku, including Saiyan combat development and established connections, remain essential components of my complete identity. Divine aspects provide additional capabilities and responsibilities rather than erasing existing framework." This answer visibly satisfied the Saiyan prince, whose competitive relationship with Goku represented or motivational element within his personal development path. Divine heritage might explain certain anomalies, but maintaining fundamental connection preserved their essential dynamic despite cosmic complications. "The tournament structure seems designed for your particular abilities," Piccolo observed thoughtfully. "Multiple challenge categories emphasizing adaptation alongside raw power, transformation capabilities providing natural advantages across diverse competition frameworks. By design rather than coincidence," Bulma confirmed. According to Aphrodite, the goddess handling tournament arrangements, these competitions historically activate during transition periods specifically to showcase adaptational capabilities necessary for guiding cosmic evolution. Gods using competitive frameworks to determine evolutionary direction, Gohan noted with scholarly fascination. "Fascinating methodology combining objective demonstration with subjective evaluation. And our participation?" Vegeta questioned pragmatically. "Earth's delegation presumably represents planetary interests during restructuring negotiations." "Exactly," Drakon confirmed. "Tournament rankings influence respective realm positioning when barriers reconfigure, either through controlled integration or reinforced separation depending on cosmic determination. With Drakon's choice representing critical catalyst element according to prophecy." Bulma added, providing key information deliberately omitted from arbiter explanations. His unique position spanning multiple realms provides perspective necessary for guiding transition process. Trunks, who had remained thoughtfully silent through much of this exposition, finally voiced practical question that cut through metaphysical complexity. So what exactly happens during this tournament? What kinds of challenges should we expect? This straightforward inquiry shifted conversation toward immediate tactical considerations: competition structure, known participant capabilities, strategic preparation approaches. The fundamental strangeness of cosmic restructuring and divine heritage gradually gave way to familiar territory for Earth's defenders, preparing for challenging combat situations against powerful opponents. As discussions continued, Drakon observed his friend's remarkable adaptability with appreciation. Despite revelation of his divine identity and unprecedented cosmic circumstances, they adjusted with practical focus that emphasized immediate challenges alongside broader implications. This resilience, particularly from individuals lacking divine perspective, confirmed his belief that mortal experiences provided essential viewpoint during cosmic transitions. Piccolo eventually posed the question others had diplomatically avoided. The prophecy mentions choice between repair and replacement of cosmic barriers. Have you determined which approach serves best interests across affected realms? Integration rather than binary choice, Drakon replied carefully. Complete barrier collapse would cause catastrophic damage across realms unprepared for direct interaction. Rigid reinforcement ignores evolutionary necessity driving natural thinning. The optimal path involves controlled permeability, maintaining essential boundaries while allowing beneficial connection where appropriate. Balance rather than extremes, Piccolo nodded with understanding. Though implementing such nuanced approach amid competing factional interests presents significant diplomatic challenges alongside technical requirements. Hence the tournament's political function beneath competitive framework, Bulma explained. Establishing influence distribution through demonstrated capability rather than arbitrary power allocation. Their strategic discussion continued until tournament attendants arrived announcing imminent commencement of orientation ceremonies. The preliminary gathering would introduce all participating delegations formally before explaining specific competition parameters and scheduling frameworks. Time to meet our interdimensional competition, Trunks observed with mixture of excitement and apprehension appropriate to his relative youth compared to more experienced defenders. Remember diplomatic protocols, Piccolo cautioned as they prepared to join General Assembly. This gathering serves political functions beyond apparent competitive framework. Unnecessary provocations could damage Earth's positioning regardless of actual tournament performance. Vegeta acknowledged this advice with uncharacteristic restraint, evidence of genuine maturation beyond his earlier confrontational tendencies. Strategic competition requires comprehensive approach beyond simple combat dominance, he noted with surprising diplomatic awareness. Earth's interests demand appropriate representation across multiple interaction frameworks. As they proceeded toward Central Gathering Hall, Drakon felt unexpected pride observing his friend's adaptive capabilities. Despite minimal cosmic experience compared to ancient participants, Earth's defenders demonstrated remarkable resilience and strategic flexibility, qualities potentially more valuable than raw power during complex interdimensional negotiations. Whatever challenges the celestial tournament might present, facing them alongside companions who balanced mortal perspective with exceptional capability provided significant advantage compared to purely divine approaches. Perhaps this combination, practical experience guiding cosmic power rather than abstract principle alone, represented exactly what evolving universal architecture required during critical transition periods. The tournament's opening ceremony transcended conventional description. Within the massive arena of convergence, delegations from across reality's spectrum gathered in display of cosmic diversity rarely witnessed even by immortal observers. Divine pantheons, mortal realms, elemental domains, conceptual manifestations, and existence frameworks defying simple categorization, all represented through qualified champions under sacred competition protocols. Olympus maintained significant presence beyond Drakon's catalyst position. Zeus himself attended as formal representative of divine hierarchy, accompanied by selected council members demonstrating Olympian investment in proceedings. Artemis represented hunting domains, Athena brought strategic oversight, Hephaestus provided technical expertise regarding barrier mechanics, while Aphrodite coordinated diplomatic connections. Beneath's superficial appearance as beauty's representative. Other major pantheons similarly dispatched significant delegations. Egyptian representatives led by Horus and Bast. Norse contingent featuring Thor and Heimdall. Hindu manifestations including aspects of Vishnu and Shiva. Countless others representing divine frameworks across mortal mythology and beyond, some recognizable through cultural depictions. Others entirely unknown to human understanding. Between divine representatives and mortal champions, numerous intermediate categories filled specialized competition niches. Demigods from various traditions. Ascended beings who had transcended original realm limitations. Conceptual entities representing fundamental universal principles like order, chaos, creation and destruction. Among this cosmic gathering, Earth's delegation maintained remarkable composure despite relative inexperience with multidimensional protocols. Vegeta's royal bearing provided natural diplomatic presence. Heil Piccolo's strategic awareness identified potential alliance partners amid competitive framework. Gohan's scholarly knowledge regarding various mythological traditions proved unexpectedly valuable for interpreting cultural signifiers from diverse representatives. The Arbiters, now expanded beyond the three who had visited Earth to include dozens of specialized officials, organized proceedings. Ith impossible efficiency across multiple simultaneous timelines. Eon, as first arbiter, addressed the gathered participants from central platform that somehow remained equidistant from all observatee. On positions regardless of physical arrangement. Representatives of reality's spectrum, the primary arbiter began, voice translating perfectly across all communication frameworks simultaneously. He celestial tournament commences as cosmic architecture enters transition phase. Your participation demonstrates realm investment in restructuring proceedings while establishing influence distributio. Through demonstrated capability rather than arbitrary allocation. The formal explanation continued, outlining tournament structure across three primary phases. Preliminary qualifiers would establish baseline capabilities through standardized challenges across 5 fundamental categories: physical prowess, energy manipulation, strategic intelligence, adaptive transformation, and dimensional resonance. Primary competition would feature direct challenges between qualified participants, both individual contests and team demonstrations depending on specific category requirements. These middle phase competitions would eliminate lower performing representatives while establishing preliminary ranking hierarchies. Final trials would determine ultimate influence distribution through comprehensive challenges incorporating multiple skill categories simultaneously. These culminating events would establish definitive tournament rankings with corresponding realm positioning during cosmic restructuring processes. Sacred oaths bind all participants throughout proceedings, Eon emphasized during critical protocol explanation. Aggression outside sanctioned competition events violates Fundame NTAL tournament parameters, resulting in immediate disqualification and corresponding realm penalty during restructuring negotiations. This protection framework provided essential security during potentially volatile multirealm gathering. Without such binding restrictions, competitive instincts might escalate beyond structured demonstration into actual interdimensional conflict, particularly among representatives with historical antagonism or philosophical opposition. Preliminary qualifiers commence following orientation period, the first arbiter concluded. Delegation quarters contain leap competition schedules alongside specific challenge parameters. Alliance formation between compatible realms remains permitted within established guidelines detailed in provided materials. As formal proceedings concluded, participants dispersed throughout the massive gathering space, some maintaining diplomatic isolation while others immediately initiated potential alliance discussions. The preliminary socialization period served multiple functions beyond apparent networking, establishing initial assessment of potential opponents, identifying possible collaboration partners, and gathering intelligence regarding unfamiliar capability frameworks. Drakon found himself simultaneously approached from multiple directions, his unique position as both divine catalyst and tournament participant attracting diverse attention. Most pressing was Artemis's direct approach, the huntress goddess moving with characteristic precision through the crowded chamber. Dragon-born, she acknowledged with formal neutrality belying their complex recent history through the hunt of truth. Your unique position creates procedural complications requiring immediate resolution. What kind of complications? He asked directly, appreciating her typical efficiency despite potentially political conversation. Dual realm representation conflicts with traditional tournament framework, she explained without preamble. Olympian champion while simultaneously connected to Earth delegation creates category ambiguity requiring structured clarification. Before Drakon could respond, Aphrodite materialized beside them with diplomatic timing that seemed coincidental despite obvious calculation. Perhaps a practical solution presents itself, she suggested smoothly. Tournament traditions allow collaborative representation across compatible realms when catalyst entities bridge multiple domains. Artemis's silver eyes narrowed slightly, clearly recognizing pre-planned intervention despite its apparently spontaneous nature. You anticipated this procedural objection. I considered multiple potential diplomatic complications given unprecedented circumstances, Aphrodite acknowledged without apology. Drakon's unique position naturally creates categorical questions requiring creative interpretation of traditional frameworks. What specific solution do you propose? Artemis questioned directly, Huntress practicality cutting through diplomatic circumlocution. Partnership representation, Aphrodite replied with surprising directness. Drakon maintains primary position as divine catalyst will, establishing formal partnership with appropriate representative from each connected realm. For preliminary qualifiers, this partnership framework allows categorical flexibility without compromising competitive integrity. Drakon immediately grasped strategic implications beneath procedural suggestion. Partnership with Earth's champion, Vegeta, would maintain appropriate realm connection while addressing representation requirements. And perhaps similar arrangement with Olympian representative, Aphrodite suggested with careful neutrality despite obvious intentionality. Ensuring balanced connection across both divine and mortal domains. Artemis's expression revealed momentary comprehension followed by suspicious reassessment. You suggest I serve as Olympian partner representative. Your domain aligns appropriately with tournament requirements, Aphrodite noted with perfect diplomatic reasoning. Hunting expertise provides natural advantages across multiple challenge categories, while maintaining appropriate divine authority level for catalyst partnership. The Huntress goddess studied Aphrodite with unconcealed suspicion, clearly detecting deeper strategy beneath surface suggestion. However, objective assessment appeared to confirm practical advantages despite potential manipulation attempts. The arrangement has merit despite obvious political calculation, Artemis finally acknowledged. Preliminary qualifiers benefit from diverse capability pairing while maintaining appropriate realm representation. I'll discuss partnership framework with Vegeta, Drakon confirmed, recognizing practical benefits despite complicated implementation requirements. Though explaining divine partnership protocols to a Saiyan prince presents unique communication challenges. I'll handle necessary procedural registration, Aphrodite offered smoothly. The arbiters require formal documentation before qualification events commence. As the love goddess departed with suspicious efficiency, Artemis fixed Drakon with direct silver gaze that communicated complex assessment. Aphrodite manipulates situation toward predetermined outcome, she observed bluntly. Though her IFIC objectives remain unclear beyond obvious political positioning. Almost certainly, he agreed without hesitation. Though practical benefits exist regardless of underlying motivation. Your hunting expertise complements my adaptive capabilities, while partnership with Vegeta maintains Earth connection without relegating either to secondary position. Artemis studied him with renewed evaluation, noting balanced perspective incorporating both divine awareness and mortal practicality. Your integration progresses more effectively than anticipated, she noted with reluctant approval. The hunt revealed fundamental potential, but practical application typically requires longer development period. Necessity accelerates adaptation, Drakon replied simply. Cosmic circumstances don't allow luxury of gradual integration. True of both individual development and realm restructuring, Artemis acknowledged thoughtfully. Perhaps why catalyst entities typically emerge during transition periods rather than stability phases. Their conversation paused as Bulma approached, her expression revealing mixture of scientific excitement and practical concern. Preliminary qualifier parameters just released, she reported efficiently. 5 simultaneous challenge categories with partnership framework allowed for catalyst entities Technical advisor access permitted during preparation phase. S but restricted during actual qualification events. Partnership arrangement already under negotiation. Drakon confirmed, nodding toward Artemis. Divine and mortal connections maintained through appropriate representatives. Bulma assessed the huntress goddess with scientific objectivity, barely concealing personal curiosity. The two females studied each other with mutual evaluation. Divine mortal and human genius, each recognizing exceptional capability within entirely different frameworks. Dr. Brief. Artemis acknowledged formally. Your scientific contributions regarding barrier mechanics have not gone unnoticed even within divine domains typically dismissive of mortal technological approaches. Goddess Artemis, Bulma returned with appropriate respect despite maintained scientific detachment. Your hunting domain suggests exceptional tracking capabilities across dimensional boundaries, potentially valuable for monitoring barrier degradation patterns currently escaping conventional detection methods. This immediate identification of practical collaboration potential rather than hierarchical positioning impressed the huntress visibly. Accurate assessment. Divine tracking techniques applied through scientific methodological framework might indeed improve comprehensive monitoring capabilities. Their interaction demonstrated precisely the kind of cross-domain collaboration the tournament ostensibly existed to facilitate. Divine and mortal perspectives combining complementary approaches rather than maintaining rigid separation. Whether this represented happy coincidence or calculated arrangement within Aphrodite's broader strategy remained debatable. We should discuss partnership arrangement with Vegeta before qualification events commence, Drakon suggested practically. Explaining divine competitive protocols requires careful communication approach. Indeed, Artemis agreed with hint of unexpected humor. Based on observed interaction patterns, the Saiyan Prince responds better to direct combat frameworks than abstract cosmic theory. Understatement of multiple millennia, Bulma muttered with affectionate exasperation. Though he's developed surprising diplomatic capability when strategic necessity demands it. As they navigated through the crowded gathering toward Earth's delegation position, Drakon observed diverse interactions throughout the massive chamber. Potential alliances formed between compatible realms while ancient rivalries maintained careful separation under tournament protection protocols. Divine entities from tradition. Ally-opposed pantheons engaged in cautious diplomatic assessment while mortal champions demonstrated remarkable adaptability despite cosmic surroundings. Most concerning were scattered representatives clearly aligned with forces opposing structured transition. Entities with subtle Titan energy signatures maintained outward competition compliance while obviously gathering intelligence for external purposes. Several representatives from chaos-aligned domains demonstrated suspicious interest in barrier mechanics beyond apparent tournament requirements. Vegeta had maintained strategic observatio position, providing optimal situational awareness throughout the gathering. His expression revealed continuous assessment of potential opponents alongside diplomatic developments affecting Earth's positioning. Upon noticing Drakon's approach with Divine Companion, his eyebrow raised slightly in silent question regarding apparent partnership development. Procedural solution for representation complications. Drakon explained efficiently once introductions concluded. Partnership framework allows catalyst entities to maintain connections across multiple realms through appropriate representatives. The Saiyan Prince processed this information with surprising diplomatic understanding. Logical arrangement given unique circumstances. Earth's interests require direct representation while acknowledging your expanded identity requirements. The partnership extends beyond procedural convenience, Artemis added with characteristic directness. Complementary capabilities provide strategy. See advantages across diverse qualification categories. Divine tracking combined with transformation expertise and Saiyan combat proficiency creates comprehensive competitive framework. Vegeta studied the huntress goddess with evaluative precision that somehow avoided appearing disrespectful despite its thoroughness. Your combat capabilities, primarily range precision with divine bow, she replied without taking offense at direct assessment. Close quarters techniques emphasizing speed and targeted neutralization rather than overwhelming force application. Tracking expertise across all environmental parameters including dimensional boundary conditions. Acceptable capability distribution, Vegeta acknowledged with Warrior's practical assessment. Partnership framework logically ADDR. S's qualification requirements while maintaining appropriate realm representation. This straightforward acceptance clearly surprised Bulma, who had anticipated more resistance to complex divine arrangements. "That's remarkably reasonable, Vegeta," she observed cautiously. The Saiyan prince's expression revealed momentary amusement beneath maintained diplomatic composure. "Cosmic tournament, with realm restructuring implications, requires strategic approach beyond simple combat preference," he replied with unexpected political awareness. "Earth's positioning takes priority over individual competitive considerations." Piccolo, who had observed this exchange while maintaining broader situational awareness, joined their discussion with practical focus. Partnership arrangement addresses immediate procedural requirements, but longer-term tournament strategy requires comprehensive planning across all competition phases. "Agreed," Artemis confirmed with respect for the Namekian's strategic assessment. Preliminary qualifiers establish capability baseline, but actual realm influence distribution occurs through final ranking determinations. Alliance formation beyond initial partner ships becomes relevant once qualification phase concludes. Their tactical discussion continued until tournament attendants announced imminent commencement of preliminary qualification events. Representatives were directed toward specific challenge locations according to category designations, initial testing occurring simultaneously across multiple specialized venues throughout the tournament complex. Physical prowess evaluations in the crucible of strength, a consensus guide informed them, materializing with otherworldly efficiency. Partnership representatives should proceed immediately for registration and preliminary assessment. As they prepared for qualification commencement, Bulma provided last-minute technical advice regarding observed dimensional phenomena affecting competition parameters. Energy manifestation experiences subtle distortion within neutral territory, approximately 3.7% efficiency reduction compared to native realm expressions. Compensation adjustments recommended for precision applications. "Always the scientist," Drakon observed with affectionate appreciation. "Even amid cosmic competition with reality restructuring implications. Especially then," she countered practically. "Objective data provides competitive advantage regardless of metaphysical circumstances. Being surrounded by gods and conceptual entities doesn't change basic principles of efficiency optimization." This characteristically pragmatic perspective, applying scientific methodology within divine frameworks without intimidation or excessive reverence, represented exactly the balanced approach cosmic transition required. Neither rejecting traditional wisdom nor blindly accepting established patterns, but evaluating all approaches based on demonstrated effectiveness rather than assumed authority. With final preparations complete, Drakon and his partnership representatives proceeded toward qualification venues, Artemis moving with divine grace alongside Vegeta's controlled warrior precision. Together they represented unique competitive framework combining diverse capabilities across traditional realm boundaries. Whether this partnership arrangement resulted from genuine cosmic necessity or Aphrodite's manipulative strategy remained unclear. However, practical advantages existed regardless of underlying motivation, complementary capabilities creating comprehensive competitive framework while maintaining appropriate connections across affected domains. The celestial tournament had officially begun, structured competition determining influence distribution during cosmic restructuring with implications extending across reality's entire spectrum. Whatever challenges awaited within qualification trials represented merely opening movements in complex interdimensional negotiations disguised as sacred competition. The preliminary qualification trials exceeded expected complexity despite thorough preparation. Each category evaluation incorporated multiple testing parameters designed to assess fundamental capabilities rather than specific technical applications, measuring adaptive potential alongside demonstrated mastery. Physical prowess qualification occurred within the crucible of strength, a specialized arena incorporating diverse environmental challenges alongside conventional combat assessment. Gravitational fluctuations tested adaptability to changing conditions, while atmosphere composition shifts required physiological compensation beyond simple power application. Vegeta excelled within this category as expected, his Saiyan combat capabilities providing natural advantages despite interdimensional complications. His royal training under variable gravity conditions proved particularly valuable during environmental manipulation phases. While battle experience against diverse opponents facilitated rapid adaptation to unconventional challenge parameters. Energy manipulation trials took place within the nexus of power, specialized TAs. Ting chamber designed to evaluate fundamental energy control rather than raw output capacity. Precision applications under varying resistance conditions revealed mastery level more effectively than simple destructive demonstrations. Connection establishment across diverse energy frameworks measured fundamental understanding beyond specific technical applications. Dracon's unique position spanning multiple energy systems provided significant advantages during these evaluations. His ability to bridge divine ichor, mortal key, and draconic essence allowed unprecedented connection establishment across traditionally separated frameworks. Transformation expertise facilitated energy adaptation to changing environmental parameters without efficiency loss typically experienced during cross-domain applications. Strategic intelligence assessment utilized the labyrinth of thought, a conceptual space where problem-solving capabilities faced evaluation through increasingly complex scenarios. Tactica L adaptation under changing parameters revealed cognitive flexibility, while long-term strategic planning demonstrated comprehensive understanding beyond immediate response patterns. Artemis de Monster aided exceptional capability within this category, her hunting domain naturally incorporating strategic assessment alongside physical tracking skills. Millennia of divine experience provided valuable pay. RSPECTIVE during complex scenario evaluation, while practical field application prevented purely theoretical approaches disconnected from implementation realities. Adaptive Transformation Trials OCCU. RRED within the Chamber of Forms, specialized testing environment designed to evaluate fundamental change mastery beyond specific manifestation techniques. Controlled transformation under varying resis. Chance conditions revealed fundamental understanding, while adaptive response to environmental challenges demonstrated practical application capabilities. This category naturally emphasized Dracon's core domain as transformation deity. His unique combination of Saiyan combat transformations and divine shape-changing abilities created unprecedented adaptational framework spanning multiple existence parameters. The integration between these traditionally separated capabilities demonstrated precisely the kind of boundary transcendence the tournament ostensibly existed to evaluate. Dimensional Resonance assessment utilized the harmonic convergence, specialized testing chamber evaluating fundamental connection capabilities across traditional realm boundaries. Attunement establishment with diverse existence frameworks revealed comprehensive understanding, while practical navigation across dimensional barriers demonstrated implementation mastery beyond theoretical knowledge. All three partnership representatives contributed significantly during these evaluations. Artemis's divine tracking expertise provided fundamental understanding of boundary conditions, while Vegeta's experience navigating alien environments facilitated practical application development. Dracon's unique position spanning multiple domains naturally created resonance bridges connecting traditionally separated frameworks. Throughout qualification trials, Bulma provided technical support during permitted preparation phases, her scientific analysis identifying optimization opportunities while developing practical application strategies for theoretical capabilities. Her ability to translate metaphysical concepts into implementable methodologies proved particularly valuable amid increasingly complex interdimensional challenges. Fascinating adaptation patterns, she observed during brief consultation period between trial segments. The neutral territory creates standardized testing parameters while simultaneously requiring individualized compensation strategies. Objective measurement through subjective experience, elegant evaluation methodology despite apparent contradiction. The tournament structure incorporates balance between standardization and customization, Artemis confirmed, momentarily setting aside divine reserve to engage with scientific curiosity. Fundamental capability assessment requires objective framework, but meaningful evaluation must accommodate diverse existence parameters across participating realms. Exactly what cosmic restructuring itself requires, Dracon noted thoughtfully. Standardized architecture incorporating customized implementation across diverse domains. Universal principles with realm-specific applications. Less philosophy, more practical strategy. Vegeta interjected with characteristic focus. Preliminary rankings appear favorable across evaluation categories, but primary competition phase requires comprehensive preparation beyond qualification requirements. This balanced perspective, combining theoretical understanding with practical implementation focus, demonstrated exactly the kind of integrative approach necessary for effective cosmic transition. Neither abstract philosophy disconnected from application reality nor short-sighted pragmatism ignoring fundamental principles, but comprehensive framework incorporating multiple perspective levels simultaneously. As qualification trials concluded, preliminary rankings confirmed successful performance across all evaluation categories. The partnership framework had indeed provided complementary capabilities, creating comprehensive competitive advantages despite procedural complications. Dracon's position as catalyst entity alongside appropriate realm representatives established strong foundation for subsequent tournament phases while maintaining necessary connections across affected domains. Qualification results demonstrate effective capability distribution, Artemis assessed during post-trial evaluation session. Combined ranking positions ensure advancement to primary competition phase with favorable positioning for alliance formation negotiations. Multiple potential collaboration partners identified during preliminary observations, Piccolo added from his strategic advisory position. Several compatible delegations demonstrated alignment with integrated transit-on approach rather than extreme restructuring positions. Egyptian representatives particularly promising, Gohan noted, scholarly knowledge providing valuable cultural context. Their cosmic architecture traditionally emphasizes balance between order and chaos rather than rigid separation or complete integration. These alliance considerations represented crucial strategic element beyond apparent competitive framework. As tournament advanced toward primary competition phase, diplomatic positioning would increasingly influence ultimate outcome alongside demonstrated capability rankings. Appropriate partnership formation could significantly enhance realm influence during restructuring negotiations regardless of individual performance metrics. While strategic discussions continued among Earth's delegation, Hestia approached with characteristic calm presence that somehow commanded attention despite its understated nature. The Hearth goddess rarely participated in public competitive events, making her appearance particularly significant amid tournament proceedings. "The council requests your presence," she informed Dracon quietly. "Recent developments require immediate discussion before primary competition phase commences. Divine politics never rest, even during cosmic competition," he observed with wry understanding. "Anything specific I should prepare for?" Zeus appears. Concerned regarding certain alliance formations among traditionally opposed pantheons, Hestia replied carefully. Unusual collaboration patterns suggest potential external influence beyond apparent tournament frameworks. Titan manipulation attempts, Dracon concluded immediately. Using tournament gathering to facilitate coordination among sympathetic representatives. Possible, Hestia acknowledged, though verification requires additional information currently unavailable through conventional observation methods. "I'll attend immediately," he confirmed before turning to his companions. "Continue alliance discussions according to established strategy. I'll return following council consultation with any relevant updates affecting our approach." Artemis nodded formal acknowledgement. "I'll maintain Olympian connection during your absence. The Huntress sees what others miss, even amid diplomatic misdirection. And we'll handle Earth's representation requirements," Bulma assured him practically. Between Vegeta's intimidation factor and Piccolo's strategic thinking, our diplomatic positioning should remain secure despite cosmic politics. With appropriate transitional arrangements established, Dracon accompanied Hestia toward the designated Olympian gathering chamber, a specialized meeting space incorporating traditional council architecture within tournament-neutral territory. The facility provided appropriate privacy for sensitive discussions while maintaining necessary connection to competition proceedings. Zeus awaited within, accompanied by selected council members representing diverse Olympian interests. Athena brought strategic oversight, Poseidon maintained elemental domain representation, Apollo provided prophetic perspective, while Aphrodite coordinated diplomatic connections beneath seemingly casual participation. Qualification performance exceeds expectations, Zeus acknowledged by way of greeting, thunderous features arranged in careful neutrality despite obvious pride beneath formal assessment. Partnership framework provides effective representation across affected domains while maintaining appropriate catalyst positioning. The Aaron Gement addresses immediate procedural requirements, Drakon confirmed diplomatically. Though longer-term tournament strategy requires comprehensive planning beyond qualification parameters. Indeed, Athena agreed, gray eyes reflecting strategic calculation. Preliminary observations suggest concerning alliance patterns among traditionally opposed representatives. Several chaos-aligned delegates demonstrate unprecedented coordination despite historical antagonism. Suggesting external influence beyond apparent tournament framework, Drakon concluded, connecting this assessment with Hestia's earlier indication. Titan manipulation attempts using competitive gathering for unauthorized coordination purposes. Precisely our concern, Zeus confirmed, lightning briefly intensifying around his massive form. Tournament protection protocols prevent direct interference but cannot prohibit legitimate alliance formation between willing participants. External entities appear exploiting is procedural flexibility for purposes beyond stated competition objectives. I've observed similar patterns during diplomatic interactions, Aphrodite added, perfect features arranged in calculated concern. Several representatives demonstrate synchronized negotiation approaches despite apparently independent positioning. Suggests pre-established coordination rather than spontaneous alignment. Specific objectives. Drakon questioned practically. Unclear definitively. Athena replied with strategic precision. Though preliminary assessment suggests barrier acceleration rather than counter. Old transition represents primary goal. Certain alliance formations emphasize complete integration approaches that would effectively eliminate essential boundaries between incompatible domains. C. Reading chaos advantageous for Titan power acquisition, Apollo observed, prophetic insight providing pattern recognition beyond conventional observation capabilities. Controlled evolution threatens their intervention opportunities more effectively than maintained separation. This assessment aligned with information provided through Tiamat's essence crystal during Nexus Temple confrontation. Titans sought accelerated barrier collapse rather than controlled transition. Catastrophic integration creating power vacuums they could potentially fill amid resulting chaos. Tournament influence potentially facilitated this objective through legitimate restructuring input despite sacred competition protections. Countermeasures. Drakon asked directly, focusing on practical response rather than theoretical analysis. Strategic alliance formation representing balanced transition approach, Athena suggested immediately. Establishing collaborative framework between moderate restructuring advocates across diverse domain categories. Comprehensive representation diminishing extreme position influence regardless of individual competition outcomes. The Egyptian delegation appears particularly receptive to balanced transition philosophy, Aphrodite noted with diplomatic precision. Their cosmic architecture traditionally emphasizes controlled change rather than rigid preservation or chaotic transformation. Norse representatives similarly demonstrate practical adaptation preferences despite warrior culture emphasis, Poseidon added, massive trident shifting restlessly in his weathered hands. Pragmatic implementation over abstract ideological positioning. This strategic discussion continued, identifying potential alliance partners representing balanced transition approach across diverse domain categories. The diplomatic framework extended beyond apparent competitive structure, establishing influence distribution mechanisms operating alongside formal tournament rankings. Throughout this planning session, Drakon observed interesting dynamic beneath surface proceedings. Zeus demonstrated unexpected openness to restructuring approaches beyond traditional Olympian preservation preferences. Athena's strategic recommendations emphasized adaptive evolution rather than rigid maintenance. Even traditionally conservative council members appeared recognizing necessity for controlled transition rather than futile preservation attempts. You've accepted inevitability of cosmic restructuring, he observed during momentary discussion pause. Not fighting to maintain traditional separation despite obvious preference for established architecture. Zeus's thunderous expression revealed complex emotion beneath kingly composure. Wisdom occasionally accompanies age, however reluctantly. He acknowledged with unexpected humility. Maintaining crumbling foundations eventually becomes more destructive than controlled reconstruction. The question becomes direction of table change rather than prevention of necessary evolution. Balance rather than extremes, Drakon noted with appreciation for this nuanced perspective. Preservation where appropriate, integration where beneficial. Transformation guided by comprehensive understanding rather than factional interest. Precisely the approach your unique position facilitates, Athena observed with analytical precision. Divine understanding coupled with mortal experience provides necessary perspective for guiding transition without catastrophic disruption. Which explains prophecy's emphasis on dragon-born catalyst, Apollo added thoughtfully. Transformation expertise naturally aligned with cosmic restructuring requirements, adaptation rather than destruction or rigid preservation. This strategic GN meant between Olympian leadership and Drakon's evolving approach represented significant diplomatic development beyond apparent tournament proceedings. The unified position strengthened restructuring influence regardless of specific competition outcomes, while facilitating broader alliance formation with compatible representatives across diverse domains. As council discussion continued developing specific diplomatic initiatives, tournament attendants arrived announcing imminent commencement of primary competition phase. The structured interruption provided natural transition point between strategic planning and practical implementation. Maintain established partnership framework during initial competition events, Zeus instructed as proceedings concluded. Strategic alliance discussions continue through diplomatic channels while tournament advancement secures formal influence positioning. With formal dismissal, Drakon departed toward competition preparation areas where his partner ship representatives awaited upcoming challenges. The primary tournament phase would feature direct contests between qualified participants, both individual demonstrations and team competitions depending on specific category requirements. As he navigated through tournament complex, subtle energy disturbance registered against his divine senses, barely perceptible vibration indicating unusual activity within supposedly neutral territory. The disruption disappeared almost immediately, making precise identification impossible despite enhanced perception capabilities. Instinctive caution activate, despite lack of specific threat indicators. Tournament protection protocols should prevent unauthorized activities within competition boundaries, but determined opponents might potentially identify exploitation opportunities within technically permissible parameters. Upon reaching designated preparation area, Drakon found his companions engaged in strategic planning for upcoming competition events. Vegeta studied opponent capability assessments with focused intensity, while Artemis analyzed environmental parameters affecting various challenge venues. Bulma coordinated technical support preparations within permitted advisor guidelines, developing optimization strategies for diverse competition categories. Council discussions. Piccolo inquired directly once preliminary greetings concluded. Coordinated alliance strategy against potential Titan manipulation attempts, Drakon summarized efficiently. Several Chaos-aligned delegations demonstrate suspicious coordination patterns suggesting external influence beyond apparent tournament framework. Observed similar indicators during preliminary socialization period, the Namekian confirmed, strategic awareness identifying concern. Patterns despite limited divine perception capabilities. Multiple representatives with contradictory historical positions suddenly demonstrating alignment on specific restructuring approaches. Accelerated barrier dissolution rather than controlled transition, Drakon specified. Creating chaos advantageous for external exploitation rather than balanced evolutionary development. Consist. NT with observed Titan strategy during Nexus Temple confrontation, Bulma noted, scientific analysis connecting seemingly disparate data points into coherent pattern. Exploiting natural evolutionary processes for factional advantage rather than contributing to beneficial transition architecture. Their strategic discussion continued until tournament announcement indicated imminent commencement of first primary competition event, a direct challenge between qualified representatives focusing on adaptive transformation capabilities. Participants would demonstrate controlled metamorphosis under increasingly difficult environmental conditions while maintaining essential functional parameters. Your primary domain, Artemis observed as Drakon prepared for competition participation. Divine NS formation expertise combined with Saiyan combat adaptation creates natural advantage within this challenge category. Theoretically, he acknowledged with appropriate caution. Though several qualified opponents demonstrate significant capabilities within similar frameworks, The Egyptian representative Khepri specializes in continuous transformation cycles, while Norse delegation includes Loki. Despite his complicated historical positioning, focus on fundamental integration rather than specific manifestation techniques, Bulma advised from her technical support position. Your unique advantage lies in seamless transition between divine and mortal transformation frameworks, functionality preserved across domain boundaries rather than isolated capability demonstrations. This practical guidance emphasized exactly the perspective Drakon had been developing throughout his awakening integration process. His strength derived not from separate divine and mortal capabilities operating independently, but fundamental connection between traditionally isolated domains, transformation itself rather than specific manifestation techniques. As final preparations concluded, tournament NTS arrived to escort qualified participants toward the Chamber of Forms for official competition commencement. The specialized venue had reconfigured since qualification trials, now incorporating more complex environmental parameters alongside enhanced audience observation capabilities. Remember diplomatic significance beyond apparent competitive framework, Piccolo advised as Drakon prepared to depart. Demonstration style communicates philosophical positioning as effectively as technical capability. Balanced transformation approach supports moderate restructuring narrative regardless of specific victory conditions. Practical application over abstract theory, Vegeta added with unexpected diplomatic awareness. Demonstrated functionality proving conceptual validity more effectively than theoretical positioning alone. These complementary perspectives, strategic awareness alongside practical implementation focus, represented exactly the balanced approach cosmic transition required. Neither abstract philosophy disconnected from application reality nor short-sighted pragmatism ignoring fundamental principles, but comprehensive framework incorporating multiple perspective levels simultaneously. With final preparation complete, Drakon proceeded toward his first direct tournament challenge, formal competition that would demonstrate his unique capabilities while establishing diplomatic positioning regarding cosmic restructuring approaches. Whatever specific challenges awaited within the Chamber of Forms, their significance extended far beyond apparent transformation. Competition into fundamental questions of reality's evolving architecture. The primary competition phase revealed unexpected complexity beyond qualification trial parameters. Direct challenges between qualified representatives featured not only conventional capability demonstrations but intricate diplomatic positioning through specific technique applications. How participants approached competition often communicated philosophical stance regarding cosmic restructuring more effectively than formal policy statements. Drakon's performance during adaptive transformation challenges demonstrated precisely this multidimensional communication approach. His techniques emphasized seamless integration between traditionally separated frameworks, divine transformation flowing naturally into Saiyan combat adaptations. Draconic aspects complementing Olympian manifestations. The underlying philosophy became clear through practical application, balanced transition rather than chaotic dissolution or rigid preservation. Other representatives similarly revealed fundamental positioning through competition approaches. Khepri's continuous cycle demonstrations emphasized perpetual renewal within established parameters, controlled evolution rather than revolutionary restructuring. Loki's techniques focused on boundary exploitation rather than fundamental dissolution, finding flexibility within existing frameworks instead of complete architectural replacement. Most concerning were transformation approaches from chaos-aligned representatives, entities clearly demonstrating coordinated philosophical positioning despite apparent independence. Their techniques emphasized complete boundary dissolution regardless of compatibility issues between affected domains. The underlying approach became increasingly clear. Accelerated integration without appropriate transition protocols or protection mechanisms for vulnerable realms. Between formal competition events, alliance discussions continued. Rough diplomatic channels established alongside tournament framework. Drakon coordinated collaborative approaches with compatible representatives, emphasizing balanced transition methodology over extreme restructuring positions. The Egyptian delegation proved particularly receptive to integrated approach, their cosmic traditions naturally incorporating controlled evolution principles within established architectural frameworks. Your transformation techniques demonstrate fascinating integration between traditionally separated domains, observed Bast, feline aspect goddess representing Egyptia. N. Delegation during diplomatic discussions. Divine and mortal aspects functioning as complementary components rather than competing frameworks. Integration through understanding rather than forced combination, Dracon confirmed. Appreciating her perceptive assessment. Each aspect maintaining essential characteristics while establishing beneficial connections across traditional boundaries. Quote, precisely the approach cosmic restructuring itself requires, the Egyptian goddess noted with elegant precision. Maintaining necessary separation while allowing appropriate connection where beneficial evolution occurs naturally. Balance rather than extremes in either direction. Similar philosophical alignment emerged during discussions with Norse representatives, pragmatic adaptation preferences. Despite warrior culture emphasis on dramatic transformation, their practical approach favored functional improvement over abstract ideological positioning, creating natural compatibility with balance. D-transition methodology despite superficial stylistic differences. Your combat transformations incorporate practical functionality rather than mere power demonstration, Thor observed during Alien. CE negotiation following energy manipulation competitions. Adaptation serving specific purpose rather than arbitrary manifestation for impressive display alone. Effectiveness over appearance, draw. Khan acknowledged with warriors' practical focus. Transformation serving functional requirements rather than demonstration objectives. As cosmic restructuring should, the Thunder God agreed with S. Prizing philosophical depth beneath warrior exterior. Architecture serving practical necessity rather than abstract conceptual purity. Function determining form rather than ideological preference dictating implementation. These alliance formations strengthened moderate restructuring influence regardless of specific competition outcomes. By establishing broad-based support across diverse domain categories, the balanced transition approach gained diplomatic momentum beyond individual representative capabilities. Collective positioning would significantly impact cosmic architecture development. NT regardless of ultimate tournament rankings. Throughout primary competition phase, Bulma continued providing technical support during permitted consultation periods. Her scientific analysis identified IED optimization opportunities while developing practical application strategies for increasingly complex interdimensional challenges. Most significantly, her research into neutral territory mechanics revealed important insights regarding barrier evolution patterns affecting competition parameters. The tournament grounds incorporate fascinating temporal spatial flexibility, she explained during strategy session between competition events. Environmental parameters adjust responsively to participant requirements without compromising fundamental stability. Suggests potential implementation FR. Aimwork for controlled cosmic integration without catastrophic disruption. Adaptation rather than standardization, Dracon noted thoughtfully. Maintaining essential consistency while accommodating diverse requirements across affected domains. Exactly, Bulma confirmed enthusiastically. The neutral territory demonstrates practical implementation of theoretical restructuring principles. Kant, rolled permeability rather than rigid separation or complete dissolution, stability through flexible adaptation rather than enforced uniformity. This scientific validation of philosophical approach provided important technical foundation for diplomatic positioning. Balanced transition represented not merely ideological preference but demonstrably superior implementation methodology based on observable neutral territory functioning. Practical evidence supporting theoretical framework strengthened alliance negotiation positioning significantly. Artemis continued partnership representation throughout primary competition phase. Her hunting domain providing valuable complementary capabilities alongside Dracon's transformation expertise and Vegeta's combat proficiency. More importantly, her divine perspective facilitated critical diplomatic connections across traditionally separated pantheons, establishing collaborative frameworks beyond apparent competitive structure. Several Chaos Allig Ned representatives continue demonstrating suspicious coordination patterns, she reported during security assessment between competition events. Their movements through tournament complex follow established patterns suggesting predetermined meeting protocols despite apparent independence. Locations. Dracon questioned practically. Primarily boundary areas where neutral territory interfaces with dimensional transition zones. The Huntress replied with tracking precision. Regions where tournament protection protocols experience natural fluctuation due to transition mechanics requirements. Potential security vulnerabilities. He concluded immediately. Areas where external communication might occur despite established restriction parameters. Precisely my assessment, Artemis confirmed with professional approval. Though verification requires additional surveillance beyond conventional observation capabilities. Perhaps scientific monitoring alongside divine tracking. Bulma suggested pragmatically. My equipment detects energy transfer patterns invisible to direct perception regardless of concealment methods. Combined approach might identify communication attempts conventional methods would miss entirely. This integrated methodology, scientific technology supplementing divine capability, represented exactly the kind of cross-domain collaboration cosmic restructuring itself required. Neither approach alone provided comprehensive coverage, but combined implementation created monitoring framework transcending traditional limitations. With Artemis's tracking expertise guiding targeted placement, Bulma established sophisticated monitoring network throughout tournament complex, focusing particularly on boundary areas identified through divine observation. The resulting surveillance system combined scientific precision with divine awareness, creating detection capabilities beyond either methodology operating independently. Fascinating collaborative potential, Artemis acknowledged with rare approval for mortal technology. Divine tracking establishing appropriate targeting parameters while scientific instrumentation provides objective verification methodology. Each approach addressing inherent limitations within the other, Bulma agreed with scientific appreciation. Divine perception sometimes lacks objective documentation capabilities while technology often misses intuitive pattern recognition. Divine awareness provides naturally. Integration rather than replacement, Dracon observed, noting parallel with broader cosmic restructuring principles. Complementary methodologies establishing comprehensive framework through collaboration rather than competition. This practical demonstration of cross-domain integration provided important implementation example beyond theoretical positioning. By establishing functional collaboration between traditionally separated approaches, the monitoring system validated balanced transition philosophy. Through demonstrable effectiveness rather than abstract conceptual appeal. As primary competition phase approached conclusion, tournament rankings confirmed successful performance across evaluation categories. Dracon maintained strong positioning within transformation and energy manipulation frameworks, while partnership representation ensured comprehensive coverage across remaining competition categories. Alliance formation had established important diplomatic positioning regardless of specific competitive outcomes. With final tournament phase approaching, security concerns intensified alongside competitive preparations. The monitoring system established through divine scientific collaboration had identified concerning communication patterns among chaos-aligned representatives, subtle energy transfers occurring within technically permissible parameters despite obvious circumvention of tournament isolation protocols. Coordinated positioning beyond apparent competitive requirements. Artemis assessed during security briefing following data analysis. Information exchange occurring through energy pattern manipulation rather than conventional communication methods. Consistent WITH external coordination attempt bypassing tournament protection protocols, Dracon concluded grimly. Titan influence establishing synchronized implementation approach among sympathetic representatives. The pattern suggests preparation for specific action rather than general strategic alignment, Bulma noted, scientific analysis identifying concerning temporal progression within observed communications. Increasing frequency and intensity indicating approaching implementation threshold rather than ongoing coordination development. This assessment raised immediate security concerns beyond apparent tournament proceedings. If chaos-aligned representatives planned coordinated action under external Titan influence, the sacred competition could potentially become vehicle for cosmic disruption rather than controlled restructuring framework. We should notify tournament authorities, Piccolo suggested with practical focus. The arbiters maintain responsibility for enforcing protection protocols regardless of specific implementation methodology. Without definitive evidence beyond pattern recognition, Artemis cautioned. Accusations without conclusive proof create diplomatic complications potentially damaging alliance formations regardless of underlying validity. Continued monitoring while establishing preventative countermeasures, Dracon decided after brief consideration. Enhanced security protocols around critical tournament infrastructure while maintaining appropriate diplomatic positioning. This balanced approach, precautionary preparation without premature conference, rotation, reflected developing integration between divine strategic thinking and mortal practical implementation. Neither ignoring potential threats nor overreacting to inconclusive evidence, but establishing appropriate response framework while continuing information gathering for comprehensive assessment. As security discussions concluded, tournament announcement indicated imminent commencement of special exhibition event preceding final competition phase. The demonstration would feature catalyst entities performing synchronized transformation display representing cosmic restructuring principles through practical application demonstration. Perfectly timed opportunity for philosophical positioning through practical demonstration, Aphrodite observed, appearing with suspicious timelines that suggested prior knowledge beyond public announcement. Visual representation communicating restructuring approach more effectively than abstract diplomatic statements. Are convenient target for potential disruption attempt. Drakon noted with practical security awareness. Concentrated catalyst presence creating strategic vulnerability despite tournament protection protocols. Both observations likely accurate. The love goddess acknowledged with unexpected directness. Opportunity and vulnerability often manifest simultaneously during transition periods. The question becomes risk management rather than avoidance entirely. This realistic assessment, acknowledging inherent danger while recognizing necessary engagement despite potential complications, reflected surprising practical perspective beneath Aphrodite's diplomatic exterior. Her strategic awareness extended beyond superficial appearance into comprehensive risk evaluation integrated with opportunity assessment. CED security protocols without obvious implementation indicators, Drakon decided after brief consideration. Appropriate precaution without creating diplomatic complications through visible defensive positioning. With security arrangements established through subtle implementation methods, exhibition preparations continued according to tournament requirements. The demonstration would feature coordinated transformation display incorporating diverse catalyst entities across multiple existence frameworks, visual representation of cosmic restructuring principles through harmonized manifestation techniques. As event commencement approached, Drakon completed final preparation within designated staging area, a specialized chamber designed to facilitate complex transformation sequencing without dimensional disruption despite concentrated power application. Other catalyst entities similarly prepared throughout the massive facility, each incorporating realm-specific elements into coordinated demonstration framework. Something feels wrong, he observed quietly to Artemis, who had accompanied him as partnership representative during preparation phase. Energy patterns throughout the complex show subtle disruption indicators despite absence of obvious interference attempts. The huntress goddess extended divine senses beyond conventional perception parameters, tracking subtle disturbance. CES with precision developed through millennia of predator-prey interactions. Agreed, she confirmed after careful assessment. Harmonic disruption suggesting deliberate interference rather than natural fluctuation. Coordinated rather than random pattern distribution. Before further investigation could proceed, reality shuddered around them, subtle dimensional tremor affecting neutral territory. Despite supposedly perfect stability parameters, the disruption lasted mere microseconds but registered clearly against divine awareness despite its brevity. Barrier testing, Drakon identified immediately. Preliminary interference assessment rather than actual implementation attempt. Tournament protection protocols should prevent unauthorized dimensional manipulation regardless of methodology. Artemis noted with professional concern. Successful disruption, however minor, suggests vulnerability exploitation rather than brute force approach. This security breach, however limited, raised immediate concerns regarding exhibition safety parameters. If tournament protections experienced even momentary failure, concentrated catalyst presence during synchronized transformation display could create significant vulnerability beyond conventional defensive capabilities. We should postpone the exhibition pending security verification, Drakon suggested, practical caution overriding performance considerations despite imminent commencement scheduling. Tournament protocols prevent schedule modification without arbiter authorization based on conclusive evidence, Artemis reminded him with pragmatic assessment. Pattern recognition alone, however compelling, remains insufficient for formal intervention request under established parameters. Before further discussion could develop, Eon materialized within the preparation chamber, the first arbiter's appearance indicating official communication rather than casual interaction. The manifestation occurred with uncharacteristic abruptness, suggesting urgency beyond normal tournament administration requirements. Catalyst entities requested for immediate commencement, the primary arbiter announced without customary formal introduction. Schedule acceleration necessary due to cosmic alignment parameters affecting demonstration effectiveness. This procedural modification immediately triggered suspicion given previous security concerns. Schedule changes without extensive prior notification contradicted established tournament protocols, particularly regarding events involving multiple catalyst entities simultaneously. Verification. Drakon requested diplomatically, careful to phrase security concern within procedural framework rather than explicit accusation. Acceleration authorization through standard confirmation methodology. The arbiter's expression remained neutral despite unusual request challenging administrative authority. Verification sequence Alpha 7 Delta 9, Eon provided smoothly, reference ing official tournament authorization code established during preliminary orientation protocols. The verification appeared technically correct yet something subtle registered incorrectly against Divin. Perception. Microsecond hesitation before delivery suggesting recall rather than natural knowledge expression. Combined with previous security concerns, this minor discrepancy created sufficient doubt to justify enhanced caution despite apparent procedural compliance. Of course, Drakon acknowledged with diplomatic neutrality concealing internal alert status. Final preparation requires momenta. Completion before transition to demonstration arena. The arbiter nodded acceptance before departing with same uncharacteristic abruptness that had marked arrival. Once sufficient distance ensured privacy, Drakon immediately activated emergency communication protocol established during security planning sessions, subtle energy pattern alerting alliance partners without obvious external indicators. Potential security compromise. He informed Artemis directly. Verification provided correctly but delivery pattern suggests possible impersonation rather than authentic arbiter communication. The huntress goddess extended divine senses beyond conventional parameters, tracking energy signature despite dimensional interference patterns affecting neutral territory. Confirmation. She reported after brief analysis. Residual energy pattern inconsistent with established arbiter manifestation framework despite visual appearance conformity. This verification transformed suspicion into confirmed security breach, someone or something impersonating tournament authorities with sufficient skill to bypass conventional identification protocols. Combined with previous barrier testing indicators, the pattern suggested coordinated infiltration attempt rather than isolated security incident. Trap, Drakon concluded grimly. Using exhibition gathering to concentrate catalyst entities within controlled environment for specific purpose beyond apparent demonstration requirements. Consistent with observed communication patterns among chaos-aligned representatives, Artemis agreed, Profess. Ional assessment overriding potential alarmist interpretation. Coordinated positioning suggesting predetermined implementation strategy rather than opportunistic exploitation. Before response protocols could activate fully, Bulma's emergency communication signal registered through specialized equipment designed specifically for security alert transmission. The scientist's message appeared with characteristic efficiency despite obvious urgency beneath technical formatting. Monitoring network detects coordinated energy convergence throughout tournament complex. Pattern suggests systematic barrier manipulation rather than isolated interference attempt. Multiple access points simultaneously targeted through synchronized methodology. This confirmation of comprehensive security breach rather than isolated incident elevated response requirements from precautionary to immediate intervention. Whatever specific threat manifested through exhibition manipulation, its scope clearly extended beyond individual catalyst targeting into broader tournament disruption with potential cosmic implications. Notify Zeus and allied leadership immediately, Drakon instructed Artemis with decisive clarity. Full security protocol implementation regardless of diplomatic complications. I'll handle exhibition disruption directly while broader response mobilizes. The huntress goddess acknowledged with warrior's efficiency. immediately establishing divine communication channels to Olympian leadership while simultaneously activating predetermined security alerts across allied delegations. Her diplomatic positioning transformed seamlessly into security coordinator role without hesitation despite transition speed requirements. Drakon proceeded toward exhibition arena with calculated approach balancing speed against detection avoidance. If coordinated trap awaited within demonstration venue, premature alert might trigger immediate implementation rather than providing disruption opportunity through apparent compliance. Controlled infiltration offered greater intervention potential than obvious confrontation against prepared opponents. As he navigated through tournament complex, AL security breach indicators became increasingly apparent to enhanced divine perception. Subtle energy fluctuations affecting dimensional stability parameters. Harmonic disruptions within supposedly immutable neutral territory foundations. Microvariance in temporal flow despite standardization protocols governing tournament grounds. The exhibition arena itself presented concerning modifications. Beneath superficial appearance conformity, while maintaining visual consistency with standard demonstration venue, subtle structural alterations created resonance patterns capable of amplifying transformation energies beyond normal parameters. The arrangement suggested energy harvesting capability rather than simple demonstration enhancement, technology designed to capture and redirect power release. During synchronized catalyst manifestation. Other catalyst entities had already arrived, positioned according to demonstration choreography throughout the massive arena. Their expressions revealed mixture of anticipation and confusion regarding schedule modification, though none demonstrated obvious security awareness beyond normal competitive caution. Drakon assumed designated position while establishing subtle communication with nearby allied representatives. Egyptian catalyst Khepri and Norse representative Heimdall both maintained security awareness beneath ceremonial preparation appearance. Through careful energy pattern manipulation, he transmitted abbreviated warning regarding potential trap parameters without obvious external indicators that might trigger premature implementation. The exhibition commencement announcement came through apparent tournament channels despite confirmed security compromise. Attendance indistinguishable from legitimate consensus guides directed proceedings with perfect procedural compliance despite subtle energy signature discrepancies invisible to conventional perception. As synchronized transformation sequence initiated according to predetermined demonstration choreography, Drakon maintained superficial compliance while carefully monitoring energy flow patterns throughout the massive arena. The designated manifestation involved Harmonas. Transformation display representing cosmic restructuring principles through coordinated catalyst cooperation, each entity contributing realm-specific elements within unified presentation framework. The initial transformation phases proceeded without obvious deviation from established parameters, catalyst entities manifesting coordinated display elements while maintaining appropriate energy containment within demonstration boundaries. Visual representation indeed created impressive cosmic restructuring symbolism through diverse manifestation techniques operating in synchronized harmony. However, beneath apparent demonstration compliance, concerning energy redirection patterns became increasingly apparent to enhanced divine perception. The arena's modified structure indeed functioned as a sophisticated collection mechanism, harvesting transformation energies released during synchronized manifestation while simultaneously establishing resonance patterns affecting dimensional stability beyond demonstration boundaries. The intended outcome became suddenly, terrifyingly clear, using combined catalyst energies to create controlled dimensional rupture beyond tournament protection parameters. The exhibition itself served as elaborate power generation mechanism for barrier manipulation attempt using legitimate transformation demonstration as energy source. Before Drakon could implement direct intervention, reality shuddered around them, no mere barrier testing this time but actual implementation attempt leveraging concentrated catalyst energies for dimensional manipulation. The disruption expanded geometrically, creating visible distortion throughout the massive arena as harvested power redirected toward specific structural weakness within neutral territory boundaries. With effectively eliminated through implementation commencement, Drakon abandoned demonstration compliance for direct intervention. His transformation shifted from choreographed display to protective knife station, divine aspects fully engaging alongside draconic elements and Saiyan combat capabilities in integrated response framework. Breach attempt in progress. he announced through both conventional communication and divine energy pattern, alerting all representatives regardless of previous security awareness. Coordinated dimensional manipulation targeting tournament protection boundaries. Other security-conscious catalyst entities immediately responded, Khepri shifting from ceremonial transformation to protective manifestation, Heimdall abandoning demonstration compliance for vigilance positioning. Allied representatives throughout the arena similarly transitioned from performance to defensive orientation despite incomplete understanding regarding specific threat parameters. The security breach expanded despite intervention attempts, harvested energy continuing directional application toward dimensional boundary despite catalyst cooperation termination. Whatever mechanism controlled redirection process operated independently from continued power generation, utilizing already collected transformation energy rather than requiring ongoing supply. Drakon identified critical R.E. direction nodes within modified arena structure, specialized components disguised as demonstration enhancement technology while actually functioning as dimensional manipulation apparatus. These physical elements represented vulnerable targets compared to energy patterns themselves, offering practical intervention opportunity despite complicated metaphysical aspects. Target physical transmission structure. He directed allied representatives while simultaneously launching precise energy attack against nearest redirection node. Neutralize collection apparatus rather than attempting direct energy containment. This practical approach, addressing physical implementation rather than metaphysical manifestation, provided effective intervention methodology despite complex dimensional manipulation aspects. Allied representatives immediately adjusted response patterns, targeting visible technology components rather than attempting energy disruption against harvested catalyst power already integrated into implementation sequence. As protective response developed, chaos-aligned representatives revealed coordinated counter-intervention, abandoning demonstration pretense for active opposition against security measures. Their synchronized defensive positioning confirmed previous suspicions regarding external coordination beyond apparent tournament framework, while specific technique applica. Tyon suggested predetermined implementation protocols rather than spontaneous response development. The resulting conflict transcended conventional combat parameters despite occurring within physical arena structure. Multiple simultaneous engagement levels developed across diverse existence frameworks, physical confrontation alongside energy manipulation while dimensional aspects created addition. Complexity beyond normal tactical considerations. Throughout this multidimensional conflict, Drakon maintained protective transformation rather than offensive manifestation, energy patterns estably. Shing containment boundaries around expanding dimensional rupture while simultaneously neutralizing physical redirection components. This balanced approach addressed both immediate implementation mechanics and broader metaphysical consequences simultaneously. Allied representatives demonstrated similarly comprehensive response methodology, combining specific capability applications within coordinated strategic framework. Khepri's continuous transformation cycles established regenerative containment around harvested energy concentrations. Heimdall's dimensional awareness facilitated targeted intervention against boundary manipulation attempts. Other security-conscious participants contributed specialized capabilities within unified protective structure. The disruption culminated in Focus D attack against Drakon himself. Multiple chaos-aligned representatives simultaneously targeting the primary catalyst with coordinated assault transcending conventional combat parameters. The attack TTERN suggested predetermined assassination protocol rather than spontaneous combat development, confirming targeted elimination attempt beyond general exhibition disruption. Primary catalyst neutralization priority confirmed. Khepri observed while establishing protective positioning alongside Drakon. Your specific elimination represents strategic objective rather than tactical opportunity. Consistent with prophecy parameters, Heimdall added, vigilance extending across multiple perception frameworks simultaneously. Dragon-born catalyst represents essential transformation component within cosmic restructuring process. Elimination potentially creating implementation opportunity for alternative architectural approach. This assessment aligned with information provided through Tiamat essence crystal during previous confrontations. As transformation catalyst with unique position spanning multiple domains, Drakon represented critical component within cosmic restructuring process. His elimination potentially created implementation vulnerability for alternative architectural approaches favoring chaotic dissolution rather than balanced transition. The assassination attempt RPO rated diverse methodology beyond conventional combat techniques, dimensional distortion affecting physical positioning, energy pattern disruption targeting transformation stability, even conceptual interference attempting identity destabilization. The comprehensive approach suggested thorough capability analysis beyond apparent tournament observation opportunities. Drakon responded with Integra TED defense methodology transcending individual framework limitations. Divine aspects established conceptual stability against identity disruption attempts. Draconic elements provided adaptive transfo. Machine maintaining functional parameters despite environmental manipulation. Saiyan combat experience facilitated physical response against conventional attack components. Most importantly, these diverse capabilities operated as unified response framework rather than separate defense mechanisms, integration itself providing fundamental strength against multi-vector assault. The balanced approach demonstrated precisely the restructuring philosophy his tournament participation sought, communicating harmony through diversity rather than homogenized uniformity or chaotic dissolution. The conflict Chi resolution occurred through unexpected intervention sources. Tournament arbiters finally manifested genuine presence within disrupted exhibition arena. The true Eon appeared with unmistakable authenticity. Dimensional authority radiating through manifestation patterns impossible to counterfeit despite sophisticated impersonation capabilities. Sacred neutrality violation confirmed. The first arbiter announced with cosmic authority transcending conventional communication parameters. Protection protocols engage with absolute implementation priority. The resulting enforcement transcended conventional perception capabilities, reality itself responding to fundamental neutrality restoration imperative beyond apparent arbiter direction. Tournament grounds asserted inherent protection meters against unauthorized manipulation, dimensional stability reestablishing through structural self-correction rather than external application. Chaos-aligned representatives found themselves immobilized through fundamental neutrality enforcement rather than physical restraint methods. Their dimensional manipulation capabilities neutralized alongside conventional combat techniques through comprehensive authorization suspension transcending individual power parameters. As disruption neutralization completed, Artemis arrived with reinforcement contingent including Zeus himself alongside allied leadership representatives. The coordinated response force discovered situation already contained through combined catalyst intervention and tournament self-protection mechanisms, though comprehensive security verification remained necessary despite apparent resolution. Assassination attempt within exhibition framework. Drakon reported efficiently once immediate threat containment completed. Coordinated dimensional manipulation targeting tournament protection boundaries while simultaneously implementing catalyst elimination protocol. Specifically targeting you rather than general catalyst disruption. Zeus observed with thunderous intensity barely contained beneath diplomatic exterior. Confirming prophecy significance beyond apparent tournament positioning. The Dragon-born presence essential transformation component within cosmic restructuring process, Artemis confirmed, professional assessment overriding familial concern despite obvious protective instinct beneath analytical exterior. Elimination potentially creating implementation opportunity for alternative architectural approach favoring chaotic dissolution rather than balanced transition. This security breach, while successfully contained, demonstrated concerning vulnerability within supposedly impenetrable tournament protection framework. Its sophisticated infiltration penetrated sacred neutrality despite ancient safeguards. Broader cosmic restructuring faced potential manipulation beyond apparent philosophical differences into active implementation interference. The attempt originated externally despite internal implementation. Eon acknowledged with rare admission regarding protection limitation. Tournament boundaries experienced targeted degradation beyond standard prevention parameters. Suggests sophisticated external influence with specific neutrality circumvention methodology. Titan manipulation confirmed beyond reasonable doubt, Zeus concluded grimly. Utilizing tournament theoring for attempted cosmic architecture interference through catalyst elimination alongside boundary disruption. This confirmation elevated security concerns beyond specific incident response into comprehensive protection requirement across all restructuring processes. If Titan influence successfully penetrated tournament boundaries despite ancient safeguards, broader cosmic transition faced significant vulnerability regardless of specific philosophical determination through sacred competition framework. Exhibition disruption represents strategic probe rather than primary implementation attempt. Drakon assessed after careful consideration, testing response capabilities while simultaneously evaluating protective parameters for vulnerability identification. Information gathering alongside elimination opportunity. Consistent with observed Titan methodology during previous confrontations, Artemis agreed, strategic assessment complementing divine tracking expertise. Calculated approach prioritizing intelligence acquisition alongside objective advancement. Patient implementation rather than desperate assault. This evaluation suggested concerning implications beyond immediate security incident. If exhibition disruption represented strategic assessment rather than primary objective, subsequent implementation attempts would incorporate identified vulnerability factors alongside response pattern analysis. Future confrontation would likely demonstrate increased sophistication based on information gathered during initial probe regardless of apparent failure. Tournament continues under enhanced security protocols, Eon announced after consultation with assembled Arbiter Council. Sacred competition serves cosmic restructuring requirements regardless of interference attempts. Comprehensive protection enhancement ensures continued functionality despite demonstrated vulnerability factors. This determination reflected fundamental purpose beyond apparent disruption consequences. The Celestial Tournament existed specifically to facilitate controlled transition during cosmic restructuring periods. Its continuation represented necessary framework maintenance rather than optional procedural adherence. Cancellation would potentially create greater vulnerability than continuation under enhanced protection parameters. Final competition phase commences following comprehensive security verification. The first arbiter continued with formal authority. Qualification results remain valid despite exhibition disruption. Ultimate influence determination proceeds according to established parameters with appropriate protection enhancement throughout remaining proceedings. As immediate crisis response concluded, longer-term security implications required comprehensive assessment alongside continued tournament participation. The assassination attempt confirmed Drakon's central importance within cosmic restructuring process beyond apparent catalyst designation. Specific targeting suggesting critical functionality within transitional architecture beyond symbolic representation alone. Most concerning was confirmation regarding sophisticated external influx. Capable of penetrating supposedly impenetrable tournament boundaries. If Titan manipulation successfully circumvented ancient protection protocols even temporarily, broader cosmic transition faced significant vulnerability regardless of specific philosophical determination through sacred competition. Enhanced security through integrated methodology, Drakon suggested during strategy session following disruption containment. Divine protection complemented by scientific monitoring alongside conceptual enforcement through multiple framework implementation. Cross-domain security integration, Bulma agreed immediately. Scientific perspective identifying implementation opportunities beyond traditional protection limitations. Multiple simultaneous methodology creating comprehensive cover. Age through diverse application rather than singular approach regardless of individual sophistication level. This integrated security concept represented practical application of fundamental restructuring philosophy beyond theoretical positioning. Neither divine protection alone nor scientific methodology operating independently provided comprehensive coverage against sophisticated multi-vector threats. Combined implementation created security framework transcending individual limitation through complementary application across diverse domains. As tournament preparations resumed under enhanced protection protocols, Drakon reflected on broader implications beyond immediate security considerations. The assassination attempt confirmed prophecy significance beyond apparent philosophical positioning. His unique catalyst role represented essential transformation component within cosmic restructuring process rather than symbolic designation alone. The exhibition disruption demonstrated vulnerability and strength within current transition approach. While sophisticated manipulation penetrated supposedly impenetrable boundaries, integrated response methodology provided effective containment despite unprecedented implementation complexity. Cross-domain collaboration proved more effective than isolated capability application regardless of individual power parameters. Perhaps this represented fundamental lesson applicable to cosmic restructuring itself beyond specific security incident response. Integration rather than isolation. Collaboration rather than competition. Diversity, harmonized through complementary implementation rather than enforced uniformity or chaotic dissolution. The tournament would continue despite disruption attempt, sacred competition determining influ. NCE distribution during inevitable cosmic transition. Whatever challenges awaited within final competition phase, their significance extended far beyond apparent performance evaluation into fundamenta. Questions regarding reality's evolving architecture and the balance between preservation and transformation guiding its development. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.